It's hour number 7 of the 24 hours of Le Mans here on RaceSpotTV and on iRacingLive, the final round of the Neo Endurance Series for 2017. Having coverage over there on RaceSpotTV and on iRacingLive, and it's showing this here. Cisco Scaramuza is here, Alvin Yevers and Cam Walsh will be joining us soon. But the big stories of the day, starting off in prototype, with the fact that Coanda SimSport were embroiled in a battle early on with Movano Racing, but ever since they're able to get themselves through traffic, they're able to start pulling out a little bit of a gap, and that has really been the story since then. We had a bit of an issue with Kevin Ziggy, Torrent Motorsports, that put them out of the running, and that means realistically now it's a one-horse battle in your GT1 field, and it's all about talking about core motorsports, but then finally in GTS still got battles going on. If there's anything that's going to be unpredictable, then realistically GTS is your field, Randy.
Yeah, you're definitely right there, Will. I mean, fantastic classes, fantastic running for the first 6 hours, and 18 hours less is it left of this thing. I'm really excited to see what happens.
Well, that's it for me. Even about
that is it for you.
A few hours. 15,
yeah.
That's the number of hours. I'll see you in a bit.
Well, I'll see you in a bit, Will, and from here on out, ship goes to me and Cisco and Paul and Hugo and Alvin. So, Cisco, I know you were joining and helping out up there. How's the race from your perspective?
The race has been really interesting, Randy, and we've seen definitely kind of the traditional endurance kind of shake up in the standings, especially we had happened not too long ago with Kevin Siggy being involved with an accident, taking Torrent Motorsports effectively out of the GT field. And as far as everything else, Mitchell de Jong, the Mad Cape car, that's toast. So for a lot of these, I mean, this battle taking its usual endurance format, but I mean, when you look at the exits, only 6 cars are parked out of this race. So plenty of guys still in this race here, Randy.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of attrition really coming through thus far. So always good to see the 6 hours into this motor event. We still have the vast majority of the classes still out there and running. Let's run down your top 5 in each class really quick. VRS Coanda SimSport lead the way in prototype with Thrustmaster Movano Racing in the 2nd spot. 3rd is currently Friction SimSport 24 with Core Sim Racing and Radicals Online rounding out that top 5. Moving to your GT1 division, there you have VRS. That just doesn't seem right. Oh, never mind. I see what was happening now. Yes, goes Heidfeld Core Motorsports in the 1st spot with SimRC DE Iris in 2nd. SimRC Crimson 3rd. Movano in 4th with Team Chimera currently running out the top 5. Best Corvette currently happening out there on track is actually VRS Coanda SimSport. And actually, we have a fight for position between Chimera and Coanda SimSport. Actually, that Corvette has put themselves into the 5th spot, I think, just on the start of this lap. Klaus Kivikas getting around himself, Jamie Wilson in that 54 machine. Cisco.
Yeah, that battle continuing on, and this is kind of a new battle. We've seen the GT field kind of battling, but like you said, Klaus Kivikas, that Corvette moves up to 5th in position, which, considering the fact the Corvettes have been kind of mute here in this race, they haven't been able to do a whole lot, not able to keep up with the Aston Martins. Well, go figure. VRS Coanda showing us that there is some GM power left in those Corvettes. Don't count them out just yet. 5th in standings right now. There's still 4 Aston Martins ahead of those guys, but for right now, Coanda trying to bring some life to that GM camp.
They're doing a very good job of it as Klaus just basically motors right on past the Chimera car and basically gets 4 or 5 car lengths clear on the run down into Indianapolis. A couple GTS cars that they're cycling through. That's Nicholas Helm and the Backmarker Racing Team, as well as Jose Almeida and Probatum Racing. Jamie Wilson only is currently sandwiched between those 2 GTS cars. But moving down to your GTS field, things are pretty close down there as well. Right now as it stands, you have Pure Racing Team GTS followed by Team RSO. That's Audi and Mercedes 1 and 2, followed by Core in an Audi, Team DFTBA in a Merc, and then in 5th, IRDK Endurance in a Mercedes. So relatively even split. Currently working the 3rd place car in GTS. That's Claudio Klima in the Core Sim Racing GTS car, as well as Dennis Garrison and Team DFTBA. They just got passed for that second spot. In fact, what is this with this, Alvin? I just come in and I go down the order. We get 2 spots for position 6 hours into the run.
Yeah, well, this is part of the nature of what is a 24-hour race, of course. At one point in the race, like we are right now, pretty much the whole field is essentially all spread out as it stands right now. But we always have some pockets of racing here and there, and part of it's due to the nature of how pit stops work in part, of course. So it's always good to see, this race here and there whenever we can. But this part of the race, unlike, let's say, a 12-hour race, well, where, you have the first 6 hours where you pretty much you kind of go into a race, try to figure out the strategy, and then the last 6 hours is when you really go for it. Well, this part, it works completely different, because the next 12 hours, I would say, now is where you kind of start crunching numbers and see, okay, so the first 6 hours, this is what we did. Now the next 12 hours, okay, so this is where we are standing. What can we do to further our position? What can we do to go for the win? What can we do to better anything that we have right now? So the next 12 hours will be really interesting between all teams, because now it's when we're gonna see some really interesting strategies come into play as well.
Strategy is definitely a big talking point, and where we've really been seeing a lot of that has been both in your prototypes and definitely in your GT1 field. Your prototypes, tire strategy is a big thing, but one of the big talking points here, Cisco, that's been happening is the fact that Core Sim Racing has been able to run their car basically relatively consistently a lap further on fuel than the likes of VRS Coin and Sinsport. This actually somewhat echoes what happened in the Le Mans 24 that we saw back in October. However, it's kind of it's pretty much the same situation, except couple teams got swapped out. Friction was one of the teams in that race back in October that was basically doing the standard strategy. Coanda decided to go for the further strategy with the fuel mileage. They managed to steal a win away.
Yeah, they were able to do that, Randy. And like you said, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier on, if you can stretch that fuel limit, it's going to come down to the fact of how the rest of the race is going to go for you. Because if it comes down to the fact where you need a splash and dash to make it to the end, if you've been stretching that pit stops, you don't have to worry about that, Randy, because you don't have to come down, fill it up, or potentially even. But for those guys on the standard strategy, if they are forced to come down, have to take a splash and dash, if they weren't extending those laps, maybe an extra lap, maybe an extra 2 laps, though that is pretty doubtful on such a long racetrack, it's going to come down to the fact where those guys who were saving or going that extra mileage on the fuel may just be in a little bit of an advantage as we close in towards the end of that. But we still have 17 hours before we even have to think about that right now, Randy.
And then talking about the GT1 division, a lot of strategy happening down in that category as well, mainly revolving around tires. And this is something I'm a little bit more up to speed with, because I've been sitting in the TeamSpeak channel for Team Carmera actually with my teammates, but not partaking in this event, but just filling out and generally harassing and making life difficult for them. But a lot of talkings about tire strategy in those cars, Alvin. Double stinting, potentially triple stinting tires, and I've definitely heard some rumblings in some other places between the YouTube chat as well as some other locales, people potentially thinking about the quad stint in the Corvette and the Aston Martin.
Yeah, and this is something that we have seen with the new tire model, the possibility of perhaps doing double, triple, perhaps even quadruple stinting. I think even if some teams felt not necessarily on the GT field, but perhaps on the GTS, given how good the tires are, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody decided to try a quintuple stint. I think, and I know that's kind of unheard of in this type of endurance races, but with the new tire model and everything, it's kind of like, all sorts of strategy are pretty much out of the window, and it's Le Mans. So when you combine all those, and really Le Mans is not a demanding track when it comes to tire wear. It's relatively easy on tires, so this track itself, it kind of lends itself to try some outrageous tire strategies that you may not see on other tracks like Spa, for example, which is really abrasive on tires. Even Sebring, which was the last 12-hour race that we saw here on iRacingLive. So, any strategy really, it's It's possible. It's just a matter of A, can you make it work, and B, what are the results that you can obtain from them.
Yeah, a track like Le Mans, there's definitely a lot of things you can really tinker with in terms of strategy. And a lot of people will look at this track and just be like, oh, it's relatively easy. You just have really long straightaways, and laps are going to be probably pretty easy to tick off, which they definitely are. The difficulty in running this track, though, especially for as long as the race is, full 24-hour event, is you can really get really deep in thought about the kind of strategy that you go into. I mean, like Alvin just said there, long straightaways means the tires really don't get really that beat up, which means you can potentially save them, but you do sort of have to drive the car to within a certain limit to be able to get the maximum out of those stints. We've seen double stints, we've seen a couple triple stints. Do you think, Cisco, that we're going to see a quad, or do you think that's something that is going to be unlikely to happen?
I don't think we're going to see it out of the guys at the front, but if you're kind of in that back of kind of back in class a little bit and you have room to experiment, maybe. But I honestly don't think you're going to see it out of the front, guys. It's probably going to be a gamble, if even that. But, I mean, a quad stint, Randy, that's a lot of laps. I honestly don't think they can do that.
Definitely is a lot of laps. And speaking of, we should be having, I think, pit stops relatively soon here for some of these classes, because they do start to get somewhat out of sync with the hour mark. Just kind of referencing the current lead in GT1 Highfield Court Motorsports, that's the 55. Their last pit stop seems to come somewhere around lap 91, so they're about midway through the stint. So we bring the new commentary team over, and we come in right in the middle of a fuel run, it seems, for most of your GT1 cars. Let's take a look at your GTS division, and actually pretty much same story, looking at Maximilian Weinig in the Pure Racing Team GTS car. Yeah, and actually, we might actually be expecting the new couple prototypes to come down here within about a lap's time. I think the teams that we're looking at to probably come down next lap. Thrustmaster Movano Racing, currently behind the wheel, is Jose Maria Lopez, and Friction Sim Sports Marcus Hamilton. So maybe look for pit stops to happen relatively shortly. Coanda getting themselves a little bit out of cycle, but still nearing the end of their stint as well, Alvin.
Yeah, it is definitely, and this is something that we start seeing now. Yeah, we are pretty much past the 6 hour now. So different strategies that all the teams that they have been working on, now it's when we really start how those strategies do affect where the teams are. We have seen Corsim Racing being able to consistently go one lap further, and now I think we're starting to see teams like Thrustmaster Movano also going those 13 laps as well as they come into the pits right now. Friction Simsport, they are also running 13 laps then. So this is kind of like they saw one team that can do it. So some teams are pretty much being forced to A, we either try to mirror their strategy and see how it works, or B, stick to our strategy, but we know that we have to push a little bit further.
You see up on the cameras right now, Jose Maria Lopez getting ready to stop in his box, and he gets it stopped. And let's see what's going to happen in terms of tire strategy here. Is Jose going to stay out? Is he going to get in, or is someone else going to get in? Will we see tires get taken on that machine? Looking back, let's keep an eye on Friction. They're currently exiting Porsche curves, and actually there is going to be a driver swap in that Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD. Tommaso Carlo going to be getting behind the wheel after Jose Maria Lopez is what looks like to be a triple stint. So seem to be running triples here for Movano, and because they're going to be doing a driver swap, expecting full tank, full tires. Friction Simsport, they currently hit the pit lane on the limiter, and here they come now. What'll be the strategy call from them?
I think we're just waiting to see right now. Hamilton on the limiter here, like you said, looking to find that pit box here. I think it's safe to say we could see a driver swap. I mean, most of the field's gone through a driver swap at this point in the race. I mean, like you said, Tommaso Carlo, that's a driver swap for them, and we're waiting to see. Are we going to see one here? Yes, we are. And swapping drivers right now, getting in that car is Frederick Evers, so he's going to take over the wheel of the Friction Simsport number 15 HPD. So they're waiting to head out right now, but yep, Randy, it looks like stint 3 is the magic stint for these guys to do the driver swap and head back out.
And that is definitely not a surprise there. 3 stints here, roughly about 45 minutes in the prototypes, and that comes out to a little under 3 hours, or excuse me, a little under 2 hours. So definitely a good time to cycle people out. Interesting note, amongst your top 3 in your prototype division, you got second and third place, brand new drivers coming on the same lap. Mac Backham is about 3/4 of the way through his first stint. So we're gonna have fresh drivers all the way through here. Looking down towards your GT1 fields, well, everything's pretty much spread out at this point. Alvin, I actually have a question for you, because I know that you being at Phoenix, what is the fuel usage that we've seen between Vet and Aston Martin? What do you think can go further there? Who do you think has the advantage maybe over the duration of the race?
Well, here's the main thing. It really does depend what your strategy is, really, and on a track like this, given that it's so long, it's not like it. Maybe trying to do one extra lap or more.
Alvin, I'm going to shift gears here for a moment, because Torque Freak Racing, Jake Robinson, the day's gone worse for them as they spun out heading through the Dunlop chicane. That was the 61 Aston Martin. Remember, they had contact. That was actually the vehicle that made contact with Kevin Siggy earlier on in the race. I believe it was either their car or one of their teammates, but I believe it was that car to be safe. Yeah, I believe so. But either way, Torque Freak Racing has not had a good day, and it only gets worse for Jake Robinson. The spin there, a lot of big-time damage on that right rear still.
Yeah, definitely not good for them, and a lot of rear damage, and definitely doesn't look like the car is driving healthy. The fact that you're spinning at a part of the racetrack should be relatively simple. Then again, I say that's where I put my car on the wall back in October. And really the bad part, I think, Cisco, for Torque Freak Racing is that Jake Robson, I think, had an opportunity to potentially reel in that number 54 machine of Team Chimera. Jamie Wilson's gotten in the car, and the car's kind of fallen off the pace a little bit from where it was. We saw it just a handful of laps ago get passed by Klaus Kivikas in the VRS Carrera Sport number 48. Definitely not a surprise to see Klaus putting people down, but Jamie, I know, is pushing out there relatively hard, but someone who I know drives very sensibly.
Yeah, absolutely. And coming up on Torque Freak right now is Diego Camuni in that Team GT. That's actually going to be for position because that car was involved in some incidents earlier on, so he's trying to make his way back through the field. So overall, Torque Freak's going to go from 17th to 18th once that HPD gets to them. But Torque Freak, I mean, they're up 9 positions, so it's not all bad, but definitely not the night they were looking for.
Definitely not, and it's also interesting to note that although they're up 9 positions, that includes, they started 26th. Roadmaster Movano, though, trouble for them. Tommaso Carlo coming through the Ford chicane, got a little bit of trouble getting that up on replay now, and Alvin, this is just getting a little bit greedy with the curbs through the second part of the chicane. He just kicked it up on that left-hand side, and those sausage curbs basically said no, spun that car all the way around, and he's actually probably going to have a slowdown with the way he had to get back onto that front straightaway. The car's back under power now and moving as he comes up under the Dunlop Bridge. But if you're Tommaso Carlo trying to reel in that VRS Carrera Sport number 1 machine, definitely not what you want to have happen.
Absolutely, and considering where we are in the race, yeah, you may start doing some things that perhaps you may not do on a shorter race or something like that. But given that they are trying to catch the number 1 VRS quality for, perhaps he's trying some things to see how the car behaves or things like that. Perhaps he's also, well, he pretty much got back in the car just a couple of minutes ago, so perhaps he's trying to get into the groove again. And let's not forget, these curves here and the prototype cars, sometimes they really don't get along, and considering how aero sensitive these cars are, I wouldn't be surprised if they got some damage here and there, that they may be now lacking a couple of APHs down the Mulsanne straight now.
That's definitely true, and we know that there's a couple prototypes out there currently fighting some undercarriage damage. In fact, I believe the 24 Chimera prototype at some point picked up a little bit of undercarriage damage. What did I miss?
More problems. Sorry to cut you off again. That was Team GT's HPD. They spun out trying to make it to pit road. I heard our director, Paul Smith, calling over the radio to us, so we'll take a look at that. But that was the number 21 HPD. They hit the gravel, spun the car out. We took a look at it on the replay. They're on pit road now, so not as nearly a serious incident as Thrustmaster Movano's spin, but 3 spins in the last couple minutes. Maybe the endurance starting to get to these guys who have been in the car, and sure enough, the driver change. Marco Archidiacono is going to get in the car for Team GT HBD. So driver swap there, but maybe kind of hitting the end of the energy there.
Yeah, so Marco Acidio Cano currently getting behind the wheel. We're also watching the fight between 9th and 10th out there on the racetrack in GTS. That's a close fight. That's between MSP Phoenix Racing number 83 and Pure Racing Team 2 of your Mercedes as they go down through the quick left-right chicane, getting ready to begin the run to Tetra Rouge, the run down the long Mulsanne Straight. Andres Almensberger and Alexander Thieb are the two drivers fighting. You see a third GTS car in line. That car is not for position. That's the Simitalk Esport car. They are one lap down from these two in front of them, Alvin. And Mac Backham coming through.
Yeah, and now coming through this Mulsanne Straight, perhaps this is the part in this racetrack where the cars will reach their highest top speed. And one good thing about this, and perhaps unlike any other real racetrack around the world, this part of the track, this is public roads. So there is some things in here that you may not see on your regular racetrack, like for example, what may look like a banking, but it's really called a crown. So you got that line in the middle of the track. That's pretty much the highest point of the track, and then the track kind of slopes down to the sides as it is. So you really have to be careful when you cross that crown, especially with cars that run this low. You don't want to bottom out those cars. It's really easy to do if you run the cars really low. So you also have to be really careful when crossing it. And perhaps the most important part, the shoulders also have a little bit more banking that you may think, and that's really not helpful if you're going all the way to the outside and then trying to do a turn in. It really feels like you're going off camber.
And what Alvin talks about with the crown of the racetrack here is because it's public roads, you could see it in the banking from the long shot when we look down the Mulsanne Straight. That kind of the middle of the road is raised up ever so slightly. That's to help rainwater actually wash off the track. But since this is a racetrack for these guys, like what Alvin was saying, you have to be careful with the splitter there. If you're running the car very low, you have to make sure you don't run over that. And of course, the way the car loads into the corners here, your weight transfer is gonna be a little bit different on one side versus the other. It is kind of like a mini banking.
Actually, talking about the crown of the road, this is still the stretch where Andres Almensberger is on is still also public roads, and actually this is one of the bigger parts of the racetrack. If you ever watch real racing at Le Mans, when they go through Indianapolis, you'll note that on the brakes, they go through the right-hand kink, and drivers always stay on driver's right. They never track out to the left. That's for two reasons. One, just adrenaline of the corner because you quickly follow up with the left-hander. It doesn't necessarily help. You actually do have that crowning effect, Cisco, when you come out of that right-hand kink. If you go over to the left-hand side, you're basically in a situation where the banking of the crown is actually helping the car turn to going to flat, to suddenly you're fighting against the banking of the road and can definitely upset the car. A lot of instances at that corner have been caused due to the crowning of the road there.
Yeah, now we're kind of on to the actual circuit part of the racetrack here, heading through the curves here up towards the Porsche curves and kind of through this last corner. Then you got the chicane back onto the front straightaway. But the kind of two different effects that you see from the racetrack, Randy. You have this kind of, it's permanent racetrack, part of the Bugatti circuit as well as the full Le Mans circuit. And then, of course, you have the public roads there. A little bit different. You through the sausage curve. This is where Movano had their problems, and Almensberger going to close in on Thieb there, the MSP Racing, and keeping an eye on that battle. And Almensberger has been in a battle for a little while here. Some different players in that battle, but continuing to try and soldier on is that PRT GT3. And as they head up towards the Dunlop chicane here, the kind of the second half of this permanent race course before we get back onto the public roads.
And Almensberger making a bit of a move there on Alexander Thieb, and he's going to get that job done through the Dunlop chicane, move that Pure Racing Team GT3 Mercedes up a spot, and very well executed move. He didn't really dive bomb Alexander there, but he kind of showed the nose on the left-hand side, really harassed the mirrors. Alexander saw that, I think was expecting that Almensberger might dedicate to the move, basically jumped out of the way, and well, that's one quick and easy way to pick up a spot, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, and it could have also been perhaps from what we were looking. There There could also be the possibility that Alexander may have picked a slowdown at one point while going through the chicanes, or perhaps
HBT,
going through.
Sorry to cut you off there, Alvin. They're nearly contact with the HBT, that Team GT car, trying to file through all that traffic. That was really close.
Yeah, it is, and you know that this is something that we have pretty much been experiencing since we were 30 minutes into the race. As soon as the first HPD came up to the rear of the GTS field, this is where you know that traffic is gonna be a factor from then all the way to the end of the race. And it's really interesting because on other tracks we usually see traffic becoming a factor 5-10 minutes into the race, depending on the length of the track. But here at Le Mans, given how long the track is, it really does take like 30 to 40 minutes to actually go all the way to the tail end of the slower traffic.
So as Alexander Thied comes out of the second chicane and down the final stretch of the Mulsanne, trying to reclose the gap onto Andre Salmonsberger, Florence Hungville doing a good job to just chill out behind, keeping track for their prototypes. Mac Backham currently working through Indianapolis, hard on the brakes and getting ready for that 90-degree left-hander. We're expecting, I think, that Coanda car down pretty much any time here, Cisco.
Yeah, and that Coanda car is going to hit pit road. We're waiting on them there. And, it's going to be close, and Randy, the strategy and side-by-side still going on with this battle. MSP Phoenix was able to close that gap back up, so they're not done yet, and Thebe is now going to get the inside line on that driver's right side of the track, and Randy, as they head up towards, I believe, what's going to be the second left-right. Salmonsberger, he was there, he just didn't have the run. No, actually, we are.
Yeah, back into Indianapolis they come, hard on the brakes and into the 90-degree left-hander. Almonsberger takes a bit more curb on the entrance, and the Phoenix car using a little bit more on the exit. Now into Arnage, this is all about mechanical grip, getting that car up to speed, and I have to say that MSP Phoenix car looks a little bit more settled working through Arnage, but definitely a good hard fight happening right here, and these guys might be saying, look, there's 17 and a half hours left of racing. We don't want to just give up a spot just yet, are they, Alvin? There's another prototype cycling through. That's actually Dennis Grabowski in the Pure Racing Team Black prototype. A little bit of an awkward moment there as they went into the entrance into Porsche cars. And actually, Grabowski flamboyantly through the entrance of Porsche cars. I think that car is fighting a bit of an aerotight situation.
Yes, it is, but as we talk about that, we have an incident going into the Porsche curves. It looks like Xavi Estella from Others Motorsports Samsung just had an incident here, spinning here in the Porsche curves and hard into the wall.
Which car number was that? The timer we got, but I don't know which car number it was.
Oh,
which
77. That's Odox. Okay. Yeah, oh, huge damage on that Audi R8, and we're going to get a replay here in a moment. But the 77 Odox Motorsports, that rear wing is toast. And that was, like Elvin said, we're trying to find it here. I'm trying to take a good look. That was through Porsche. It was the last part of it. And oh my goodness, just got the curb a little too aggressively, hit the grass, and backed that car straight into the concrete barrier. And big time damage on that car. They tried to get it back going. He had to do about a 5-point turn, backed it into the wall again. That's what caused even more damage. So that Odox Motorsports Samsung car, big times damage.
So very awkward moment for Xavi Estella as he gets that car finally down on a pit lane. But like you said, Cisco, likely terminal damage, I think, to that race car. And Alvin, you and I, we're a bit of endurance specialists. That kind of reminds me a lot of the Jan Magnussen incident from a couple years ago that happened in warm-up.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, when we're pretty much more than 6 hours into the race, 6.5 hours into this race, and you know, to have something like this happen, all the way into this part of the race, in a way, it's kind of frustrating for a team because you know you're trying to do your best. It's a 24-hour race, so in a way, you're kind of like, so you know, it's 24 hours. We don't have to push that hard. We can take it easy here and there, but then on the other hand, you don't also want to take it too easy that you lose time on track because you want to be in a good position by hour 20, hour 21. So you know you really want to take advantage of that as Corson Racing comes into the pits.
Yeah, this is Maxime Pauly in the Core Sim Racing prototype comes down for his scheduled pit stop. 12-lap stint it was from him, and this is why we're thinking that Mac Backham likely coming down the lane soon as well. Mac coming out of Arnage, gets around back marker racing, and he has another slower prototype in front. That's Dan Johnson in the Team Chimera car. Max currently logging lap number 12 of this stint. He started his run on lap number 5, currently working lap number 108, so it's the end of lap 12. Would be interesting to see here. Cisco, does he go for 13 or does he come down here? What we've seen all night for the most part, Coanda can only do 12.
I think it would definitely be in their interest if they could stretch that extra lap just so they can start saving a little bit of fuel. But if they keep coming down on 12, depending, I mean, this is going to be Backham's first stop, I believe, as him as the primary driver. We're going to have to see. Survey says, no, they can only do 12, so back them in. They're not going to stretch it, Randy, and not sure if that's because they can't or because they don't want to on the brakes. Great entry from Mac Backham there.
Well, actually, sorry to cut you off there, but I'm kind of looking at the lap times, and this is I think this is the first time I have seen a prototype car do a 14 lap stint here. So really interesting the strategy that they are into it now.
Who did a 14 lap stint?
Coanda.
No, they didn't. Max started on lap number 5, and his last lap was 97.
I got here that they started on lap, Mac Backham got on lap 95, and they are here into the pits now, so lap 108.
I don't know. Well, we'll have to review that, but I guess we'll keep it in the back memory books, but if they're trying, I wonder if there is a difference there, Randy. It could be because of the fact that Backham now is the primary driver. He might have been able to get a little more mileage out of it than what Kroenke was able to, but out of the pit stops goes the one right there. So we'll keep an eye on it for next time, Alvin, because if they can go 14, that's significantly longer than everyone else could. And that's a huge advantage for those guys. They come out in front of Sam Fitzpatrick. So oh, okay. So yeah, we'll get it sorted. But either way, the fuel stint we're assuming right now is 12 for VRS. But if they did pull 14, and it's gonna be really interesting, Randy.
It's definitely interesting right now watching a fight in your GTS division. This is between, well, actually they're on pit road. I'm sorry, this is Jan and Kuru coming down onto pit lane. I'm looking at GT3, unless it just changed over.
I believe.
Almondsberger and
yeah, that's yes dot and
Angel Sandfield.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, so they're coming out of Mulsanne. So this is Angel Sandfield and Lucas Jetstad. Sorry, a little bit of confusion about which cars they're supposed to be looking at, but as they come down Mulsanne, run down Indianapolis, Cisco, pretty much what we're seeing, similar to what we were seeing between Almondsberger earlier on. So now we have an Audi in the mix.
Yeah, now we have an Audi in the mix, and this is going to be different because we've seen a lot of Mercedes on Mercedes action towards the front of your GTS field here. First time we're really throwing in an Audi to battle with these guys, and I mean like actually battle, not just pass them and be on their way. So Simtorque Esport here kind of sitting back a little bit, and Almondsberger, meanwhile, has basically just been the man who just cannot, he keeps battling with absolutely everyone, so he's just, he can't really get much of a respite because every time he finishes one battle, he ends up being drawn into another. So PRT very busy in their GTS division, and this battle continuing with Thebe, and you gotta think PRT is starting to get a little sick of seeing Thebe every single lap as they have for like the last half hour now almost.
I think you're right, and especially because the way this fight's going between Almondsberger and Thebe is that every single time around the racetrack, they're almost swapping positions at least once, if not twice. However, I will say Thebe has done a good job of getting back around Almondsberger and really stretching a gap as they go on the brakes in the Mulsanne corner, and Almondsberger did a fantastic job closing up, but look at the run, Alvin, that Thebe is able to get exiting the Mulsanne. Just that slightly earlier braking means you get a better run, but Almondsberger basically says, hey, look, draft is a wonderful thing. I'm just going to close back up regardless.
Yeah, and it certainly is, and especially something interesting with these GTS cars here, the Mercedes and the Audi. We have seen pretty much the Audi be the dominant car throughout the whole Neo endurance series, and the Mercedes perhaps at some point kind of playing like second fiddle. And yes, we have seen some teams here and there trying to get the fight to the Audi teams and be there running in the front and trying to be a factor in this races. So with these two cars right now, as they run right now, I think they are doing a great job here. And right now, coming into the pits, we got the 95 and the number 72 as well.
More pit stop cycling through up and down your field here. The 95 and the 72 hit the pit lane. That is IRDK Endurance in the 95 and Thrustmaster Movano GTS in the 72. Two of your GT3 division cars, and basically box Cisco right next to each other. Edgel Sandfeld, though, taking the tire call, no tire call rather. He gets away first. Mario Bertattoli, I think actually no, I take that back. Going to be his second stint in this Audi.
Yeah, Sandfield heading out of pit road right now, and he's going to be exiting right before that battle that we've been watching between GTS. They're going to close in on him. He left right now. You saw on screen they were just heading through past the Michelin signs. There was that battle that we continue. Also, the Torque Freak Racing GT1 car back in action. George Gruber now behind the wheel of that car, so they're going to try and make up some as Movano's going to come off pit road and zoom. There goes by MSP Phoenix Racing. There goes Pure Racing Team, and Sim Torque Esport also passed as well. So Marlo oh man, butcher that name. The 72 car just exited.
So Marlo Bertolotti, as I'll actually take the challenge that Cisco gave up. He comes out, just goes into the quick downhill right-hander and into the left right here in just a second. Going to be about 3 seconds back, Alvin, from that battle up the road between MSP Phoenix and Pure Racing Team. We might have ourselves a three-way scrap here in just a few moments' time.
Yes, we should, however, MSP Phoenix Racing and Pure Racing Team GT3, they are right now running lap number 14 of their stint, so I think this should be their last lap here on this stint before they come into the pit. So as it stands right now, Mario Bertolotti and the Thrustmaster Movano shouldn't be that concerned about catching up. He will pretty much, I'm pretty sure she'll be able to overtake him once both of them come into the pits.
So likely more pit stop cycling through relatively soon. We talked about these guys a couple minutes ago, said they're basically swapping spots every single lap. Look who just got themselves back in front. Andres Almensberger, the leading GT1 car, also hit pit lane. Heinzfeld Core Motorsports, that's currently driven by Niles Koch, who's been in the car for about 20 laps. That's going to be about, actually no, it's been a lot longer than that. It's been about 50 or so laps out there on the racetrack, so about 3 or 4 stints for him. And driver swap coming in for your leaders. Alexander Voss getting in. Cisco, quadruple stints per drivers. That tells me quadruple stints per tires.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if at all if Core Motorsports is going to try the quadruple stint on tires. And the GTS leader also heading in as well. That's the PRT GTS. The other one that is in the field, that's the GTS labeled one. The other one's GT3, that's Almensberger. But the GTS is in, as is Stefan Jan, that Rennsport Online car. They're actually looks like a little bit of a swap there. Manuel Sudau behind the wheel of that car is heading off pit road right now. No, actually, he's still on the lane.
71 of Weinig exiting the pit lane now after his stop. The 97 Team RSO in the pit lane as well, as that was the second place running car. And let's see, when does SimRC come down? They're going to cycle to, actually no, I take that back. Looks like SimRC, Alvin, here going, actually no, they pit last time around, so I take that back. Heinfeld Core Motorsports doing a good job outpacing the likes of SimRC, Alvin, while still going further on gas.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of some of the fascinating strategies here that we have when it comes to fuel strategies. We have some teams that perhaps may be able to go one lap further than the others. Of course, here at Le Mans, it's just a little bit different because the lap here is really long. It's kind of just about 8 miles. So trying to push one extra lap, you really have to be confident that you can also do it, because it's not that easy to go that extra lap in here. So the fact that RaceSpotTV Core Motorsports can go that extra lap, it's really interesting to me, and also heads up to them that they can go that extra lap, because if you can do this consistently, one lap after one lap, I'm pretty sure it can be 1, perhaps 2 extra pit stops that you may be skipping as well.
Justin Hickman in the lane. getting his standard service done. That's Jurgen Frank actually getting out of that SimRC Crimson car. Currently running third out there on the racetrack. Evan Merrill, their teammate, cycling through the first chicane right now, keeping an eye. Actually, the leader of the prototype leader getting ready to cycle through as well. Then let's just tune back in with this fight between the 83 as well as the 81. Is actually they're both on pit lane together, Cisco.
It's a battle down pit road, as it were, between those guys. They just can't seem to leave each other, Randy, but continuing the battle down into the stalls here, trying to find a PRT, rolling into their stall. Thebe already in his. Also, Stefan Kopens in the Racing Lions GT1 car is in. That's the number 41. They're all and not having a great run for them, but a decent run nonetheless. So they're in as well to get some service to that car. They're 9th in class, and just waiting to see if this battle will continue in GTS. Thebe fuel going into that car, and the field takes long enough, Randy. Are these guys going to be able to change tires with as long as these guys are waiting on pit road for fuel?
No, they actually can.
And it looks like the MSP Phoenix car is going to leave pit road already. He's out of the stall. We're waiting to see when does PRT drop the jack and go. There it is, wheels in the air. And Andreas Almensberger, Alvin, they're heading straight off pit road. So this battle will continue. And I think they picked up just a second or two on Thebe on pit road.
It certainly is, and you know that this game of pit cycles here, you know, I leapfrog you now, you leapfrog me, you know, this is something that we will be seeing here, especially during this next 12 hours. And this is the part that, like I just mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, this is a really interesting part of this race, because these next 12 hours, it's pretty much kind of like, you may know for the first 6 hours what strategies may work, what strategies may not work. So perhaps now you start fiddling with your strategy, and perhaps, okay, can I go an extra lap now? What about if I pit a lap earlier? Traffic, because pretty much the whole field, it's all spread out. So you're not really racing the person that's in front of you necessarily. You may be racing the person that's 1-2 minutes ahead of you. So you really have to have your head down and figure out what you want right now and make a strategy, stick to it. With perhaps 4 hours to go, you will be in a good position, and perhaps you can fight for a win as well.
Scott McGarvey took over the SRN Motorsports orange car. He comes off pit road. A little bit of a swap between Brobanum Racing and themselves. That's a little bit further down, I believe, in your GTS. Oh, but battle right now, was it the 95, I believe? 85-95. They're going at it. And that's MSP Phoenix Racing. That's their other car. That's the Audi. And the 95 of IRDK Endurance, Sandfeld, who came off pit road not too long ago. So that's another battle in GTS. And GTS has just been on rare form tonight. Just all sorts of battling throughout your field. And this battle going to continue for these guys, and that, I believe, is going to be for 4th in class, so right off the podium. First step not on the podium for these guys, Randy, continuing to battle.
Yeah, absolutely right. They run down through the Porsche curves, and this is where it's going to be the most interesting watching these two cars work. Audi maybe being a little bit more trimmed out, just the engineering in that machine. Edgel Sandfold and the IRDK Endurance Mercedes. That Mercedes is pretty much a downforce powerhouse. Now as they go for the run down into the Ford chicane, likely a move not going to be done here. This part of the racetrack far too narrow. Quick left, quick right, and then another one. Quick left, quick right. Now you make the run back down towards your Dunlop chicane. Cross the start-finish line straight to me, Alvin. Actually looks like that Audi really gets on the throttle a lot better coming out of that final section of the racetrack. Audi generally is a little bit, well, physically it's a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter than that Mercedes is, but look at the way that Edgel Sandfold able to close on the brakes into the Dunlop chicane.
It is, and you know, this is where we start seeing the difference between both cars. You know, you have the Audi and you have the Mercedes. Two totally different cars that we have right now. Audi mid-engine car, pretty well balanced in terms of weight distribution. Perhaps it's lacking a little bit of straightaway speed as well. It can take the curves decently well, but you also have to be careful, because if you overdo it, you can definitely get the car really upset and spin it out. On the other hand, you got the Mercedes, and Randy, let's not, you know, there's no other way that to put it, that the Mercedes definitely, it's a powerhouse when it comes to top speed, and it's really hard. But being a front engine car, it can really eat those front tires, and you may start experiencing some understeer here and there. But also that downforce that it generates, it's good enough that it's kind of well balanced. You can take the curbs considerably harder than the Audi, but Randy, it's about top speed.
Yeah, and for those who may be curious, the Mercedes is somewhat in an interesting situation because on its standard gear ratio set, it actually isn't that quick in a straight line. However, you take it to the big long tracks like Daytona, tracks like Le Mans, you cycle in that taller gear ratio, and that gives it sixth gear just a little bit more revs to play with. And when this Mercedes, that gives it a little bit more torque than the other GT3 cars, makes it a lot better on these sorts of racetracks. Hard on the brakes in the second chicane. Edgel Sandfield, he closed up in the draft and he closed up on the brakes, but still not close enough to make a move yet. Cisco, I think just listening to the way that car is going down the straights, I actually think Edgel's just saving gas in the draft here. I don't think he really is planning on making a move on this Audi at all.
Yeah, he's been able to maintain a very similar gap on all the parts of the Mulsanne this time, so I think that's a pretty fair assumption. I think the Audi, it seems to be, from what I've seen, the Audi gets a little bit better on corner exit just because of the weight distribution of that car. It seems to get a little immediate grip, but like you said, the powerhouse motor of that AMG motor inside that Mercedes, it allows them just to have the horsepower edge kind of going down this long track. And keep in mind, Le Mans is a very power-heavy circuit because of all the straight lines. So Sandfield's able to keep up to the back end of the Audi. Slipstream also in full effect here as well, helping to kind of keep that car in play. And it's just going to be a case of Sandfeld, the Audi gets a little upset there going into Indianapolis as we head toward Arnage. Not too happy with that car that last couple complex, but Randy, I think you're right. I think Sandfeld's pretty content to just save gas because it might be able to help those guys out in a little bit longer run here. Considering the fact they're fourth on the podium, they're in a position where they could just be comfortable to, once they've dealt with this car and made a little bit of a gap, they can push and then try and get on that podium.
Lucas Chestad in the Audi, very scary loose to Indianapolis that last time by. And really, Alvin, if you're Edgel Sandfeld, what do you do? Because you want to sit behind, you're just, being relatively patient, maybe saving gas, not forcing anything, but you see that car that's getting that upset, does that maybe inspire you to try to get around him? That way you don't have an incident happen right in front of you?
Well, here's the thing. He has been now behind him now for pretty much a 1+ stint, as we had the VRS Koan, the Corvette, just right behind them. I'm pretty sure, well, he's coming into the pits right now, but, you may be trying to sit behind him, save some fuel. I really don't know what are the fuel numbers when it comes to the GTS class. I know that they can do 14 laps for sure. Now, the 15 laps, that is something that I think I haven't seen yet in this race as it stands right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if, hey, I'm running right behind them. Perhaps they know that they have enough fuel for 14, and perhaps the fuel for the 15 lap, it could be something that they need. Who knows? They may have enough fuel, but they need to save a little bit more here and there. And given that this is Le Mans, sometimes saving fuel, it's a little bit kind of difficult. I do remember when we did the last 24 hours of Le Mans, the public race from iRacing, I was running the 4GT, and Randy, if you remember, we were able to run no more than 11 laps, if I do remember correctly. So trying to run 12 laps was kind of like doing a ninja strategy, and I think I do remember one of my teammates tried it. He came almost with fumes coming into the pits, but he was able to do it. Kind of difficult, but possible.
Difficult and possible, and VRS Coanda just leaving pit road right now. Well, Alvin, you were telling that story. Klaus Kivikas brought it down pit road. That's your highest running Corvette. He came down pit road.
By a lot.
Yeah, by a lot. And I mean, Randy, I'll go to you on this one. The suspicion out there is that the Corvette, after that latest patch, people have been saying that, the Corvette's underpowered, the Corvette's overpowered. Talk about VRS Coando once again trying to show how fast that Corvette is. That's one of the cars I believe that's their preferred GT1 car. Klaus Kivikas trying to do everything he can for that GM power plant to try and get it up into a podium position.
I mean, it's sort of a tough one. I'm not really a GT1 guy, but that said, I could just tell looking at some of the names that are running around that VRS Coanda SimSport machine, and even looking at some of the names in the other Corvettes, that they should be a little bit higher up than they should. Coanda, I mean, Blancpain GT champions, and I'm not saying that SimRC and the likes of even Heinzfeld Core Motorsport are slouches, but I think there's a little bit more than just driver talent making up the pace difference between the 48 and the 55. And I mean, a perfect example is the 54 machine, actually. I mean, Team Chimera, I'm on that team. We qualified and we attempted to qualify for the Blancpain Endurance Series. In 3-hour races, Coanda was traditionally putting us laps down in that GT3 division. Here you see Jamie Wilson basically on the same stretch of the Mulsanne as the, or actually no, I take that back. They're basically a chicane away on this Mulsanne straightaway. I think that there's likely a pretty big disadvantage to that Corvette compared to the Aston Martin here in this Le Mans Aero Kit.
So you guys are slow is what you're saying?
I mean, we're slow. I mean, yeah, we're definitely slow, and I will say you could see that I am slow given our commentator cup race. Is the best person I could ever hope to really race with our director Paul Smith.
Yeah, and I was ahead of you guys in that, wasn't I?
Yeah, on the ovals.
And
congratulations,
at Homestead.
And I beat everybody.
We're not going to talk about the start of that race. That race was rendered invalid by lap 1, turn 1.
Oh, was it? Okay, says the person who set up the server. Okay, sure.
Yes, yes. I am equally bad on track as I am setting up servers. Arguably worse on track than I am setting up servers.
Well,
I'm even worse going down the gears, especially if I have to go to any gear lower than neutral.
that is true, Randy. I'm gonna give that one to you.
What about, was it R for race? Isn't that what the kids say nowadays?
Yeah.
R for race. But either way, getting back into the battle, Randy, Lucas Yestat and Igel Sandfeld. Sandfeld's still behind him. So I think you're pretty accurate on the fact that I think Sandfeld is just in cruise control and just using the draft of that Audi in front of him. Ate a little bit of a sausage curve there, but able to get some catch up on that and try and get back within sight of the draft of that Audi in front of him.
Yeah, I think Edgel's just basically in full-on cruise control mode. Edgel, very experienced driver in his own right in a lot of these GT races. Of course, one of the admins of your Neo Endurance Series, and he's been adminning for a long time. He's been racing for a long time, and Edgel's one of those guys who have not really seen do anything questionable for the most part over the duration that at least I've been racing around him, but still closely following the back end of Lucas Jesdat on the run up into Chateaurouge. And Alvin, strategies. When do we think we're going to see most of these GT3 cars pit? Talking about it, you were mentioning it during the Ford GT when Cisco took us somewhere talking about some of the other cars in VR's Kona Sport. These GT3 cars, they hold a little bit more fuel than the GT1 cars and the prototypes. You know, traditionally, we see the GT1 cars only doing about 40 to 45 minute races, stints, pretty much, you know, everywhere, universally, doesn't matter the track. Talking about the GT3 cars, usually only get to about an hour. Why do you think they're only doing about a lap or two more, only about 8 minutes extra on the run compared to the GT1 cars?
Well, Randy, there is that factor that they can carry more fuel indeed. While you have the GT cars, they can carry no more than 90 liters of fuel. We have these cars that they are carrying 150 and 120 liters of fuel, so that is significantly more fuel than their GT counterparts. Plus, we also have to consider there is a big difference in the generations that both cars were created, where we have the GT cars, the Aston Martin and the Corvette, that were created on perhaps one of the best eras of sports racing here. They were beautiful, powerful cars, but also, you know, given the regulations that they were built in, well, they were only limited to that amount of fuel. Where we have these GTS cars that are built to what are the GT3 regulations, so totally different regulations that we have. And when you combine those two, of course, there are many differences in them. Not only fuel, but we also have the electronic aids that both of them have. Yes, both of them run traction control, but that's pretty much about it, because the GT cars, no ABS, and you will have to be really careful on those brakes. GTS cars, they got ABS and you can push that brake pedal, and I'm pretty sure, Randy, there is no way that you can lock those tires.
One thing that's actually relatively interesting, though, Alvin, and I think makes these GT3 cars tricky around here in their own right, mention the fact they have ABS, and that definitely makes the cars a lot easier to drive. You can definitely push on the brakes a lot more to the limit. These cars do not have a Le Mans aero kit the way the prototype, the GT1, and the GT2 cars do. Because of that, for those who are kind of unaware, at Le Mans, you always want to get that rear wing as flat as you can. You want as much top end as you can possibly get. GT1s, GT2s, and the prototypes, they actually have an aero kit that pretty much lowers the aero on the car, and it actually makes it easier to get that wing flatter. Here in these GT3 cars, both the Audi and the Mercedes, you don't get that same aero kit. Because of that, especially through this section of the track, Alvin, as we're getting ready to go on board at the start of this lap actually with the 95, car can get very, very squirrely in the setup. It can be very difficult to get these cars set up to stay stable over the course of a long endurance style run.
Yeah, and it is. And also, another thing to consider, you also have the Le Mans aero kits, but also these cars, you cannot change the gear cluster pretty much. So it's a tall or standard. So that's pretty much about it compared to the GT1 cars. But now, how about this, Randy? Let's go fan immersion around car number 95.
So that is what an 8.5 mile, 13.6 kilometer lap around Circuit de la Sarthe looks like. It's the top of the hour here on RaceSpotTV. 7 hours of this motor race scored complete, and let's get a top of the hour update. Run down your top 5. Starting in the prototype division, things have been relatively quiet for the most part as strategy starts to run through. Virasco and Simsport continues to lead the way with a 52-second advantage over Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD. Tommaso Carla got in that car just a handful of minutes ago, and he was really our big mainstay of interest from that prototype field that last hour, getting a spin on at the end of his first lap. Been pretty much quiet the rest of the way through. Friction, Core, and Radicals make up the rest of that top 5. Going down to your GT1 division, Heinz Railcore Motorsports continues to lead the way over this Tim RC duo of Iris and Crimson in the 2nd and 3rd spot. Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT rounds out the 4th. Aston Martin in your top 5, and Virasco and Simsport waving the American flag here in the 5th position. Klaus Kivikas currently underway as he's getting passed by teammate Mac Backham on the Mulsanne. Now moving into GTS Pure Racing Team leading the way in this division, an Audi with a Mercedes currently making up the 2nd spot. That's Team RSO, currently Manuel Sadeo behind the wheel of that one. Then we have the battle that we've been watching for a while now. This is 3rd and 4th place in your GTS division. This is MSP Phoenix Racing number 85 and IRDK Endurance. 2 drivers that are currently fighting out basically for the entirety of that last stint are Edgel Sandfeld and Lucas Jedstad, with Team DFTBA in the 5th spot, actually not that far behind the duo of MSP and IRDK, about 10 seconds back. Back again, Paul Smith working the cameras, Cisco Scaramuza, Alvin Nieves, and Randy Chineth. And Cisco, I'm going to come to you. That was a pretty quiet 7th hour of motorsport.
Yeah, it was a pretty quiet hour, like you said. A couple incidents, couple spins. I think we saw 3 in succession, and that was kind of the end of some of the drivers' stints. But for the most part, this next opening is probably going to be pretty quiet, considering a bunch of new drivers. And outside of having to learn how the car is driving now, these guys plenty of energy here to soldier on into the night.
Alvin, you and I have a lot of experience doing these sorts of races. We've not only commentated, but we've driven in the 6-hour, 8-hour, 12-hour, 24-hour style events. When do you think we're going to start seeing a lot of the big, let's say, stressful moments here? I know traditionally in the Le Mans style events, somewhere around the 12-hour mark is where things can tend to get stressful. When do you think we might start seeing a little bit of the maybe fatigue start to wear on some of these drivers?
Well, Randy, here's the thing. You know that in real life, everybody has to go to the racetrack and everybody is under the same time zone. Up here, it's a totally different story because we have drivers from all over the world, different time zones. So that is the part that you get in the car and you're not in your natural time when you're supposed to be awake. That's when you start trying to get a little bit of fatigue here and there, and I'm pretty sure we will see we should start seeing this in around 2 hours time, where most of the teams that have European drivers are pretty much past midnight. So teams that have drivers in the US America's time zones are will be definitely more in their zone, you know. So it's pretty much, you know, more or less right now, it's good. 2 hours into it, we may start seeing some problems here and there.
So we were just keeping an eye on that the Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD. That's the number 3 machine driven by Tommaso Carla, as I misspeak there and drop a meme live on air. But Tommaso Carla, long pit stop for them, Cisco, minute 33 seconds. I actually think I know what this is. We saw Carla get into the curves through that Ford chicane just a handful of laps ago. Well, I mean at the other end of that first stint, spun it around. This prototype. No, not just the splitter. You can actually hurt the floorboards in this car. And the thing is that you can repair the splitter. You can't fix the floor. And I can guarantee you this isn't going to be the only car. Well, I know it's not the only car on the grid right now dealing with the problem. The Chimera 24 machine is fighting the same issue. They have a little bit of under tray damage, and they're about 2 to 3 kph off their top end. I think Tommaso Carla may have just gotten the same situation because that was a hard hit on the curb when he spun that car around.
And that's not really going to help that team. Right now, they're 2 spots down from where they started in second here. Corsom Racing have taken over that second spot, but for Movano, this is not a case you want to be worrying about right now, Randy, because at the end of the day, even if you do have that, there's not really a whole lot you're going to be able to do about it. I mean, make some changes and, you know, try and get the car the way you like it, but once you made those changes, you just kind of have to deal with how that car is going to handle. Welcome to your new reality for the next 17 hours. That's how that car is going to drive for the rest of this race, and whether you like it or not, that's going to be real unfortunate for those guys. Not much more repair that those guys, I would assume, are going to be able to do here.
The other thing that's definitely unfortunate for them, Alvin, is the fact that, well, that under-tray damage won't really hurt the way the car actually handles. That's going to hurt their top end, and that affects the car in 2 ways. 1, your lap times are going to be slower. 2, fuel consumption is going to go up.
It is, and when you consider, perhaps in terms of handling, you may not see a problem. Perhaps these prototype cars, most of the downforce, you know, it's generated by the wing splitter and the rear diffuser. Underbody, yes, it does play a factor, but the main factor is top speed. And on a circuit like here at Le Mans, every single APH that you can extract that from that car, it's at a premium. And the fact that you may be 3 or 4, you multiply that by the amount of strays that are here, we're talking about 3, maybe 4 seconds that you may be off pace. And also, when it comes to fuel consumption, if you are on a 13 lap stint, perhaps you can kiss that goodbye, because it may not be 13 laps anymore. You will have to do 12 laps because you are consuming a little bit more fuel than you used to.
Looking down now, back to your GTS field. This is the battle between 9th and 10th in class. Alexander Thieb, MSP Phoenix Racing number 83 machine, all over the back of Andres Almensberger as they go into the second chicane here on the Mulsanne. Do the quick right-hander, and now getting back up and coming onto the throttle as they're going to go back right up through the gears. Cisco, one of the best braking opportunities out here on the circuit is the run from the second chicane into the Mulsanne corner. Alexander Thieb's got to run. I think he's going to put this car down the inside.
I thought he was going to, but he just filed in the back right behind the 81. Could do it here. No, he's not going to do it. So I'm wondering if Thieb is taking a page out of the other GTS car that we saw in the field and just doing a little bit of drafting behind and trying to save a little bit of fuel, because that gap's going to open back up here. So maybe taking a page out of Sandfeld's book and just sitting behind for a little bit here. Good draft coming, maybe something into Indianapolis, but they're still too far away. And it seems like Thieb is maintaining that gap. He's not closing it in. He had a draft there and then just kind of slowed down a little bit.
That is pretty much the primary symptom to look for when trying to determine whether or not someone's saving fuel. Both these cars very, very clean in terms of damage. Not really a bent body panel anywhere on either of these two cars. Very likely Alexander Thieb is doing a little bit of fuel conservation here. But talking about fuel, Alvin, let's actually get a little bit scientific here. Simon Trindle, my teammate, giving me a little bit of information. They're having to do a little bit of math in that car. Track temperature is dropping at about 0.5 degree centigrade per hour, and it's making their fuel consumption go up. How do you think this might affect the strategy? He knows that most of the GT1 cars not able to hit 12 lap stints now.
Well, that's an interesting thing, because you will think that as the temperature goes down, especially the ambient temperature, the car runs cooler and it's able to be more efficient with fuel. Now, when it comes to track temperature, that's a little bit different, because what does that mean? Well, here is the good thing and the bad thing. Good thing is lower track temperature, you got more grip. Then you can do a little bit better things with the car. So perhaps you can get you can go on that throttle earlier than you used to do when the track was a little bit hotter. But because you can get on the throttle earlier, that means you spend more time on the throttle. More time on the throttle also means you will be spending more fuel. So that is part of the trade-off that we see here when it comes to strategy. Cooler track, yeah, perhaps you can do better times because you can get on the throttle earlier at the cost of more fuel consumption.
watching that 83 machine of Alexander Thied. Just had a very sketchy moment with Dennis Grabowski, the Pure Racing Team LMP black car. That car now coming up on his team car in the Mercedes as they come on the exit of Tetra Rouge, but through the downhill long right-hander, very scary moment. And Cisco Alexander Thied, he does not going to have any draft anymore on Almonsberger.
No, and I saw that. I nearly got spooked the same way you do. Grabowski just flew by in the PRT LMP, and Thied now is trying to close in, but you're absolutely right. He's too far back, so Thied going to have to push a little bit, see if he can make that gap back up. He did make up a gap pretty similar when they came off pit road, but all that fuel consumption is going to go down the drain if he can't catch up that PRT GT3 car.
Let's see. Let's just kind of hang out with them and see what they're able to do here, because this is one of the more interesting fights happening out there on the racetrack. Not a lot of traffic around them. Behind you have Jonathan Battel and the Phoenix Motorsports machine, who, after their hardware failure, getting themselves back out and running. Looking at the top speeds, looks like Pure Racing Team, actually, Cisco, been an advantage in the top end. Or excuse me, MSP Racing been an advantage in the top end, about 4 to 5 mile an hour quicker.
Yeah, and they're closing in here, Randy, so they are going to benefit from that draft. So I think that confirms everything we've been thinking about Thied. I think Thied is a little bit faster overall, and he's going to be able to send that draft. And yes, I was indeed first on the comment, so yes, I win.
Mine actually is first, and I'll screenshot it, because this is definitely weird. Mine appears,
and the comment
that's
section
fine.
says
That's
mine's
fine.
first.
That is fine. I'm just saying it's weird that it'd be first for you guys and not for me. I'm not saying there's a conspiracy. I'm just saying that YouTube needs to step their comment server game up. Oh, here comes Paul. It's not good when we bring the producer in.
Right, so for confirmation, between this little competition between Cisco and Randy, I am the person who's streaming this event, and I can confirm that Cisco's comment, oh, it could be different to speak today. Cisco's comment is indeed first on the chat on my screen.
And new RaceSpotTV champion.
I just got wrecked, so rip me, 2017.
Forza Randy.
Forza Randy. Looking on this battle, though,
Anyway,
Cisco,
back to the battle.
Thied done a great job. Suddenly he has all the draft in the world again.
Yeah, no, see, it took us arguing to get him back in the mood to close in the battle, but like you said, he was a couple mile an hour faster, so I think the aero clip on that car just working a little bit better for those guys. Close it in, they can just cruise behind PRT here, and yeah, just save a little bit of gas. They don't have to worry. I think we might see them step up if something happens to the drivers on the podium or something like that, or they're in the opportunity to gain another spot, because right here, they can basically control their destiny because they know they're faster. They don't have to push past the car and maybe focus on the race longer on. And yeah, that's absolutely the case. Coanda, oh yeah, I see what you're saying now. Coanda actually is going to come in here. We did see Phoenix, actually, their prototype hit pit road already. So, was it Phoenix, or it was Chimera, rather?
There's not
yeah,
a
it was
Phoenix.
Chimera's prototype. Sorry, I got your teams mixed up.
Listen,
Randy.
there hasn't
Rip
been an
me.
effective, there has not been an effective Phoenix prototype car in quite a long time, if ever.
But Chimera came in on their
No comment.
prototype. So, we're waiting. The prototypes who haven't pit yet is Fusion Racing, and then BRS Coanda and Core Sim Racing. Those are the prototypes, as well as SimRC.de Emerald. Those are the cars really in this battle here who still have to come down. SimRC.de Emerald, though, behind a lap here, so they're not really in the race right now.
Yeah, for those who are unaware, we were expecting Veras Coanda Simsport to come in, not this time by the pits, but likely last time. They did a 12-lap stint last time around, at least as it looked from my perspective, and if they stay true to that, it should be lap 121. If not, it'll be 13 for lap 122, potentially 2 laps away from now. They currently work themselves through Porsche curves and getting themselves around one of the 2 Sim RC Aston Martins, and then followed up by Scott McGarvey in the Arthur Motorsports Orange Mercedes. Let's go back now, check in with those GTS fights. Let's check in first with Edgel Sandfeld, still behind the MSP Phoenix Racing number 85 machine on the run into Indianapolis. That gap has pretty much stayed stable, but they say that closes up very nicely on the brakes, but that gap stretches back out, and from what we've seen, Edgel has absolutely no interest in pushing that issue. Looking a little bit further now down the order, back to the 81 and the 83. Almonsberger seemed to have been able to get himself a bit of clean air here with a Phoenix car in between, and actually, depending on where Mr. Lamont comes up on the inside here, I actually think he's going to get clear. He's going to say that if he wasn't clear by the time they got on the brakes into the second chicane, it's possible Alexander Thieb, Alvin, will be able to close in the distance there.
Yeah, it is, and you know, this is where we start seeing the difference between both cars, the GT and the GTS. If they were side by side, perhaps it would have been a little bit more risky for Jonathan Buttel and Phoenix Motorsports Corvette to try to go into braking because they got no ABS, whereas the Mercedes, they can leave the braking for a little bit later, and that could have been a little bit of problems going into the second chicane here, the Michelin chicane. So it was a good thing that he was able to get ahead of it, and considering the damage that the number 64 Corvette has right now, I'm really impressed that he can still maintain a decent top speed good enough so that he can clear the GTS cars.
Well, it's Mr. Lamar. Everyone knows iRacing gave JB 10 more horsepower at this racetrack. Like, that's just evident, isn't it, Cisco?
No comment.
No comment? Rip conspiracy theorizing as going into Indianapolis, Alexander Thieb not quite able to close on the back of that Pure Racing Team car through the quick little left-hander. And actually, Alvin, I think you might have a point because JB's top speed is somewhat hurt. It's definitely that GT1 Corvette isn't as quick as it should be. And because of that, that's giving Andres Almensberger a draft for a little bit more time. That Corvette should be a lot further up the road than it currently is from that PRT number 81.
And you are absolutely there, Randy. I saw this Corvette topping somewhere around 301 kph down the Mulsanne straight. So I'm pretty sure after that accident that they had at the first quarter of this race, they are pretty much down on top speed. But like I said, just good enough top speed that they can be ahead of the GTS cars. But definitely, this is just pride for the number 64, and especially when we talk about Jonathan Buttel and Le Mans, this is all about fun for him. He really doesn't care about finishing first. This is about fun for him, being able to be on the track that perhaps he loves the most, that he knows like the back of his hand. So he's just here for fun, just to log in laps, just to say, hey, I was part of this race.
Yeah, definitely right track that JB worked and waited a long time for, and worked very hard to actually help get it on the service. He is one of the people that helped this happen. So hats off, of course, to Mr. Jonathan Buttel, but still watching the battles happening behind him. Alexander Thieb's done a good job again to reel in the gap to Andres Alvensberger in that Pure Racing Team car. Keeping tabs on your leader, though, of Mac Backham. He's coming through the exit of Porsche Curves here, and let's see if my theory is right. I'm thinking he's going to come down here, this time by the pit lane. Let's see if he does. Pit exit on driver's right. Next time by.
Nope. I told you 14 laps.
So 14.
No, this is, what do you mean 14? 13.
This is
13 laps complete. He's going for 14 now.
You're wrong, Randy.
No,
You're wrong. Alvin's right.
No, he has done 13 laps. His pit in lap was lap 109. His first full trip around the racetrack was lap 110. This is going to be a 13 lap stint.
JRT is going to say 14, so that's what we're going with.
Okay.
Right, Alvin?
Yep. If you do the math, it's usually the last lap versus the last he started his stint, and you had to add one extra lap because of how the timing and scoring works. So yeah, it's gonna be 14 laps.
There you go.
Philip Stan says 14. So I get outvoted by Philip Stan.
And Philip Stan is racing for Coanda, so yeah.
This
is just Forza Randy tonight, isn't
Forza
it?
Randy.
But Mac Backham taking over the lead, and we're expecting him in, and I mean no one else around him for miles. So Coanda content, they could probably run a different field map if they wanted to try something crazy. But 2 minute 42 is the gap back to second place. So Mac Backham, I don't think he's sweating any bullets right now, Randy.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. He definitely he's got a 2-minute advantage, but got to think back to the last race, Alvin. They were at some point around the phase of this race at a disadvantage by 2 minutes to Friction Motorsports, and they managed to snag a win. They really can't rest easy yet.
Well, we go back to that race, and it was really an interesting race because Coanda came with two cars, and one one of the cars crashed earlier in the 24-hour race. So by that happening, well, they kind of ran into a plan B, and they had to kind of pull the drivers that were supposed to run in that car that crashed, but they haven't joined the server yet. So they went into the sister car, and I think that was the winning strategy for them, because if you think about it, with all the stuff that happened and the fact that they were able to get the fast drivers of that car that crashed into the sister car, the strategy that they pulled out and the win that they pulled out in that race, it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, definitely 100% right, as Max cycles through Indianapolis now and do the quick left-hander. Then on the quick run down to Renage. Let's check back in, though, with GT1 fights. Alexander Thieb in the Porsche curves all over the back of Andres Albensberger still. And through the second half of the Porsche curves. And Cisco, when do you think he's going to make the move? Because honestly, Thieb has generally looked a little bit less patient than Andres has. And actually, Andres pushes way wide. Albensberger might have a slowdown here. In fact, I think he does. If not, he's well off the pace. He moves over to driver's right, and Thieb gets on the brakes. So actually, maybe Thieb maybe running a little bit more patient than Albensberger as they work themselves into the Porsche game.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. The car in front of them is actually in the pit stall right now. The Shinya Mishimi sim racing car, the number 93. They're on pit road right now, as is your second place car in GT itself. SimRC.de Iris, they're in the pit stall as well. So pit stops coming up for all three drivers, or all three different classes here. It'll be a little bit crowded on pit road as the one car is in. Oh, and problems for Mike Young in the SRN Motorsports car, and he's stopped, I believe, in the Porsche curves.
And this is the exit of the Porsche curves. Let's see what happened to this 47 machine, and wow, that was an anticlimactic problems. He just
locked it up.
Yeah, that was really weird. That is really weird. He just sort of. Okay, so
maybe pedal lockup, perhaps?
Yeah, that kind of.
No. That was smoke when he locked up.
No, that sounds to me like. No, I'm pretty sure that has happened to me before, and it's really annoying. And it has to be with hardware as well. Sometimes the pedals do disconnect, and it could happen. And when you reconnect the pedals themselves, the throttle, brake, and clutch, they kind of all engage at the same time, and you have to depress and press again the throttle or brake to actually reset the whole system.
So definitely a very awkward moment. If you're Mike Young, that has to be a bit of a panic attack. And I was gonna be honest, when I heard Cisco say problems in Porsche curves, I was expecting there to basically be a car in orbit, and then that car just basically slid to a stop. Cisco, why are you leading me astray here, bud?
Because I saw a ton of smoke in the background. I was like, what on earth is going on? So I triggered my Rick Allen problems button there, and sadly, a little bit. I guess it's an unusual incident. Maybe not necessarily a spectacular incident, but an unusual incident nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely a very unusual incident. Mac Backham back out on the racetrack, comes down pit road, gets back out and cycling on the speedway pretty much without any uninhibited, we'll say. No problems there whatsoever. Should be expecting some of the other prototypes to come down in relatively soon as well, and actually probably expecting Alexander Voss in the Heinz-Feld Core Motors machine, probably expecting him the next several laps as well, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, and once again we go through strategies. You are running your stint, you are making sure that you can log in your laps, that you can hit the targets that are being set by your teammates. So now, as it stands right now, it's just a matter of you got a target, you hit it, come into the pit, rinse, repeat.
Alexander Voss decides not to come down pit road just yet, cycles his way through the first and then second part of your Ford chicane, hopping the curbs all the way around the circuit there. Well, actually, let's just go back to your fights that were happening down in class. Let's check in with Edgel Sandfeld. That gap, actually, Cisco has stretched out in favor of MSP Phoenix here the last couple laps. Edgel Sandfeld somewhat lost the back end of that Audi. He's not far away, and he's definitely close enough that he'll still be getting draft, but he's lost a couple tenths since we last checked in as the prototype cycles through. That's the Radicals car.
Yeah, that's Radicals coming through. They're going to be stuck behind that Audi now, but Sandfeld maybe Nah, I thought maybe you might be able to do something with the draft with the HPD, but no, the Audi going to move over to driver's left, and a little bit of a change of position, Randy?
Yeah, change of position between the 83 and the 81. Andre Salmonsberger in the 81 has gotten passed by Alexander Thief. So Alexander Thief picking up that spot, and back into the Ford chicane they come. Let's see, though, Cisco. Almonsberger has shown that he's patient, but he's also passed Thief a few times. Let's see what he chooses to do down this next run of the Mulsanne here in about a minute's time.
Well, Thief just hole-shotted the corner perfectly. He's getting a huge run on Almonsberger. So Almonsberger's, I'm assuming, going to wait until the Mulsanne to try something here, but past the start-finish line, Thief got an excellent corner exit, and down the inside, PRT GT3, he's right back into the shape of it. Turn 1, closed that gap in big time, but Thief pulling out once again on the hole shot car. So that car may be a little bit better on corner exit, but maybe the PRT car has a little bit more horsepower on the straightaways here. Kind of trade back and forth. We'll have to see as they make the final turn before the Mulsanne straight.
Almonsberger in that Pure Racing team number 81 just looks completely phenomenal on the braking up from turn 1 into corner number 2 at the Dunlop chicane. You think back about an hour ago when this fight really first started, we actually saw Andres actually get by Thief going into that chicane at one point, and there right there, the amount of time, Alvin, that he was able to close on the brakes into the Dunlop chicane, that was a lot of ground he made up there all in one fell swoop. That said, though, I think Cisco's right. Top end advantage goes a little bit to the number 83 machine. Though saying that, Andres actually lifted out of it about a brake marker and a half early. 81 machine out there saving fuel.
Yeah, it could also be saving fuel, but sometimes when you are running that close, it doesn't really make sense to also use the same braking point that you have been used to when you are running from, because you have to remember that you are running just a bit faster, so that braking point that you also use, that you are used to doing, it will definitely move just a little bit further back. So perhaps by lifting the throttle just a little bit, you can still use the same brake marker. And yes, like you just mentioned, Randy, that also translates into saving some fuel, because it may not be much. You know, you may be lifting 100 meters just before your braking point, but you do that over and over and over and over again. Perhaps not in this track being that long, but on shorter tracks, you can definitely save some fuel here.
Definitely right, as actually Andres Almonsberger still closing up on the brakes again down into the Mulsanne. So Cisco, I think you definitely got a good point to that PRT car. Looks very settled on the brakes here today. Let's see, what has Edgel Sandfeld been able to do in the meantime? Well, he's actually closed the gap up quite a bit as the 54 Chimera car goes through on the right-hand side into corner number 1, and they're just going to get single file through the chicane as probably nearing the end of this stint, Cisco for Edgel Sandfeld. Came in, and well, their first out lap was lap number 98, probably coming down here in about the next 2 to 3 laps.
And now that Jamie's kind of in the middle of this battle, it's going to space it out even more, I get the feeling, because they're hitting the Mulsanne now. I don't think Jamie's going to hold up that R8. They're going to catch him on the straight, so probably not going to be an issue. So I think for Sandfeld, just lost a little bit of the speed over the run, and I think he's just kind of losing touch at that point as Almonsberger continues to follow behind, and made up a little bit of a gap there, but not enough for Thief to really feel the pressure. And is Core Motorsports going to hit pit road right now?
Core Motorsports is Heinsberg Core Motorsports, and actually, nope, this is a scheduled stop. Never mind. I thought this came a little bit soon, but I'm just losing track of time here. This already been 30 minutes into this hour here. So Alexander Voss comes down for a standard stop, and Alvin, I'm thinking no driver swap. I'm thinking no tires.
Yeah, and pretty sure as it looks right now, it looks like Alexander Voss is gonna still be in the car. However, I'm going into 35 seconds, so I think that they may be changing tires here as well, because the stop is going. Yep, car is up, changing tires.
That's actually interesting to me, Cisco, because I know that you can definitely double and triple stint the tires in these cars. That said, Heinsberg Core Motorsports has a relatively sizable lead. But then again, is it so sizable? Because look at Leonardo Corti in the SimRC Iris car. Heinsberg Core Motorsports are only just now getting to pit lane exit. They're basically only going to be the distance to the front straightaway between them, maybe even a little bit less than that.
Maybe it's just a tactical gamble on their part. They had the lead and they figured we're a little bit faster on the older tires. If we get the newer tires, maybe we'll be a whole lot in front of them as everything cycles away. So maybe a little bit of a strategy gamble here at Voss and that whole Core Motorsports team thinking, hey, we might be able to get an advantage. We can afford to give up the time now because we'll still be in the lead and maybe try and make a little bit of time as the third place car in your GT field, rather. SimRC.de Crimson, Dustin Hickman is in pit road.
Hickman on the lane, one of the drivers we saw on Friday yesterday, involved in that RaceSpotTV primetime battle for the win, got spun off at the second chicane, although he was part of that 4-car scrap in the GT car division. Keeping an eye, though, on the top speeds by the looks of things. Heinfeld Core Motorsports getting up to speed a little bit better here than SimRC Iris, but actually maybe not quite so much. A little bit of draft for Leonardo Corti. And Alvin, what do you think of this strategy called by Heinfeld Core Motorsports to essentially come down and swap the tires out? Obviously getting themselves somewhat staggered from what Leonardo Corti and SimRC DE Iris are doing. They definitely would have skipped tires in their last stop given the amount of time they just made up, roughly about 30 seconds on the racetrack. Do you like that call?
Well, there's also something that perhaps we haven't talked about, and we know that it's standard procedure that whenever there's a new driver that comes in, you also change tires. Okay, so I'm looking here at the laps that they have run right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps there is a possibility that when Alexander Voss got into the car, they didn't change tires, and he went into the triple stint of that set. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happened, and at that point he said, well, you know, I'm done with these tires, I just need new tires.
I actually highly doubt that, because if you do a driver swap without tires, don't you actually lose time based on in their time where you're waiting for the actual pit stop timer to close up, Alvin? Just in terms of the driver swap, because generally fuel only takes about 20 seconds, and then it's about another 30 or so for tires. Driver swap takes 25, so I would think that surely if you're going to swap drivers, you're going to take tires.
Actually, no, because something that I've noticed, since they did the tires and fuel as separate operations for these GT cars, fuel now takes a little bit longer, so it takes around 30 seconds to actually do the fuel. So driver swap and fuel usually can take around the same time, but it's just that it makes more sense that if you're putting a new driver, you also put new tires, so he can get in a brand new car, essentially, not new, but you know, on a new setup, everything is relatively new for them, so he can get onto it and get the car, get those tires as fresh, and you know, you can start setting up fast laps. Whereas if you get in a car with worn tires, you gotta have a little bit of a mindset, okay, this is not gonna be as fresh as I used to be in practice, for example.
Big gaggle of traffic in front of Alexander Voss as he comes up behind the Pure Racing Team Mercedes of Andre Salmonsberger, who has lost a little bit of ground to the Phoenix car of Alexander Thieb just due to some of the traffic. Couple prototypes cycled through them through the Porsche curves, and that kind of divided the battle just a little bit. But that said, looks like that Alexander Voss likely going to get by Alexander Thieb on this run into turn number 1, Cisco. And for Alexander Thieb, that's really what you want to see, because that gives you an opportunity to break away. But that said, actually, that Mercedes gets enough grunt down the straightaway, he's actually going to catch him down into corner number 1, and that's going to cost Thieb a little bit of time, but actually not that much.
It cost
but
him
still,
a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, I think part of that's just the way Almonsberger is able to get into the Dunlop chicane. I think part of that was I don't think they lost that much time. I just think Almonsberger is able to gain that much time on the brakes up into 2.
Yeah, I think he is able to do that, and I think it kind of evened out because the VRS Coanda prototype of Mac Mackham also came through that battle as well, and I think that slowed down Almonsberger enough where he wasn't able to capitalize on the time he did make up. But you're absolutely right, the brakes into turn 2 for Almonsberger, and also at the head, at the top of the Mulsanne corner rather. I just think Almonsberger makes up so much time there. I just don't think he can do a whole lot with that.
It is definitely a difficult place to make moves happen. I mean, obviously you can make passes happen. We saw him do that earlier, make that move on the run up to the top of the hill and through the chicane. The problem is, like he said, very difficult to get close and to stay close there. Looks to me, though, like have pit stops separated. Yeah, I was going to say, I think pit stops have separated MSP and IRDK, so maybe expect a lot of these GT3 cars, Alvin, come down pit road in the next handful of laps.
Yeah, and we are pretty much getting close into that point that all the GTS cars are coming into the pits. Leader of the GTS field, the number 71, into the pits right now. Pure Racing Team GTS with Patrick Pichler into the pits. So I'm trying to see if right now putting fuel. Let's see if he decides to change tires in here. But we are getting close into that point and that all the GTS are coming as the number 97 also hitting the pit road right now.
Number 97 of Team RSO, that's Manuel Sandu. Second place in class, MSP Phoenix 85. That's Lucas Shedstad. Car that Edgel Sandfield was fighting with comes down pit lane. Edgel actually came down last time, and Edgel, big moment in Indianapolis. Doesn't get actually to the apex. If we can get a replay on board the number 95 machine from just now, Cisco, very squirrely down in Indianapolis, and that is a sort of part of the racetrack where you cannot play with fire there, otherwise you get burned. Edgel Sandfield got away with that one.
Oh, he got away. That was some Formula Drift almost through there. That was not at all what that team wanted. And Sandfeld, for all the cruising he was doing earlier on, comes to life. And Paul, looks like we have another incident. Oh, I think that's just Paul's reaction to the drifting by Sandfeld.
Paul's moaning at Edgel Sandfeld drifting, and Cisco, excuse me, thought we had another incident. Cisco, do you think IRDK stands for iRacing Drift Kings?
That could be. That could be. I mean, you know what DK stands for, right?
Yeah, Drift King. Or Donkey Kong. Yeah, those are the two options. We just went through several different DK references. Yeah, yeah, and the Draft Kings, the way that he was saving gas. Oh man. We are such terrible commentators, Cisco.
Yes, apparently we are, and Ash says we need a troll emoji now, so maybe we should someone should get to work on that.
And
you're right.
Just to add, I'm just here for the donuts.
And a monologue, because we enjoy your monologue.
There's nothing better than a good old Alvin monologue.
Oh yeah, sure.
So Edgel Sandfield staying back under power here after getting getting through that narrow miss, and actually, where did this big gap come from? Wasn't Lucas Jetstad out in front? Look at the gap that he now has in the 85 machine out, Cisco.
Yeah, that's a huge gap right now, Randy, but Almonsberger and Thebe, the battle continues. They're side by side on pit road.
So cycling down here on pit road speeds, let's see. I actually think we might see a driver swap from the number 83 car, and by the looks of things, is we going to? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just getting a little bit. Actually, yes, we are going to see a driver swap here. Andres Lycum gets into the number 83 machine. What about with Andres Almonsberger? How long has he been in the car? He's been in the car for a while as well. Doesn't look like to me, Alvin, these guys have any plan on swapping drivers just yet. I think if they don't take tires here, this gives Pure a chance to leap away relatively easily.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we have seen from Pure Racing Team, no matter if it's the prototype car, if it's the GT or the GTS car. This is a team that they can go for 4, maybe 5 hours straight on a stint, and that is something that we have seen from this team, not only in this race, but also in previous rounds of the Neo Endurance race, and also on the Road Warrior event. So the fact that Andreas Almonsberger still in the car really does not surprise me. Now, thing is strategy. What are they thinking about tires? And from the looks of it, it kind of seems like they are going for tires as well.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. A little bit of a safe call here by Andres Almonsberger and the rest of Pure Racing Team. And Andres Lycum coming up. And actually, Cisco, PRT holds the spot. Cisco?
And I have to reactivate my mic in order for things to actually happen. I was doing that so Paul didn't hear me clacking away on the keyboard there, because I know that's he doesn't enjoy when I do that over the microphone. Yeah, exactly. But wow, here we go. Phoenix, hello, goodbye, BRT, and That was really easy.
I'm going to say that was too easy. I'm going to say that was a strategy call for Andres Almensberger, because look how quickly Almensberger has gotten back up to speed since that weird little moment at the top of the hill. I think he just wants the draft here, Cisco, because that was, he broke at a part of the racetrack you would never have to. Actually, did he maybe catch a slowdown? He may have actually caught a slowdown. He was close to the end of the first chicane. It was tight.
I don't know, because that was so convenient, though. So, I mean, for that slowdown penalty, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll have to check in if some of the drivers come in later on. We can figure out Almensberger got a huge bite out of the curb, and that might be a slowdown, as he's going to lose even more time to Thebe.
Now, it doesn't seem to be a slowdown just yet, so definitely seems to be well for him. And actually, let's check in with IRDK and Lucas Jedstad. Yeah, that gap has pretty much stayed enormous. So I don't know.
I don't know. Let's check in with our official race steward here that we have, Alvin Nieves. Was that a slowdown penalty, or was that intentional?
No comment, because that is a penalty that iRacing enforces themselves, not us, so that is out of my hands.
Do you have another fight that's getting close out there on the racetrack? This is between Dustin Hickman and SimRC Crimson, as well as the 31 car of Simone Maria Marqueno. We talked about a couple times, Cisco, the race from last night, Friday primetime. Marqueno is actually the driver who was part of that race and very close to winning it. Actually, I think he finished second in that one. Very, very close to the back end of Dustin Hickman. And this is actually interesting. In the race yesterday, Cisco, we talked about the fact that Hickman got spun around at the second chicane. Marqueno's the one who spun him around.
Oh, and he's closing up to the back bumper of Hickman again, so... I know rivalries carry over in NASCAR. How about endurance racing?
Believe it or not, GT drivers can be just as childish at times.
Well, also, you do want to say hi out there to Mr. Jimmy B, who's joined us in the comment section. Hi, Jimmy.
Oh, God. We're not the most famous ones in the comment section anymore.
Yeah, anymore.
Someone get Empty Box to one-up Jimmy, please.
Please, or anyone. Maybe we can get Fabiano in here. He can out popular Broadbent with subs, right? Isn't that how it works?
I have no idea. I honestly do not know, but no, I'm usually not any help, to be honest. But still, this fight slowly closing up between Marceno and Hickman. Last time around, Hickman 2 seconds off the pace of that Thrustmaster Movano machine as they cycle themselves through the forward chicane here. And it's basically, Alvin, just separated by that chicane here. Not a very big gap at all. I'd wager about 2 seconds out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, on a 24-hour like this, on a 24-hour race like this, sometimes you get all these big gaps, and perhaps having this battle less than 2 seconds with Simone Maria Marqueno closing on Dustin Hickman, he's closing just a little by little. Last time around, that Movano car was around half a second faster than the number 33 SimRC.de Crimson. So I'm pretty sure, Randy, that give it another lap and we may see a good battle here as well.
I definitely think you're right. Lap times last time by for Dustin Hickman, 3 minutes 48.6. Simone Maria Marqueno, 3:46.3. So 2.5 seconds went the way of that Thrustmaster Movano machine as they worked themselves down the first stretch of the Mulsanne. But Cisco, Hickman has a draft. Marqueno not quite close enough.
Not quite close enough, but he's got him in the line of sight here. So Marqueno, he knows what to shoot for here, and he's not having to look at the standings anymore. He knows where that car is. Those again, that was a very interesting corner, and Marqueno's been counting up the curb hops, as it were. It seems like he's going over a few more than what we're seeing out of the SimRC.de Crimson car. Not sure if that's helping or hurting the car, but he is closing in nonetheless. And that gap continuing to expand ever so slightly down the straightaways here, but Marqueno still overall seems to be just a tick faster.
Actually, I want to actually reference something. Paul, do you have the pit stop times from these last two cars, the 31 and the 33?
coming on commentary for this. So the 33 car pit stop time was a 53.1 second pit stop, whereas the 31 car was a 50.3 second pit stop. So
interesting.
So Thrustmaster Movano, and they are gaining on them. Looking on board at the moment from the roof of the car, they are gaining on them now into Mulsanne corner, and really this is going to get very interesting very quickly here.
Yes, as Paul slips back into the darkness of the production room. I was actually going to imply there, Alvin, that I think Simone may have been on new tires, whereas SimRC may have been on a double stint here, and that could explain the pace difference. But they're basically, pit stop times were close enough that the only difference would probably likely be fuel. So Marceno is just flat out outpacing Hickman.
Yeah, it is. And to also point out about the difference in strategies. Right now, the difference in strategies per stint for the number 33 and the number 31 is 2 laps. Dustin Hickman is right now working lap number 4 of their stint, while Simone Maria is working lap number 6 of their stint. So there's a difference in stints here. So I wouldn't be surprised. I know that perhaps 2 laps of fuel may not sound like much of a difference, but on a track like Le Mans, given the fuel consumption, 2 laps of fuel, we may be talking about good, safe 10 to 15 liters of fuel that your car is lighter. So it could be a little bit of a difference. Not much, but it does help.
So this fight is basically closed right up, as Alvin's prediction was pretty much exactly correct. Give it about a lap, we'll have ourselves a fight on our hands. A little bit less than a lap, and Marceno all over the back of Dustin Hickman as they come out of the Porsche curves on the quick run down to the Ford chicanes. And actually, let's see what that lap car is going to do, because Stephen McGarvey, Cisco, going to be looking in the mirrors. He's going to see Hickman, going to see Marceno. If he watched that race yesterday, he's going to know that he needs to steer clear as they come across the start-finish line, separated by tenths at the most.
Can we cue the Titanic or the Jaws music here? Titanic music.
Titanic music.
What? That song makes everything better.
What?
Oh, you don't know me.
God.
Okay, never mind.
Much like Titanic, RaceSpot is just a sinking ship, I think, at this juncture.
Well, how about we play the Jaws theme, because Marcano is there, and at this point, it's just held up here. And if you're simrc.de, what's going through your mind here? You've been sitting behind that lap car for a while here, Randy. You know you have to make the move soon, or I'm not going to say that something might happen, but theoretically something might happen.
Well, this is going to be the first opportunity that something might happen as they come onto the first stretch of the Mulsanne. Unfortunately for Simone Marceno, Hickman in front has the draft from that lap car, but Hickman is either saving gas or that car is damaged and doesn't have the top end. Hickman goes to the left side of the racetrack and Marceno puts it in the middle. Is he going to be close enough? He gets the overlap, gets well alongside and hard on the brakes, and the rivalry from yesterday, it might be carrying over, but they played relatively nice with a prototype cycling through as well. That's Thomas Lorenz in the Core Sim Racing prototype. And, well, Alvin, that prototype made it a little bit easy for Marceno. Look at the gap that he has now to Hickman behind. Pretty much a well-orchestrated move by the Movano driver.
Yeah, it is. And, going back to yesterday's battle between Dustin Hickman and Simone Maria Marceno, there's a difference when you have a 60-minute race, 1 hour race versus 24 hours, because 60 minutes, there's really not much time left to actually make your moves. Unlike here, we have 16 hours to go. So we still have plenty of racing to go here, that perhaps that move Dustin Hickman said, you know what, take it now. I'll let you go by. I still have plenty of time to go. There's plenty of strategy to play around. I'll catch you up later.
Something else we need to take note of, SimRC, they aren't out of the woods just yet, as being talked about on our broadcast. Cisco, look at the top 2 cars. Last time by the times are very close. Hinesfield Core Motorsports actually stretched out the gap. But if you look over the past stint or so, SimRC Iris has actually been doing a good job of reeling in Hinesfield Core Motorsports. We saw that tire strategy come through. I think, though, if you're Hinesfield Core Motorsports, the fact that you just took tires, you need to be quicker than SimRC Iris than you are right now, especially the fact that they skipped. Now I think if you're Core Motorsports, you sort of put yourself in a bubble, maybe in a box in terms of your strategy. You have to double stint this set. If you're Iris, you can possibly put on a fresh pair of boots simply because you have that flexibility that Core really doesn't have at the moment.
And Frederick Evers in the Friction Sim Sport car lost it kind of coming on to pit road here. I don't know if we'll get a replay, but took a little bit of a gravel excursion. Okay, it wasn't too bad. I don't think we need the replay. He locked it up a little bit of a drift into the gravel pit, but nothing too big there. But like you said, it's a very interesting box that they put themselves in, Randy, because we thought it was odd when they came down and changed tires. They lost a ton of gap here, and the way the stints might work out, it's going to hurt them again, potentially. So I really don't know, because it was an out-of-the-box call that one time, and once again, it's just a case where I don't get the pit call. I really don't.
I really don't see it either, but first we need to talk about the things that are really important. Alvin, you're going to dinner in 10 minutes. What's for dinner?
Well, I guess I have some chicken with yuca, so I'm pretty sure I will be relatively satisfied after this race. And considering that Randy, you and I still have plenty of race to go around here, I think that we need to get a good hearty meal here so that we can go around, because hey, it's 24 hours, so it's gonna be a long race.
Yeah, you're definitely right. For those that are curious, I think Alvin's queued up for about 6 hours on air, and then I'm going to be queued up, I think, for 8 to 10, depending on what I get bullied into doing. But keeping an eye on this battle. Leonardo Corti still trying to reel in Alexander Voss, and I think he's brought the gap down a little bit here as comes out of the Mulsanne, and just actually, I think somewhere down the Mulsanne, Alexander Voss would have had to help get past a Mercedes. That's SRN Motorsports Orange is Corey Davis. Gap out on the racetrack, I think. Last time when they came through was about 10 seconds, and I think Cisco is likely come down this time by.
Yeah, it's coming down again, so that battle closing in, Randy. So I don't know. This is going to be. This is. I just don't get the pit call for the 55. I don't get it.
You don't get it? I honestly don't either. It makes sense in some respects, but it doesn't in others. In one sense, they had the lead that allowed them to get the new fresh set of tires, maybe put them on the same cycle of Iris, but at the same point, even if you put yourself on the same cycle, all it does is cut down the gap as Leonardo Corti. Bit of a close moment there with Corey Davis through the first part of the Porsche curve, but here he comes out and around now. That may have cost him a little bit of time, but while that's happening, well, Alexander Voss held up behind a Mercedes of Manuel Sudo, Team RSO, on the exit of Porsche curves, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, and you know, pretty much great battles here that we are starting to see here, and this is pretty much as a result of how the pit strategies do work here in a 24-hour race. And this is some, you know, one of the interesting things of this type of race. Just because you have the person, just because you are racing the person in front of you, doesn't mean that this is gonna be the battle that you're gonna be locked on for the rest of the race. Perhaps this could be a temporary battle that you are racing right now, given not only by the strategy that you are working, but also the drivers that are on the car right now, because this is something that also we have to take into consideration in these type of races. You have 2, 3, maybe 4, up to 5 drivers here, and Neo, you could have up to 7 drivers per car. So as a result, you may have fast drivers and slow drivers, and how you put those drivers into the stints and when you put them in, that really does make a difference, because it can really play a factor on who's fast versus who's slow, and also not everybody can handle traffic the same way as, say, for example, a fast driver can be really fast but may not be that good managing traffic. Or sometimes we have somebody that is not really into multi-class racing and was just brought in to actually help the team itself.
Definitely right, as Leonardo Corti comes out of the second chicane and down the middle stretch of the Mulsanne straightaway, just checking out the rest of the field. Everything's pretty much spread out here. Another fight. Which was that you say, Paul? 31 and the 33 is still close out there on the racetrack. That is between Movano and Crimson, and actually that gap is closed. I think Hickman brought that gap back down just a little bit here this last time around. And up into corner number 1 is where they're going to come. Hard braking zone into corner number 1 and into corner number 2, Cisco, and see Amonsberg in the GTS car is able to close up. Hickman not able to do the same on Marceno. And I'm all by myself.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Cisco will be back. He's just getting his next. Yeah, so you know, because given how long the race is, he's getting his stuff in before he comes back. So yeah, Paul, go ahead.
It seems to me that we're obsessed with food on RaceSpot. I mean, earlier we had Will talking about his chicken that he was having. I had lovely grilled chicken with roast potatoes and some peas and carrots for my my lunch, and then for my dinner I had a nice margarita pizza. So that was nice. But yeah, everyone seems to think that we're obsessed with food here at RaceSpot.
Well, I mean, you don't get the physique of the average RaceSpot commentator without liking a bit of food.
Well, I mean, we can always throw it to Cisco now. Cisco, what is your dinner of choice tonight?
Well, he's a college student, so it's probably going to be ramen with broken hopes and dreams.
No, that was lunch, Randy. Actually, for dinner, I've got some Hostess donuts and a bag of Cheetos.
Like I said, you have to work hard to get the physique of the average RaceSpot commentator.
But the funny thing is, it's now storming in Indy, so I just had to run through a rainstorm to go and get this. So, rip me.
Well, that's good. That's definitely good. But as Leonardo Corti, he's making the run down quickly into the Ford chicane, and as that number 34 Aston Martin gets on the brakes and goes down the gears, it's the top of the hour. That means it's break time for us. Enjoy one lap of RaceSpotTV fan immersion as Leonardo Corti tries to reel in the 55 Heinzfield Core Motorsports car driven by Alexander Voss. And as the epic music cues itself back in, hope you enjoyed the lap on board with Leonardo Corti as we get to the top of the hour here. And let's take you down our RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive field walkthrough. VRS Commander Sinsport currently still leads the way in prototype. Matt Backham just stretching the gap every single cycle around the racetrack. Core Sim Racing, Thomas Arenz in the second spot. Thrustmaster Movano third, with Friction Racing and Radical rounding out your top 5. Moving down to GT1, Alexander Voss continues to lead the way, but not by a very large margin, as SimRC DE Iris, driven by Leonardo Corti, has slowly been reeling him in. Thrustmaster Movano has recently taken away the third spot from the second SimRC car of Crimson. Fifth car in classes. VRS Quinn of Sinsport still the only real competitive Corvette out there. Next Corvette is actually 4 spots down, Sim Racing for Holland, who's a further 1 lap back from Coanda. So really Coanda the only car really on their lap in terms of a Corvette. Chimera, Torque Freak, and SRN all on the same lap behind. Moving down to GTS, Patrick Pichler and Pure Racing Team continues to lead the way. Relatively quiet race from them thus far, with TMRSO in the second spot. IRDK and Edgel Sandfield, part of a big battle earlier on in this race, but that gap due to pit stop strategy really has spread out. Team DFTBA currently runs in fourth, with MSP Phoenix Racing number 85. That's Lucas Jetstad in the car that Edgel was fighting with. So things have pretty much calmed down, basically down to a 2-man team here. Paul's still working the cameras, and he'll cut in when we're memeing sufficiently, but it's still mostly Cisco Scaramuza and Randy Chineth here. And Cisco, that was again another relatively quiet hour of racing. Bit more action than the first for us though.
Yeah, a bit more action, and we have this continuing developing battle between the leaders of your GT class. You got SimRC. They're trying to track down, that Iris car is trying to track down Alexander Voss, who currently leads that class for Heisen Velcor Motorsports. And then the kind of developing battle between Hellenic Racing NES and SRN Motorsports and Corey Davis, which we'll take a look at right now. That's starting to get a little bit close here, and those guys a little bit further down, but they're closing in. And then, of course, the comers and goers we've seen all day. And Igel Sandfeld, who's now the drift master of Le Mans, he's kind of run on his own. He's gotten past Lucas Yestad there. And then the continuing battle between PRT and MSP is, once again, they're still going at it. It's been almost an hour and a half, almost 2 hours now, Randy, and they still haven't left each other.
Yeah, we still have 2 very close fights out there on the racetrack that are still happening and developing. First, of course, with that Pure Racing Team car at MSP Phoenix Racing number 83. They currently work themselves after the Dunlop chicane, work themselves through the quick left-right on the run towards Tetra Rouge. The other big battle we really have to watch, third place in class for your GT1 division. That's Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT, Simone Maria Marqueno, currently getting chased back down by Dustin Hickman. We saw a handful of laps ago Marqueno actually make the run and get by, but he's not been able to clear Hickman ever since getting that job done, Cisco, and still potentially a little bad blood from yesterday potentially creeping through. Hasn't popped up just yet, and I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't pop up. I think these guys are going to race more than sensibly, given the fact that we have 16 hours of racing left in this event, but still very close fight with what may be a relatively new and brewing rivalry.
Yeah, and definitely a combustible rivalry as we saw yesterday, but these guys, a lot of class shown, a lot of space being given from what we've seen at the moment, but Hickman on the back bumper as we continue to watch this to see when we can get the conspiracy theorist hats on and get out the ring announcers.
61 and the 47 are close out there on the racetrack. Torque Freak Racing as well as SRN Motorsports, and actually this is very close in relation to the fight just up the road for the GT3 cars. Excuse me, I take that back, for the GT1 cars. Not on the same lap, they're a lap behind, but they're only about 100 yards or so back, Cisco, from the fight for third place on the racetrack. This is George Gruber and Torque Freak Racing car, and Stephen McGarvey in the SRN Motorsports car as they work themselves through the Porsche curves. That Torque Freak Racing car, been a rough race. We saw them have a spin about 90 minutes ago up by the Dunlop chicane, and actually George very loose on the exit of Porsche curves through that lap last long right-hander, gets it back underneath them relatively nicely, and back going as Stephen McGarvey closes the gap due to the momentum.
Yeah, McGarvey has made up a ton of time, and I think that damage really hurting that Aston Martin of George Gruber right now through the final turn here, and relatively pretty flat for Stephen McGarvey. Gruber ate the curb a little bit more there. I think McGarvey's just going to get the edge as soon as they head on the Mulsanne here, though, Randy, and I think that'll be done and dusted. And Friction prototypes and Core's prototype as well going at it, so that's a little bit of a battle as well. That's P3 in the prototype class.
This is definitely a big fight here between Core and Friction as they cycle themselves through a Corvette. That's Craig Williams and the Team Bushfink car they just cycled through. And actually, I was going to say, okay, so Core just came out of the pits here, so this is going to be a bit of a false flag battle here, Cisco, because Friction still owes us a stop, right? Actually, no, they've only been out of this. They've just pit 4 laps ago, so they're a little bit off cycle, but still about 8 to 9 laps away from their next stop. Tony Repsard, though, we suddenly have a fight across all 3 classes.
Yeah, this is pretty cool to see the HBDs heading through the first chicane on the Mulsanne right now. They're going to come out of it, and Friction's actually going to lose a little bit of time on that corner exit there. So we'll keep an eye on them. That gap, though, pretty big for right now. So let's take a look at your GT1 battle for the moment, because those guys actually split at the moment by an HBD, I believe the 21 car.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's actually George Gruber. He just in GT1, Stephen McGarvey was able to get that spot made up and passed. I was looking down at the lower end spot. Actually, I think George Gruber just kind of let him have it there through the second chicane, or excuse me, through the first chicane. Maybe caught a slowdown, but Torque Freak Racing, they fall back a spot. Stephen McGarvey gets that position.
Yeah, and McGarvey, easy peasy job done. I think Gruber knew, considering the damage, he wasn't going to have much. But I believe, Paul, we were looking at the pit stops there, and you have some numbers for us.
Yeah, so in that prototype battle for 3rd place then, you've got Core Sim Racing, who only did a 32.7 second stop just now, and then about 4 laps ago, Friction with a 1 minute 5.2 second pit stop. So really a big long pit stops, obviously change of driver and tyres involved in that one. Possibly a little bit of a penalty as well, maybe a speeding penalty, something on that as well, as we've got the 2nd placed GT car coming in. That's the Iris, who are into pit road and into their pit stall now.
That's going to separate this lead battle out as Leonardo Corti comes down onto the pit lane. That was actually a relatively short stint from him. Got in the car on lap 115. Last completed lap was 126. He'll come out on lap 127. Heinzville Core Motorsports. How long has it been for them? Well, they came down the pit road on lap 117. So a couple of laps earlier is what it was for SimRC Iris, Cisco.
Yeah, and SimRC Iris now leaving the pit stall here, going to come out
I think
right.
That's no tires.
Yeah, that looked like no tires. They're going to come up right in front of Scimitar Esport right there. They're going to pull into their stall, so that's a GTS car in. Meanwhile, Cordy out and away. Open track around him, so the first car he's probably going to come upon there is Corey Davis in that SRN Motorsports orange car. And apart from that, pretty chill out on track around Cordy for the moment.
Yeah, and that's definitely what you want to see when you come out of the pit lane here, especially on an old set of tires doing a double, maybe even a triple stint. Actually, no, it's going to be a double because that was his first stint in the car, so it's 100% going to be a double stint. But that makes things really, really nice for sure for him. Going to be able to get those tires back up to temperature a little bit, work the run out of Tetra Rouge, and get the car really hauling down the Mulsanne straightaway. Question, Cisco, what do you do now if you're Heinzville Core Motorsports? You just took tires at the last stop, which almost tells me that they're somewhat unconfident on older sets of rubber. Now you either take tires if you feel you're not as good on a double stint and you drop back a spot, give up the lead, or you have to risk it.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, I think it's a case where they might just have to risk it. I would feel like they'd want to be similar. Yeah, we do have an interview waiting. We'll get to that in a moment, but I feel like you kind of are going to try and keep the similar stint there unless you did that to be unpredictable. I would think they'd want to be on a similar stop as SimRC so they could gauge that gap a little bit easier, but I don't know. It's up to that team, and they already threw us off once here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we expect it again out of that Heinzville Core I can't talk today. Heisevelt Core Motorsports car. Eating
Yeah,
too
you
many
definitely.
donuts.
Yes,
It's a problem.
yes, I know that feel. But we're actually going to go to a quick interview, actually, with Mr. Shinya Mishimi here. And actually, Cisco, what team do you think Shinya Mishimi is involved with?
I just don't know, but if only his name was on the team to know which team he was a part of.
Yeah, so Shinya now joining us. And Shinya, Krasmir Presnicki currently in the car, currently on the run up into the first chicane. Me and Cisco have really only been in the booth for a couple hours, and it seems to have been a quiet race for you through that stretch. How was the first 6 hours for that group?
Hey guys, yeah, the first 6 hours was a bit more eventful than I had wanted. We originally had the plan of just kind of running our own race until the final few hours, but unfortunately we had some issues early in both Enzo's and Philip's stint and picked up a bit of damage. But now we're kind of just consolidating what we can and picking up as many points as possible.
Now, talking about this race in particular, we've seen a lot of interesting strategy calls, particularly from your GT1 and your prototype fields. The GT3 field got itself relatively spread out through amongst most of the parties, so it's a little bit hard to gauge what's happening there. GT1 cars, though, have definitely felt like that they're game to triple, maybe even push a quadruple stint on the rubber. How does that Audi GT3 car really, how does that feel on the tires in terms of maybe double or even triple stinting a set?
So yeah, in testing, we actually initially we were planning on doing doubles for sure, and at a certain point I kind of felt pretty comfortable trying a triple, did it, and found some gains from it. It seemed like for the first stint at least, a lot of people were just double stinting. I think us and IRDK are the only two ones that have been triple stinting every single stint, and it seems like a lot of people have tried to follow suit since then.
Now, one of the big talking points, especially with these GT3 cars, the fact that they're Blancpain GT, really the Blancpain GT Pro Series World Championship cars that are used, balanced performance is a big talking point. We saw the new tire build come in, and the BOP got somewhat shaken up. I know that traditionally the balanced performance, especially at a big track like Le Mans, generally favored the Mercedes for the top end. That said, currently have an Audi leading the way, though granted is followed then by 3 Mercedes immediately. How's the BOP from your perspective between that mid-engine Audi and that front-end engine SLS? Yeah,
so like you said, the BOP is maybe a bit better for the Mercedes here. We kind of knew that going into the season. It seems like their gearing is better to get up to the top speed. They can get basically to their max velocity without any draft. That being said, yeah, the Mercedes definitely picked up a bit with the new tires and the new build, but I think the Audi is still definitely strong. They're a lot closer than they were before, though.
Well, thanks for joining us, Shinya, and feel free to join us here in a little bit. Before we let you go, any shout-outs, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the guys. They've been working hard for the past few weeks trying to get ready for this race. Unfortunately, we're kind of on the back foot now, but it's still looking good. We've had the strategy figured out, which was nice. And yeah, I just have to thank our partners with JRT and Octane Visual.
All right, well, good luck to you, Shinya, through the rest of the run. Hopefully we hear some more good news from you guys through the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Cisco, we got some big news. Leaders are on pit road. Friction Motorsports also on pit road. Most importantly, though, for VRS Commando SimSport, your brand new 2016 world champion. He's in the pit lane, he's in the car, and now he's leaving. So driver swap for the number 1. Martin Kroenke gets behind the wheel.
Yeah, it's time to release the Kroenke round 2 here as he's retaken the wheel from that car, and he's actually going to come out right behind his teammate David Williams in VRS's Corvette operation. Probably going to be the easiest pass he's going to make all day. A little bit of team communication. David just says, "Hey, buddy, let me give that room to you." It's that HBD. He is flying and actually trying to run away a little bit from Jack Keithley in the Team Chimera HBD, and VRS trying to open up that gap and continue the great lead they've already been able to form on these guys. 2 minutes 45 is currently the gap that I'm seeing between first and second overall.
Cisco, I'm going to cut in here because I apologize. Tony Repsard in Friction Motorsports, or Friction SimSport rather, he's on pit lane. This was your, I think, 3rd place or 4th place running car at this time. Tony Repsard, he's been on pit lane for 2 minutes, and that stint was only 6 laps. They're currently leaving now, but something very, very bad has happened to Friction SimSport.
I don't know, Randy. That's a very odd coincidence here. Maybe we'll find out what happened to that team, but either way, they were in the position. I believe they were in the battle with Core Sim Racing at one point, but throw all that out the window. They have to make up all the time here, so bit of a snafu there for Friction Sim Sport, and we'll just have to wait and see if we can find out what happened.
Core Motorsports also coming down on pit road, so this is definitely interesting as well. I believe this should be a GT1's car.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're talking about the Heinzville
know.
Core Motorsports GT1 car comes down on pit road. We're talking about the woes of the friction car, Cisco, and the fact that they were racing with the Core prototype. Then our producer says in our ear, the Core car's on pit road.
Did you get Core mixed up again?
Well, yeah, especially because, well, you kind of said it. They were involved in a battle. The thing I was going to go and check is Alexander Voss gets the green, and I think he's going to be rolling away Son's tires. Yes, he is, because he will hold on to the lead. It's going to be close, though, and I think Iris may have actually getting an opportunity to really close up the gap. Yes, he will, as they're going to be coming up at full click up into corner number 1 with Alexander Voss basically slow all the way up the run into the Dunlop chicane. Now the fight for your GT1 lead, only about 2 to 3 seconds out the racetrack. But the thing I was curious of, whether or not anything happened to that Core Sim Racing prototype, because that would then maybe say that there's an incident between the prototypes. That said, the fact that Thomas Aren's still out there cycling, actually very close moment just now with the Corvette on the run into Tetra Rouge, but he's still out there, still looking clean on the racetrack. Probably no contact happened.
Yeah, and this whole incident with the 55 coming down, changing tires, they stayed out now, so I'm gonna assume that that maybe was strategic in some way, shape, or form to those guys. We still don't see it up in the booth. All we see is Leonardo Corti has closed up on Alexander Voss here, and he's got fresh tires. So I'm still befuddled by what Core Motorsports, what they had going on in the garage area to make that change. I'm almost wondering, Randy, do you think that was accidental?
Maybe, but at the same point, Heinzville Core Motorsports, think about that group, the domination they ditched out in the VLN series, the amount of talent on that team in general, the way they were able to run through that Blancpain GT World Championship, really getting put on the back foot early due to what happened at Silverstone, and then to come out strong and finish second place in that championship, basically almost forcing it to a tiebreaker with Coanda SimSport, but which they would have lost, unfortunately, but still very, very good season from their part. I don't think Core would make a rookie mistake like that.
I don't think they would either, but we don't have an explanation for that still. And unless they've timed this out to the rest of the race and it's going to work out better in the long run, I don't see any benefits for them right now, Randy. I really don't.
I don't know. If there's someone from Heinzville Core Motorsport in the chat or listening,
can you please tell us?
come give us some words. We definitely are interested to hear what you have to say. That said, Alexander Voss doing a good job taking advantage of that Corvette in front of him. That's actually the third place Corvette, so this is going to be the top two, getting ready to put the third place car a lap down here at Cisco. So that's that's a pretty good, actually no, I take that back. But yeah, the way the class system works is trolling me here. So I take that back. That's the third Corvette in the Corvette class. Still, seeing those three lights on the right-hand side confused me.
Yeah, that car is actually 10th in class, so that's
it's 10th in the GT1, but with the way
it's
10th
10th in GT1. That's
what
we'll roll with.
Yeah, the way they have to put the servers up, they're actually technically in their own separate classes. They're racing against one another, but if you look on the sim, Marcel Offerman is going to have those three lights along the right-hand side. He is your Corvette side. But
that is true, Randy. But if you had Joe Real Timing, the official timing software of LSR TV, you could see which class is which cars are part of which class.
Yeah, but this is an LSR
I know
TV.
I said LSR TV.
Listen, you don't just get to promo yourselves on our product. What do you think this is?
I think this is Neo Endurance and Alvin's at dinner.
Yes, this is.
I made Paul laugh, so that means I have sway over him.
It's so easy to Paul laugh.
Once again.
It's so easy to make Paul laugh. All you have to do is say something like mittens, and Paul would just like start giggling uncontrollably.
I did want to
I'm
ask
just
Paul.
going to come into this at this point and say I refute that allegation there, Mr. Chenov, that I would giggle at anything. A lot of things, yes, but not everything.
This is true.
Anyway, Cisco, you're about to ask me something.
I was going to ask you something because Alvin mentioned he's having chicken with Yuka. Now, you and I know a little bit about Yuka. Referring to our excursions in some other games here, but how long? I mean, you're going to be calling it late here tonight. You're up for a while here, and we got a chance to talk to Hugo. We didn't get a chance to talk to you. So, Paul, talk about kind of what you're going to be doing behind the scenes here.
Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is I'm directing this portion of the stream, so these 6 hours.
He's making sure I stay relatively calm.
And we all know what a difficult task that is. But yeah, it's working here, just making sure that everything's running smoothly, that everything's okay on the stream, that our audio levels are nice and pretty same. I think I'm running a little bit quiet actually. I'm just going to turn myself up there a bit. There we go.
Please don't.
And yeah, so basically, I'm keeping an eye on everything. I've got my timing screen up here, so I'm basically looking at what's going on track as well with everybody. So currently got the SimRC.de Crimson car, Dustin Hickman, just finished a pit stop. He's coming out, but we're keeping an eye on the lead battle in your GT class here. But yeah, I'm running things for this 6 hours. I'll be finishing, due to the wonders of British summertime coming in over the night, I'll be finishing at 4 a.m. At which point I then have to decide whether I stay up and watch the Australian Grand Prix or get a little nap, set about 5 million alarms, and wake up for the Grand Prix because I have to record a podcast with a certain Mr. Johnny Simon after the race. So it's a busy old day for me today.
Something we need to talk about as we bring our focus back to the race. Cisco and Paul, one of our 2-car scraps has turned into a 3-car scrap. Andres and Almensberger and Andres Lycum, they have a new car for company. That's Boslav and the Gathering of Tweakers number 99 machine.
Yeah, and also joining in the battle just for the moment is the Radicals Online HPD of Paul Ilbrink. He's going to try and make his way through there in the final chicane right here. So he's going to pass up Slobe in that Gathering of Tweakers number 99. So he's going to pass up those guys. But yeah, the continuing battle between MSP Phoenix and Pure Racing Team itself has gotten a little bit bigger in terms of gap on track, but it's still keeping an eye on each other. And now you have this other car in the midst of this battle here, Randy. I believe that was due to pit stops, has kind of worked out in the way where the GOT car is kind of in the midst of this. So a little bit of an expanded battle, and they have someone else to race.
I was going to say, can I just come in here and just say that
no.
I'm going to anyway, I'll mute you. I have the power, that's a dangerous thing. These 3 guys, so Pure Racing Team, Gathering Tweakers, GTS, and MSP Phoenix Racing, they're all on the same strategy at the moment here. They all pitted on the same lap last time. So this is a genuine battle for position here in your GTS field as they're going down the first part of the Mulsanne Straight. Keep an eye on that. We're also keeping an eye on that lead battle in GT as well. So really, all of a sudden we're getting a lot of action here, guys, and we see it time and again in endurance events. We saw it all the time in VLN last season, in the Gathering Tweakers and also the Neo Endurance Series this season as well. You have that ebb and flow of where there's a little bit of quiet periods, and then it just all seems to come together and get lots of excitement. And these 3 running together are certainly they're pushing each other to try and just maybe look after a bit of fuel, but also they want positions as well.
Talking about real quick, our GT1 fight, Leonardo Corti coming out of Tetra Rouge, he just ran the knife edge. He came very close to picking himself up a slowdown coming onto the Mulsanne. Luckily, he did not, so that battle's going to stay close.
I was just going to say, Almensberger, he continues to try. He gets a really good run on the Mulsanne there. He's able to open up a gap ever so slightly, and I feel like he's probably the best straight line car out of all the cars here, and definitely the best on the brakes, as we're going to see into the Mulsanne here. Yeah, I mean, he has a really good corner entry, but the problem is I think the whole shot I think MSP has a little bit better of a hole shot out of the corner and can get on the power a little bit better, but they've just been losing time. A different driver in that car now for MSP, so maybe a little bit different of a driving style, Randy. But going back to it, I think Paul, you've heard the 2-man power trip. I think Paul's the 1-man power trip.
Definitely think you're right, as we're rejoined by Alvin Nieves here in a few moments. But still, this 3-way scrap on the run down into Indianapolis through the right-hand kink, into the left-hand kink, pretty much all single file. Alvin, how was dinner?
Dinner was great. I have to say, I was really. Yep.
Actually, Alvin, I'm going to jump in here as we have a change for position and a change of lead in your GT1 division. Leonardo Cordy and SimRC DE Iris has gotten the move done on Alexander Voss and Heinzville Core Motorsports. This happened on the run out of the second chicane and happened well before even the braking point going into the Mulsanne corner, but moves SimRC to the point in GT1, Alvin.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic move there by Leonardo Cordy and SimRC.de number 34 Aston Martin, taking the lead from the number 55. Pretty sure 55, he's been leading pretty much this whole race, so perhaps trying to get a taste of how second place looks like, but he can also start playing some strategy here as well, perhaps saving some fuel here and there. Who knows?
Who knows indeed, but if you're Alexander Voss and Heinzville Core Motorsports, that's going to be something you're not going to be happy about at all. Gap is still very close now as they go down the run and get ready to finish the run into the Porsche curves, and Alexander Voss lifts out of that throttle just a little bit earlier than the SimRC car does. So Alvin, I think you're absolutely right. Think he's saving gas, but Alvin, just so you're aware, what we've been watching since you've been gone in the past 30 minutes or so, Heinzville Core and SimRC Iris, they had their strategy calls and basically came through. Seems that favor has shifted in the way of Iris, of course, given the fact that they now have the race lead. Looking down in GT3, what was a 2-car scrap has become a 3-car scrap. Pure Racing Team and MSP Phoenix, as well as Gathering Tweakers as a new car introduced in that battle, and that's a genuine 3-car scrap for position. All are on the same strategy, all pit on the same lap last time by.
Well, yeah, and just like you guys know, I've been, just because I was gone doesn't mean I wasn't following the action, because, well, it's always great to watch you guys here on RaceSpotTV. So I just took one of my many screens. I took my phone, took it with me for dinner, and I was watching pretty much this whole race. So what's been happening since I've been gone? Yeah, it's been fantastic racing here. Many pits up, many pit strategies being called. Now we have SimRC.de Iris in front. Really interested in seeing how Core Motorsports respond to this, not only in terms of pace, but also in terms of strategy as well.
So Alvin, the man of many screens, able to follow the action even when not at his PC. Lead battle for GT1 exiting Tetra Rouge and on the Mulsanne straight now. They have a lap car of Christian Challoner and the Blackadder Motorsports Corvette in front of them, and as they begin the run down into the first chicane, I don't think that Leonardo Cordy is going to be able to get there, but Cisco, Cordy stretched out a bit of a gap over Voss, and with the way the traffic's working out, they have a Corvette in front of them, and then immediately you have Simon Trendell in the Team Chimera number 54 machine. Pretty much the entirety of the next 1 to 2 laps, Cordy's going to have a draft. Voss won't be able to just reel him in.
No, he won't, and Cordy probably has a little bit more of a stronger draft because of that lap down car here, Christian Challoner. He's going to move to the right side of the track. Cordy's going to cross over that crown on the left side. Job done back in front, and will lead that group into the second chicane. A little bit of a lockup there for the SimRC.de Iris car of Cordy, and Cordy going to power out of the corner now, and Voss continues to lose a little bit of time there, Randy, and maybe Cordy can begin to breathe now that Alvin's been gone.
Maybe he can. Alexander Voss goes to driver's right on the run down into Mulsanne corner, and hard on the brakes he goes, and he's going to close the gap ever so slightly to that SimRC Aston Martin out in front, and now the run begins down into Indianapolis. And actually, Alvin, I think this is going to shift in the way somewhat for Alexander Voss. That Chimera car is a little bit too far away for SimRC to be getting much of a draft off of.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think this is playing into the hands of Core Motorsports here, and Alexander Voss trying to get a little bit of a draft here from the Blackadder Motorsports. That will save just a little bit more fuel, and SimRC.de I think he may benefit just a little bit of having some clean air. I think this is something that he has been looking for in a while now, and now that he has that clean air, I think he can do the lap time that he is looking for. So not necessarily a bad thing for Leonardo Corti to be in the front and clean air, but yeah, having also draft can also help you a bit when it comes to the strategy as well.
While we watch this battle, we're actually going to be joined by one of the drivers of that number 54 machine just in front of this lead battle. Jamie, you just got out of that 54 machine. How's that car doing out on track at the moment?
Hello, apologies if I'm people's left ear only.
You're not. Not for me, anyways.
Good stuff. Thanks for dragging me up here immediately as I get up against my wall.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we're just kind of plodding on, to be honest. The car feels amazing the longer you drive it, which is bizarre considering that at the start of, well, since the build, you know, it's been a real struggle to get this car sorted out, and we've managed it, it appears. Yeah, we're kind of calculating all the championship positions as we go. It's not very exciting in that sense, but yeah, it's all good.
Speaking about the fact that that car feels amazing to drive, we've seen some interesting strategy calls come from SimRC and from Alexander Voss and Heinz Core Motorsports, two cars pretty much directly behind you on track right now, not for position but physically. What do you think the strategy is going to be as the lead GTS car actually comes in? What's been your perspective on the strategy? Double stints pretty much seem like there's something you can do 100%. Triple stints, what's the answer there? Maybe even a quad?
We think that quads are actually what's happening generally across the top end of the field, at least. I just did a triple. Simon is now in for a quad. Danny did a quad before me. The car just, for some reason, gets faster and faster and faster and faster and faster. It doesn't matter what the tyre wear is, really. In terms of strategies from other teams, at the start of the race we were looking around and seeing people doing quads and that kind of thing. To be honest, we've taken our eyes off of them a little bit. We're just kind of focusing on our own thing. So we're not 100% on the wider picture that you guys have been looking at, to be honest.
And talking about that Chimera prototype, how are Ben, Jack, Josh, and Dan letting us down for this one?
That's a loaded question, isn't it? Well, how would you be doing if you were in there?
Well, I would have pitched it in the wall in turn one and then basically would have gotten memed on through a Twitch VOD that I couldn't find reverse gear.
Yeah, no, the 24 has a small amount of damage, so it's not a huge amount. It's a bit of a top speed loss, but if anything, it's actually assisting the balance of the corners, strangely. So Jack's quite comfortable despite that kind of setback. Yeah, Dan did a particularly good job. Dan and Josh are our sort of two drivers brought in for the kind of the end of the season with this race as their kind of focus. And Dan drove around, no issues, 0 incidents. He's got a really bad headache, so he did so well considering. And he's on the pace. It's rewarding to have someone progress that much and be put right in the deep end and do really well. Josh should be doing the same. He's not in until near the end of the race, but yeah, it's all positive. We've had some really kind of negative experiences in the last couple of months in the air race. We've had some bad. Yeah, we've had some a bit of a bad run recently, and this is so far, touch wood, going rather well.
Well, thanks for joining us, Jamie. I know it wasn't for your will, or it was against your will, rather. Note that 99 picked up a spot and then lost it. We'll talk about that in a second. Before you go, any shout-outs, anyone you'd like to thank, and any words of wisdom to the people in the comment section?
Yeah, I've heard Simon talking about the comment section, actually, while I was in the car.
Yeah, I timed him out at one point.
Yeah, he said that, actually. That's abuse, and you know it. No, obviously thanks to the team, I say that every time. Thanks to RaceSpot, thanks to Neo, all of the obvious things there. In terms of words of wisdom, I have one, and it is Gronk.
Thanks for joining us, Jamie, and I'd let you get a bit of a goodbye message, and you're going to have to find your way back down to the Chimera channel. Lead in GT1 has changed hands again. A lot of pressure coming from Hinesfield Core Motorsports through the Porsche curves, and well, Leonardo Corti, he put the car too far on driver's right on the exit of Porsche curves, got himself a slowdown, so now Hinesfield Core Motorsports back to the point. Corti very close behind. Simon Trendell actually in the Chimera car behind. We were talking with his teammate Jamie Wilson. Actually ended up being a bit of that little kerfuffle through the Ford chicane for the fact that Corti, Cisco, he had to serve that penalty, and he basically backed right up. Getting a replay of that incident now.
Yeah, and one incident, I mean, that puts MRC.DE back in the position they were in earlier. I'm taking a look at it right now. Just a slight slip up, and that's all it was. And okay, there we go. Now I'm getting a look at it, and that was through Porsche curves here, and waiting to see what happened. But while that was happening, that battle that we continue to watch in GT3, they came down on pit road, and I believe they're leaving right now. And yep, just a little bit of an error, just wrong apex, and Hinesfield Core Motorsports, they took advantage of it, and that battle for in GT3, PRT continues to lead that. As we mentioned, the 99 got ahead of them for a little bit, but now it's all shuffled again because MSP is taking the middle spot. So another shuffle in this three-way battle for GT3.
Yeah, all sorts of fights up and down the road here. We're looking down, I think, at the GT3 fight between Gathering and Tweakers, Pure Racing Team, and MSP Phoenix. Like Cisco just said, big swap of positions as MSP put themselves up into that middle car, and now setting their sights on Lars Conrad and Andres Lycum, trying to reel in that gap behind, but Bas Lab not letting them get away. And actually, Alvin, I think that Gathering a Tweakers car, I think it might be the quickest in a straight line here. Boss is lifting out of the throttle, and he is 100% saving fuel going into this first chicane. 100, like, it's pretty much obvious that he was. However, I think that Gathering a Tweakers car looks very, very quick down these long straights of the Mulsanne.
Yeah, and I gotta say that Bas Love definitely looks very comfortable in that 99 Gathering of Tweakers Mercedes AMG. So I'm pretty sure that at this point, we saw that he was involved in this. He has been both in this battle now for a while. He was able to gain a couple of positions on the number 83 and number 81, but at this point they decided that perhaps it's better to stay behind. And you know, this safe fuel strategy that we have been talking throughout this whole broadcast, that it's not only being shown in the prototypes in GTs, but also in the GTS class as well.
So as Leonardo Corti begins to continuing to reel in Alexander Voss, I actually think Cisco Alexander, he's gotten that position back, and he's actually done a fantastic job being able to maintain and stretch a gap over the 34.
Yeah, and the gap between them right now, it's kind of steady. I thought Corti might be able to catch them up because we saw him do it earlier. Maybe Voss just decided, hey, now I got to get on the pedal here, stop conserving, and hit that loud pedal and get back that lead from the 34. But it's kind of stable for the moment here, so I think it's going to be a mistake out of one of those two as we were continuing to watch the battle for GT3. That's GT1 traffic who just went through there from those guys here, but that is just a battle royale. That was the Team Bushfink Racing red car of Craig Williams went through those three, and they just can't leave each other, Randy, and this is going to turn into, before we had two cars who couldn't leave each other, now we have three, and I think these guys are going to be seeing each other for the next couple hours.
I definitely think you're right. The fact that you have three cars that seem to be all equally paced on a racetrack with so much room to draft, and basically all cars pretty much on identical strategies here. Not going to be a fight that gets itself separated. Another fight, that's the GT1 fight, for sure not going to get itself separated out as well. But right now, Alexander Voss doing a good job trying to stretch the gap there. Alvin, this is getting difficult having to jump back and forth between two battles that are happening at the same time.
Well, if you think it's difficult jumping in two battles, I'm gonna add a third one. So how about number 31 and number 33, Trustmaster Mivano GT and SimRC.de Crimson, coming right now into Indianapolis, having to battle some traffic as well. There was an HPD right in front of them, and they got another GT car just right behind them as they head through Arnage.
Dustin Hickman very deep on the brakes into Arnage, and this is going to favor the number 31 car of Simone Marceno, because Marceno got the car slowed up perfectly, got to the apex, was able to drive off. Hickman, he locked the brakes up, missed the apex, and he gave Marceno about 3 to 4 early car lengths, able to fight with it back because that is a long run into the Porsche curve, but still very, very tight. Paul, you're already yawning, and it's not even that late yet. Man, get it together.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's quite warm in here as we've got to change position once again. Alexander Voss and Leonardo Corti have swapped positions again in that GT field. So plenty of action going on throughout this field. It's really, I mean, the thing that people sort of miss about broadcasting is we've got to prioritise where we look and where are the important battles. And yeah, you can have some really good battles for sort of like 10th, 11th or whatever.
Are you
like
telling
that,
us to just focus on the GT1 lead
well,
and
no,
the back door
it's
away?
just, no, it's not at all. It's just that there was a change of position at that with that battle at the front. So we've got to keep an eye on that because that is for the overall lead of that class. So we have to prioritise things, is what I'm trying to say here on broadcasts. And unfortunately, it does mean that occasionally we do sort of maybe have to just step away from a close battle. And at the moment, Alexander Voss just backing off going into Indianapolis for the time being, so definitely trying to just maybe save a little bit of fuel once again, maybe just playing the long game here, not trying to rush back past again, because these two, they've been just switching places for the last 2 hours, 3 hours.
Did anyone else just see Leonardo Corti lock up on the exit of Arnage? Did anyone else see that?
I will double check. No, you're seeing things. That might have been gravel. Oh, no, he did. It wasn't a lockup per se, but the right front was smoking.
That was
all
weird.
right, add that to the list of stuff we haven't seen before. First we had double pedal lockup, and now we have this. So, but going back to that, I think I am. Oh, hello, Jack Keithley. He's gonna go around that battle right there. But like I said, I think Paul. Oh, never mind. I keep trying to get to this point, but it's not gonna happen. Alexander Voss now closes in on the back bumper and going for the Earnhardt Intimidate through the rearview mirror approach to trying to pass that car in front of him.
You don't really see a move going through into the Ford chicane very often, and
no,
it's usually a move of desperation more than anything. So that was just a case of saying, hey, I'm here. I know you know that I'm here, but I'm just reminding you that I'm here. And Alexander, very experienced driver. We've seen obviously what Como Sports do so well in so many series, and well, just Leonardo Corti just getting it a little bit wide going through the first part of the Dunlop chicane, and as they now plunge downhill through the S's here. And it's all about setting yourself up and catching up to GTS traffic at the worst possible time as well.
Absolutely right. That's the Audi of Jari Pakkanen. That's the Core Sim Racing GTS machine. They are relatively deep in your class, running 6th or 7th at the moment. And here comes Sim RC cycling through on driver's right, and Alexander Voss follows suit. Alexander Voss actually has a pretty big head of steam here on the run down into the first chicane. And, well, Sim RC, Leonardo Corti, he's going to go defensive, putting that car on the middle of the road right at the top of the crown, and as they get ready to hit the breaking point, Alexander Voss lifts out of it. Corti sees that, seizes the opportunity, gets that car back to the high side, and takes the ultimate line through that first chicane. Alvin, great racing here amongst your GT1 division.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic racing between P1 and P2 here for what is your GT class here. Now let's see if Alexander Voss getting a good run here through the second part of this straightaway going into the Michelin chicane. Let's see if he can get a run and go to, maybe he's looking to the left, he maybe, but decide no, I'm gonna lift here and decide to go out. So really interesting strategy that Alexander Voss and Core Motorsports has. Big lockup there by SimRC.de going into the Michelin chicane. Perhaps Alexander Voss may take advantage of it right now.
Big lockup indeed for Sim RC and Leonardo Corti and Cisco. I think this is what Alexander Voss, I think this is all he's trying to accomplish. I don't think he wants to make a move on Sim RC just yet. I don't think he's looking to make an aggressive pass. You see, every single time they get to a good braking zone, he closes up in the draft. He puts about half a car width out to the right or left-hand side, wherever the inside is. He puts about half the car, puts that edge of the car in the driver's mirror of Leonardo Corti, and well, He's just forcing Leonardo Corti into making mistakes. That's now the second lockup we've seen in a lap. Voss is just trying to Earnhardt Corti into a mistake.
Yeah, I honestly think that's what he's doing. He's just intimidating him, riding right on the back bumper, and SimRC is going to say, hey, if you want the inside, there it is. But that was not the place. That's not a preferred line through there as they head through Indianapolis. Voss is going to back off a little bit. So I think you're right. I think he's just trying to Earnhardt intimidate him here. And because if he was saving fuel, it'd be a little bit ways back. And I think now maybe trying to save fuel now. But for a little bit there, right on the back bumper. And Voss now going to content to cruise for a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right. And the thing that's nice is that even if he's not saving the optimal amount of fuel, by doing this, he's saving fuel regardless. He has the draft, and he's getting really, really close up to the back of that SimRC car. He could probably lift out a hair earlier, but if he did that, he wouldn't be putting nearly as much pressure on Leonardo Corti now as they work themselves through the Porsche curves. Not going to be able to really harass the mirrors of that SimRC car, but we know that SimRC has struggled through this section of the racetrack a couple times. This time, they get it through pretty much perfectly. No slowdown for them this time around, and on the run down into the Ford chicane, let's see if Alexander Voss dips a fender out to the left-hand side. No, he does not. Hard on the brakes, jump the curves on the left, jump the curves on the right, shift down to second or third gear, jump again, and then begin another lap from Circuit de la Sarthe. Let's take a look back now just at this GT3 fight that's been going on between Pure and MSP and the likes, and did we lose one of them? What's happened to Boss Slop?
Stepped away from that, and wow,
so there was definitely a mistake from that 99.
Yeah, some sort of mistake, and 10 seconds back. Yeah, he's 10 seconds back of this battle here and is falling even further behind. So that's slow. I don't know, man. He's back in the pack.
Let's see, I'm cycling to get a replay here now. Actually, Alvin's going to look into it for us. Thank you. So that 3-car GT3 scrap has turned, well, it's a little bit spread out here, Cisco. It's not quite that, it's not completely separated, but Andres Lycum is a little bit further back, I think, from Lars Conrad and the Pure Racing Team GT3 than he would like to be. GT1 lead, though, heating back up as Heidfeld Core Motorsports looks to driver's right down the first stretch of the Mulsanne. That will put him at the inside here into the first chicane, but no, he doesn't go for it. He lifts out of it, gets it back single file. Does he push Corti into a mistake, though? No, he does not just yet. They get a good run out of the first chicane. Well, maybe Alexander Voss look to have another move down on the inside of the first chicane, Cisco.
Yeah, and Voss backing off again, but now he's got the draft, but content to ride behind, and I think he's just going to cruise. They're going to catch another lap car here. That's Vinther in the IRDK Endurance car, and both Voss gonna barely get past that GTS car. So Voss continuing to ride behind, and he looked to make a move, but I think he might just be bluffing because he backs out of it every single time he tries to make that move.
I definitely think you might have a point. Alvin, did you ever see what happened to the Gathering Your Tweakers car?
No, I'm still cycling into it, and it kind of looks like as they were going through the whole Mulsanne straight all the way into Mulsanne, everything looks good so far. So I'm really interested, perhaps going into Indianapolis or Nash. No, everything looks good here. So let me see going into the Porsche curves if something did happen here, and yep, it did. At the exit of Karting Corvette, the number 99 had a long spin, but nothing happened. They didn't hit the wall, and they were able to keep going.
So the number 99, definitely very tight moment as your GT1 leaders navigate traffic. SimRC goes to the inside of the backmarker racing machine driven by Kyle Burney on the run into Indianapolis, and we get the timestamp of that spin from the Gathering of Tweakers car. We're going to get it up on screen as Alexander Voss now works on the right-hand side of Kyle Burney into Arnage, and not quite as efficiently getting by the way that Leonardo Corti did. Because of that, Cisco, Voss going to lose probably a few car lengths on the run into the Porsche curves, and if you're Leonardo Corti, you may have just broken the draft on Core Motorsports.
And that's huge right there, because it essentially means that that battle is done. I mean, Voss right now, you look behind him, there's a ton of cars there, and I mean, none of them are going to block him. Voss is faster, but Voss now, he just has to get on the throttle or show, maybe throw the sandbags out the window or something like that if he was, but if he wasn't, I think Core might just be relegated to second place unless something happens strategy-wise.
Definitely going to be interesting to see. We're going to get a replay up now of that Gathering of Tweakers number 99 incident as the fight for the lead. Did it work, Paul?
Well, I'm just having a look at it's a bit of a fun trying to find a replay here, but we're having a look at them. So we're heading into the Porsche curves now with a bit of slob there in the Gathering of Tweakers car going through the Porsche curve. So through the left, then onto the right there. We've got the prototype coming up behind, that goes past there. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this to happen. Oh, there it is. He just lost control there. Round he goes. Oh, doesn't quite get it back facing straight away, but back up and running there. And that's where he lost that 10 seconds there, best part of, that he lost to them. So he's dropped back. And the thing is, that's early in their stint as well to have something like that. So that will have the residual, the tyre heat in that will have affected his tyres pretty early in that stint. I'm waffling on here a bit.
Yes, you are, just a little bit, but still, if you're the number 99 car, you have to be really happy that you just got away with a spin there. No car contacts, no wall contacts. Tires are going to be a little bit roasted, but that's about it. You're going to be able to basically get away scot-free with just a 10-second penalty. Also, apologize for the bit of a jumping around trying to find the replay. That was about 8 minutes ago, and the way the replay system works, a little bit tricky trying to find and pinpoint things that are that far back. It's easy if you only have to jump back 30 seconds, isn't it, Paul? But if you got to jump back a full almost 10 minutes, it's a little bit of a pain.
Yes, that was the best part of about 6.5 minutes I had to jump back there, and yeah, it was just trying to find it. We can only jump back in chunks there, so apologies for people having to put up with that, but we want to try and show you as much as possible on this broadcast. And well, I mean, we're 10 minutes away from the hour yet again, Randy. So this race is flying by here.
Well, that's what happens when you actually get some good fights that are happening out here, out on the racetrack. And Alexander Voss closes again on the brakes into the Mulsanne, and down the run into Indianapolis they go for the 138th trip around the racetrack for them. And Alvin, what's your feelings on the race so far, Alvin, in terms of who do you think's a favorite? Prototype, I mean, let's be honest, Coanda's kind of just running away with it, unless Core or Thrustmaster Movano manage to cycle, pull something out of their pockets. I mean, they have a 2-minute advantage they have to try, or disadvantage rather, they have to try to work through. But GT1 and GT3, not even close to being decided as Alexander Voss looks to the left side of Cordy on the run to Arnage. Who's your favorite right now as we're getting ready to be 9 hours in?
Yeah, well, while we keep an eye on this battle for the GT lead between the SimRC.de and the Core Motorsports. Now, here's the thing. Prototype, this has been pretty much Coanda race since the drop of the green flag, and I think this is pretty much the MO that we have seen from them, not only on this race but through the whole championship, and also at many of the 24-hour races that we've had here running. So the fact that Coanda is dominating this race really not surprising to me in the prototype class. When it comes to GT, this battle has been going on for so long right now that this is really a toss-up right now. You don't know if SimRC.de may come in or Ford Motorsports, but let's also not forget we have a battle there for third place in the GT class as well between Thrustmaster Movano and SimRC.de Crimson. Yes, they are 2 minutes behind, but we still have 15 hours to go. Let's not forget that. Now, GTS, and this is something that has been really surprising me so far. As it stands right now, the 71 is leading, and yeah, the 71 Pure Racing team has been dominating this class since the beginning of the season. But let's not I would like to keep an eye on somebody, and perhaps this is to me kind of like the dark horse right now. The number 97 Team RSO. I think we haven't seen Mercedes run in front in any of the races that we've had so far this season. I think the highest finishing Mercedes that we've had has been Team RSO, and I don't remember exactly which race it was, and I think it was 4th place. So by running 3rd place, and I've seen them running in 2nd and even in the lead, I think we may have the first Mercedes winning in this in this season as well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Definitely a good runner here. So that is, Philip Schallenberg and the Team RSO car. Looking at that lead fight, though, it's still starting to pick up just a little bit. The gap is spread a little bit, but not quite that much. And, well, there's a bit of traffic out in front. That's the Team DFTBA Mercedes GTS car driven by Michael Storm as they run down the second stretch of the Mulsanne. And Alexander Voss, that gap pretty much gotten itself. Well, it's a pretty good gap, isn't it, here, Cisco, between the top two. Alexander Voss, it's going to be difficult for him to try to reel this gap back in. Sim RC gets around that Mercedes quickly and easily, and if you're Alexander Voss, if you want to try to close the gap, that's not what you want to see. You want to see that Mercedes hold up Leonardo Corti, not have him just let him cycle through easy peasy.
Yeah, and he's hoping that's going to be the case here, but Corti out wide open right now, and Voss also easy done on Michael Storm there. So everything for the most part, these two have open track in front of them. More lap traffic to come. Philip Schallenberg in the RSO number 97, and apart from that, everyone wide open track for those two, so they will battle for a while.
They certainly will. Pit stops, though, have to be looming at the front of everybody's minds. Last time Leonardo came down pit road was lap number 127, currently working lap number 128. So pit stops likely hitting relatively shortly and get fuel, possibly even get tires. And that's really the interesting point of this race right now, is what are the top two going to do in terms of tire strategy. Both right now are on a double stinted set of tires. We were just joined by Jamie Wilson a handful of minutes ago, said that definitely triples into quad stints are something you could potentially do. That said, people have been asking for it, so we're going to go RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive fan immersion with David Williams in the VRS Coanda SimSport number 48 Corvette C6R. Enjoy the lap. And as the white and purple number 48 machine driven by David Williams cycled through, we're going to go to the top of the hour here on your RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive rundown. And the first car we're going to come to in the first class is the prototype division. Still leading the way as Martin Kroenke, or maybe we should say Martian Kroenke. Last time by around the racetrack, lap time of 3 minutes 29.341 seconds. Compare that to Thrustmaster Movano. Their last lap around the racetrack, 3 minutes 32, and that was not due to traffic. 3 minutes 32 is pretty quick on a clean racetrack. VRS Coanda Sinsport, very, very fast out there. Thrustmaster Movano, as I said, currently runs second with Core in the third spot. Friction and Radicals running fourth and fifth. As we go into your GT1 fight, we are still watching these fights between Heinzfeld Core Motorsports and SimRC.de Iris. Something interesting to note though, SimRC pit 2 laps ago now. Heinzfeld Core Motorsports have gone now 2 extra laps over the number 34. Fuel starting to become a strategy talk, not just tires. Thrustmaster Movano Racing and Simone Marceno still in that fight with SimRC Crimson. Still, they have a bit of a gap and a relatively comfortable cushion. Gaps out to about 7 seconds on the racetrack. David Williams in the VRS Coanda Corvette still cycling in the 5th position, but as that onboard showed, David has his hands full with that GM number 48. And then moving down to your GTS field, Pure Racing Team continues to lead the way. MSP's in second, Team RSO third, DFTBA in fourth, and IRDK Endurance make up your top 5. Randy Chinnet, Cisco Scaramuza, Alvin Nieves, and Paul Smith still working the crew here. And Alvin, that lap time by Martin, a 3 minutes 29. Good Lord.
Yeah, and that is something that we have seen here so far, and absolutely fantastic here racing that VRS Coanda Sinsport have been doing here so far. The temperatures are dropping, that for sure. Track temperature lower than we started, and well, Martin Kroenke taking advantage of it.
Definitely is the fact here. And Cisco, I'm going to come to you for this one. SimRC Iris coming down pit road a full 2 laps earlier than Alexander Voss. Talked about the fact that Voss was feigning a lot of fake moves, definitely saving fuel. Saving 2 laps of fuel is actually a little bit absurd. Fantastic move by the drivers of the number 58.
Yeah, and now we're just waiting to see when Core Motorsports will take that 55 on the pit road. I would assume we're going to see tires here, and that's going to shake this whole thing up and probably give SimRC a decent-sized lead over Heinzfeld Core Motorsports.
It's going to be interesting. We've seen that's really the big discussion point right now between these two teams in your GT1 division as the music slowly starts to wind itself down, is the strategy between the tires, the strategy between the fuel. We've mostly been talking about tires over the course of the last hour or two, but that was because those two teams, Cisco, they were on the same strategy. They came down basically on the same laps, maybe a lap or so apart, usually on the same lap though. We've not seen these guys go a full 2 laps further though. And if Heinzfeld Core Motorsports can do that to the end of the race, there's 17 hours of racing left. That's going to work out to something about 20 stints or so. If you can do an extra 2 laps every single one of those, you might be able to cut out a stop from here.
Yeah, and if they can cut out a stop, that's a huge gain for that team. So, I mean, this is going to be, it's a tall order to do, Randy, but if they can pull it off and make it line up correctly, well, and hats off to that whole team for making that fuel calculation, Randy, because that's huge.
Alvin, you already have your minds blown?
Well, I would not say not really, because I've been monitoring this battle since we got here and started the second quarter of the broadcast. Yeah, I'm sure, but Heinzfeld Core Motorsports has always been 2 laps ahead in terms of the stint, so there is a 2-lap difference in the stint. So this is not the fact that Core Motorsports has been able to go 2 laps further in this stint. So perhaps somewhere before, there was a possibility that SimRC.de Iris decided 2.2 stints. They decided to go 12 laps instead of 13. So yeah, there is some strategy that has been going on here for sure. Absolutely.
Okay, so in terms of blowing your guys' minds, Martin lost time due to traffic on that 3 minutes 29. He lost
What?
roughly a second.
And that, how? Martian Kroenke.
Martian Kroenke is right.
Driver swap for the 55 though. So
Yeah,
to
55 more
to add to
slower.
our confusion with Core Motorsports, Alex, if you just got out of the car, dude, come see us because we are completely lost right now. So
Yeah, I mean, I spend most of my days dazed and confused, but this is confusing me a lot, and I would love to hear what those guys are planning in terms of their strategy. That said, even with the driver swap, I think they get out ahead, and yes, they do. Look at the gap that they have over Leonardo Corti. That's about 6, 7, 8 seconds. I think they may have short-filled, Alvin. 5 is what the actual number is.
Yeah, it could be, and there could be that possibility because we also have to remember perhaps they didn't short fill, but the time that they spent running behind that SimRC.de Iris, I think they saved enough fuel in that point that yes, they did not short fill. I'm pretty sure they went full tank, but with that fuel saved, that means less fuel that they had to put in during this pit stop. So great job there by the number 55 team.
Checking in with our GT3 battle that was happening a little bit further down the order. Well, it seems things have gotten somewhat spread out due to traffic. 97 of Team RSO, though, they're currently logged in a fight with Lucas Jedstad in the MSP Phoenix Racing number 85. This is for, I believe, 3rd place out there on track at the moment, Cisco.
yeah, and we're actually waiting to stand by and talk to Manuel Dudau, who's gotten out of that number 97 here, so we'll catch up with him in a moment. And actually, we're going to talk to him right now. So, Randy, I believe you caught up with him here.
Now we're stood by with Manuel Sudo, who driver of the number 97 machine. And Manuel, you just got out of the car out of that final stint. How's that number 97 running? You guys are looking strong.
It's perfectly running, smooth, without technical issues, without any issues. It's really, really nice. So no damage so far, no spin. I think we are at 6 inks or something, had like 3 or 4 slowdowns only. So it's really, really good race, and we just moved back to 2nd now, which is a great, great, great position for us.
Talking about these GTS cars, normally when we come to Le Mans, the discussion's always on Le Mans aero kits and top ends and blah, blah, blah. Cars in your class, I've talked about it a little bit, they don't have a Le Mans aero kit. How difficult is it trying to set up that Mercedes, trying to get that wing as trimmed out as you can, but trying to keep it stable enough to maintain the tires and live through the Porsche curves for the 24-hour event?
Yeah, actually we were trying a lot. In the end, we didn't decide to lower the rear wing to the minimum. So we're driving not a high-speed spec only because of the Porsche curves, and you mentioned it, especially for the tire use. I think a bit of wing is a bit better, and well, for the top speed, we decided to go for a little softer setting. So our car is pushed a bit. We are faster on the straights, and yeah, as far as I see, like for the Audis in comparison, we are a bit faster on the straights. Porsche cars are Audi country, and yeah, within the Mercedes class, I think we are one of the fastest. So I guess we set the car up pretty nicely.
And then what's your opinion, or how are your feelings going for the rest of this race? You just got the 2nd spot. You think you can reel in that Pure Racing Team GTS number 71?
Well, for the first 5 or 6 hours, I think we had a bit of advantage in terms of strategy because we did a lot of testing before. So we were running triple stints already when the others didn't. So we jumped to 1st, and we had some 2 hours leads of the race, which was really nice. But afterwards, starting from hours 6, 7, Pure Racing Team really put the hammer down, and like, yeah, in terms of lap times, I mean, if you see Maximilian Wenig going 55. That is really, really fast. We can't keep up with that. So at the moment, we're just focusing on going consistently, staying without faults. And I mean, it's a 24-hour race. We're really experienced in this distance, and yeah, I think we know that it's not even half time. So still 2 Neo races to go.
Well, thank you, Manuel, for joining us, and it's definitely good to see you guys are having a good, strong run. I know the Mercedes and Neo this season has somewhat struggled, so it's always good to see one running up near the front of the field. Before we let you go, any shout-outs, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yes, thank you very much, first of all, for this kind of compliment. And first thank I want to shout out is definitely to Neil and to Adil who set up, like, yeah, to be honest, that's the most stunning series we ever raced in, which is not official but private. And they are really doing a great job. It's perfect racing. We enjoyed our first season in the Neo, and huge thanks to them. And then also to our sponsors, which is simlab.eu. Very nice company for sim racing hardware, maybe you know it. And then there's German car dealers of the Autozentrum Krefeld and Porsche Zentrum Willich, who are supporting us too. And last but not least, I want to say greetings to my team, to all those who are not driving but crossing fingers at home. And I'm really very proud to be part of this team and to be part of our journey to like the top of the sim racing world, and iRacing. That's really great to be here.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, man. Manuel, as I just had complete brain freeze there for a second. Thanks for joining us. Good luck to you guys for the rest of the night, and hopefully we'll have a good next about 15 or so hours of racing.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a nice evening. Keep enjoying.
Thanks again, bud. Cisco, don't you hate it when you get brain lockup right in the middle of an outro or something?
Brain lockup, yes, but yes, I do, because it just happened.
10 out of 10.
See, we're demonstrating for the fans here what it's like to be a commentator.
This is how interactive we are. We not only commentate, we show you what it's like to commentate.
I wonder if we can get Paulin on this. Can we do smell-o-vision? Is that possible?
Oh, you do not want to smell this this streaming area right now. It's got bits of.
No, I meant the race, not
oh,
your office.
Oh, right, okay.
I mean, I would definitely I would take an opportunity to smell Paul.
Well, I mean, you'd be one of the very few people in the world who would take the opportunity. But no, it was the fact that you were talking about the commentator, Cisco, so that's why I was mentioning my office. But well, I'll retract that offer now for you.
We're gonna have to mute this part of the broadcast, aren't we?
Hugo's
gonna have to come in post.
We're starting to reach after dark levels of shenaniganry.
The thing is, in the UK now, it's 1:15 midnight. In the UK, so we're 45 minutes away from British summertime hitting, so we'll be losing an hour of night time here, so it's starting to go a little bit crazy at my end. I can certainly feel the bags under my eyes getting bigger by the minute.
So as Cisco tries to reel us back into control, you guys want the Corvettes? Here's some American muscle for you. 67 of Blackadder Motorsport caught up in a fight with the 36 of Team Bushwink Racing Red. Unfortunately, these are two Corvettes who are preying on one another, cannibalizing each other. They begin the run down the first stretch of the Mulsanne. Christian Chalonier in the Blackadder Motorsport Corvette, Alvin, reeling in Craig Williams in the Bushwink Corvette.
Alvin? We've lost Alvin. Well, they're
Cisco.
gonna go.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I realized that I had my microphone muted, but I was talking 67, able to go for the overtake going into the Forza chicane, or perhaps should I say iRacing chicane, because it says iRacing, of course. So, yeah, it happens a lot. It was a really interesting move because the 67 had a run on the number 36, but he decided to lift a little bit just to let the number 3 Trustmaster Movano HPD go by, but still was able to gather all that muscle and overtake the number 36 just before the breaking point.
Craig Williams worked the draft into the second chicane, but wasn't quite close enough to make a move happen. Keeping an eye on the lap times. Christian Chalonier, Cisco, last time around the racetrack, 2.5 seconds quicker than Craig Williams. I have a feeling that Bushwink car is probably not going to get that spot back, assuming that lap wasn't traffic related.
No, Challoner is ready to pull away here, and we'll have to see Bushwink right now in with a shout, but they'd have to have a really good second half of the lap if they hope to do anything with Challoner or Craig Williams in that case. But the thing I'm finding interesting as we come around the Mulsanne corner. How much dust is on the right side of the track now? It looks like a sand pit over there, and we still have 14 hours of broadcasting to go, so it could be worse. But it looks like dirt has come early to iRacing, at least in the Mulsanne corner.
Don't tell Ian Plash he'll get a bunch of people in late models out there kicking out onto the circuit and host a dirt race on it.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And speaking of which, it's 1 week until dirt racing comes to iRacing Live.
Yes, indeed. Cheat plug incoming is what Paul says, and to be honest, cheat plugs are all I'm interested in, mate.
I was typing that just as he started saying that. By the way, it's not a week. It's the 29th of March that's coming. So this coming Wednesday.
Yes. Okay, sorry. Like 5 days and 22 hours are bad.
Also, keep in mind, I said iRacing Live, not iRacing. It drops on Wednesday. But Saturday and Sunday, stay tuned for more info. But there is going to be some dirt racing action on iRacing Live.
Everyone is going to be happy about that, as Chalonier able to stretch the gap over Craig Williams pretty quickly and pretty easily as they make the run out of the Porsche curve. Team GT HPD of Ricardo Scheivanen working the left-hand side of the racetrack as they come down into the Ford chicane. And Paul kind of said, well, never mind, Blackadder hits the pit lane. This ripped battle, Cisco.
Well, so much for that battle, but we're going to jump to another. Yep. RSO is in a battle.
Well.
Yep. RSO, and that's... Are you just going to mimic everything I say?
I thought you weren't going to talk, and then you started talking. Then you stopped talking, and then you started again.
Then you go.
No, you go. No, you go. You go.
Right, fine, I'll go. DFTBA is in a battle right now with the Rennsport Online as an HBD is going to go past an Alvin. It seems like you're the only one I can trust on this broadcast to not sabotage me, so you go ahead.
Yeah, it is, as the number 97 rounding up the 4 chicanes to start another lap here in this beautiful circuit here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, as they battling here with the number 82 right now, coming into turn number 1 and into the Dunlop curve. It kind of seems like both of them are gonna stay here, but let's see if the number 82 gets a run here going into Dunlop.
Are you not going, Cisco?
No, because we're supposed to alternate.
Oh,
and
okay.
you're the lead, so you're supposed to talk.
Well, regardless, the 82 machine working close to the back of the 97 through Tete Rouge onto the first stretch of the Mulsanne as Radicals Online HPD cycles through. And Cisco, I'm going to let you have the microphone this time. I don't think Michael Storm's going to try to work the inside going into the first chicane here. All that said, he's got a big head of steam. Let's see what he does. Does he work the fuel strategy? Does he go for a move?
I think we're just going to have to see DFTBA, though they're backing off, so I think that's the answer for us right there. I think he is going to try and back off, save a little bit of fuel. But I do want to point out Alexander Voss just went in the comment section and said, great race, SimRC. Will that stay for the remaining time? :P. So I think there's a strategy cooking up on Core Motorsports, and I think Voss and that whole team is up to something. Please, Alex, join us, because we want to know.
Yeah, I definitely want to know what they have in store. Those guys have done a lot of racing, very experienced, like we said. Blancpain and Dirt Series, VLN, a lot of talent on that car, on that team. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Michael Storm, though, still working the back of Philip Schallenberg. This would be for second place in class, actually, is the fight right here between the two Mercedes GT3 cars, lead cars, of course, the Pure Racing Team Audi, and an idea on what the gap is. These two cars are currently on the run down into the Mulsanne corner. The Audi of Pure Racing Team GTS, well, they're already working themselves into Porsche curve, so about minute and a half, 2 minutes is the gap, Alvin, from first to second in your GTS division.
Yes, it is, and these battles throughout your whole GTS class has been really interesting, to say the least, because we've had very close battles. As like for example, we have the 97 and number 82 here going into Indianapolis corner right now, whereas you have the number 71 almost 1 minute ahead. So a really interesting dynamic here that we have in the GTS class. I wouldn't be surprised if, as the race goes on, number 97 and number 82 are able to close the gap to number 71 and perhaps we can have a 3-car battle for the GTS lead.
It would definitely be interesting, but that said, that's a big gap that they have to try to reel in, and that's Patrick Pichler behind the wheel of that 71. I'm not going to lie, I'm just going to say it nice. I don't think Philip and the like of Michael Storm can reel that gap in on the racetrack. GT lead fight back to heating up, though, as Mart Lorner under attack from Leonardo Corti behind. That gap was out to about 6 seconds or so at one point. SimRC, since that pit stop, Cisco, got themselves back hooked up, and if you're Heinz-Core Motorsports, one thing you don't want to see, 2 cars in front of you fighting for traffic. That's actually the battle we were just talking about. 4 cars, 2 different battles, same racetrack, same point in time.
Yeah, and for Lorner here, he's this is going to be a case of where can he navigate this, and it's not going to matter. Dive bomb, SimRC takes it. Core Motorsports had to back out the throttle, and SimRC.de decided, oh no, this isn't going to be a battle. We're just going to finish this right now. Put the nose to the inside. An amazing move by that team, and basically use those front cars as a pick, as we're going to take a look at a replay now.
Replay coming up on screen. Hopefully we were riding on board with that as it happened. And actually it's SimRC going to sneak by Mercedes, as is Core Motorsports. Michael Storm and Philip Schallenberg, they've gotten thrown in the middle of what has just turned into a fist fight here between SimRC and Core Motorsports now, as they work themselves quickly on the run towards Tetra Rouge. Thomas Lorenz and the Course Sim Racing prototype. Just all sorts of people in podium positions fighting amongst one another here on the same stretch of racetrack. But normally people like to talk about the patience that's required for these long races, Alvin. That doesn't mean that you need to just let situations slip away, and that's exactly what Leonardo Corti did. He saw an opportunity and he jumped at it.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Just because it is a 24-hour race doesn't mean you have to take it easy from the drop of the green flag all the way to almost 1 hour to go and then go for it. You know, you have to take it easy, sure, but whenever you have an opportunity, and like just Leonardo Corti's bit there, you have an opportunity, go for it, because you don't know if that opportunity will appear again during the rest of this race.
And look, Cisco, at the gap that Leonardo Corti was able to stretch out. He went from being second in line just behind Mortis Lohner and the Core Motorsports car to being ahead and having the draft broken.
Yeah, and you mentioned the gap was 6 seconds. It's not quite that yet, but Corti is hoping to make it 6 seconds, and SimRC.de, that battle that they caught, that was basically just a great gift for those guys, because they're able to make the move, make it work, and they're gone. And Leonardo Corti once again back out in control, and Core Motorsports left back in second in class.
So Martis Lohner, he's going to have some big shoes to fill to try to reel that gap in to Leonardo Corti. And really, that's the fight, Alvin, that I think with that move, the fact that the draft has been gotten itself so spread out, unless Leonardo Corti catches a big bunch of traffic, I honestly think that's probably fight done for a while here.
It could be fight done for a while, but the gap right now is only 1.7 seconds. They're still within draft range. It's not as strong as if you were less than a second, of course, but there's still some draft in there that Core Motorsports can use to their advantage. And another thing that I've been noticing, I think Core Motorsports are stronger in the slow turns compared to SimRC.de. So coming into Indianapolis, Arnage, Core Motorsports just closed the gap just a little bit, and that may be helping them here in the long run.
We're back to watching this GTS fight for second and third place in class between Michael Storm and Philip Schallenberg. Either two Mercedes on the run up into the Porsche curves right now, and these two, Cisco, they're kind of innocent bystanders in that fight between Corti and Core Motorsports' Martis Lohner. Really, if you're those guys, you've been just close to each other for a while now, kind of just playing nice, and you get two people who are just basically having a street fight just come through. Probably nervous moments if you're those two.
Yeah, exactly, and Michael Storm kind of closing that gap back up. It got expanded during when they went through the first couple turns of the Bugatti circuit, and Michael Storm now trying to close back in. We're back on the official race course at Le Mans, but HBD going by. That's SimRC.de again. I have to wonder, Randy, is if you have a teammate in a different class here in that HBD, you think you're going to see any team dynamics? Do you look for any team dynamics to happen when that HBD tries to go past Core Motorsports?
Depends. That's the only answer you can really give, is it depends. I've seen some teams be in situations where if they're a lap car, they're going to try it. I mean, just naturally, your goal is to always help your teammates. Your goal by default is, so let's say when Patrick Jung comes through, they're currently running about 9th place in class, I mean, they're way off pace. They're 3 laps down. They're not really in it for a win. They're trying to reel in the likes of Acme and Fusion, potentially Team Chimera. Thing is, they have a lot of time they have to reel in. Compare that to their teammates, though, in the number 34 machine. All that number 34 car is going to be saying to their SimRC Emerald prototype teammate is don't pass us in a way that's sketchy, and don't pass us in a way that brings us back into the clutches of Martis Lohner and Hydro Core Motorsports. So, as Martis Lohner works himself through the first chicane here, that gap continues, I think, to stretch out. Last time by Leonardo Cody, full second quicker than Martis Lohner last time around the racetrack. I think Lohner, Alvin, just doesn't quite have the pace of Alexander Voss.
Yeah, it is, and this is something that we have been talking as well. Not every driver has the same pace. Every driver has their own strengths and weaknesses, and perhaps Alexander Voss, we have seen them not only here, but we also seen him in VLN and also in the Blancpain GT Series, and no question about it, he's an absolute fantastic fast driver here, and the person that's driving right now, the number 55 Core Motorsports, Maurice Lohner, may not be as fast, but the most important thing here in a 24-hour race, you don't need to be fast, but most important, make sure that you can keep all the 4 tires on the asphalt. If you can do that, you definitely give your teammates a great advantage.
Definitely 100% the case there, as Martis Lohner starts to still just lose the back end of Leonardo Corti. So I think that's a battle that's pretty much gotten itself separated by now. Let's look back down towards your 97, the 82 car in your GT3 division. Michael Storm still all over the back of Philip Schallenberg on the run into Indianapolis. And Cisco, I think we're at the phase of the race. We've seen a lot of fights. The only fight that's really heated up to the point almost of blows was that fight for the lead in GT1. GTS been pretty much safe and calm and clean all race long.
Yeah, and a lot of it's been maybe just saving a little bit of fuel, like what we've seen Michael Storm do, or what we saw out of that MSP car earlier on, the MSP Phoenix car. Lakecom now under control of that, but that was kind of similar to what they were doing earlier. So I think in this case, it's going to be, I think GTS is just kind of calm right now. I mean, we still have 14 hours and even a half hour beyond that, so plenty of time for these guys. I wonder if the GT1 battle just got to the point where SimRC wanted to make a statement. They knew what Heiseveld Core Motorsports is capable of doing in these long endurance type events, and they wanted to say, hey, no, we're going to take control of this field in the GT field, and that's precisely what they did.
We talked about the teammates, and well, that SimRC Emerald car cycled itself past Leonardo Corti in not quite the best way. He didn't get a good run into the Ford chicane, and actually didn't get a very good run out of it either. I think Corti would have had to lift it there, maybe cost himself a little bit of time. And let's compare the lap times as they cycled through here, as Martis Lohner 3 minutes 46.975. Last time around the racetrack for Leonardo Corti, 3 minutes 46.3. So only 0.6 of a second actually was the gap, but it was in favor of the 34 machine. However, that said, Alvin, 0.6 of a second, really not that much around a racetrack like this.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Now, we're talking about this battle between the 55 and the number 34, and yes, we gotta give it to the number 55 Heiseveld Core Motorsports, because they are absolutely fast. But we cannot forget number 34 SimRC.de Iris. They won the first round here in the Neo Endurance Series earlier this season at the 6 hours of steering. So number 34 is definitely not slow by any means. It's just that, it comes a point that we have been battling so far, and the 55 that they are fast, so you are here, you want to make a statement, you want to let them know, hey, we know you are fast, but you have to also battle us as well.
Actually, we're going to look right now at your top 3 in each class, and let's do a quick rundown. Top 3 in prototype, of course, pretty much unchanged. Although that said, quickly looks like we might have a battle that forms up between your prototypes. Top 3 are Virus Quina Simsport, Core Sim Racing, and Thrustmaster Movano. Jose Maria Lopez just got into that car, though, so depending on the way the pit stops actually cycle through here, we'll see what the gaps are when they cycle back. Top 3 in GT1, Sim RC, Huntsville Core Motorsports, and Thrustmaster Movano. Top 3 in GTS, going to be Pure Racing Team, Team DFTBA, and Team RSO. Actually, something we need to watch here, Cisco. Thrustmaster Movano Racing, touring car champion Jose Maria Lopez in behind the wheel of that prototype.
Yeah, and that's just a recent driver change for that team as they're getting ready. I believe they're already out of the pit stall.
He just got in that car.
Yeah, he just got in the car. So the 3rd place prototype. Yeah, they're just going through Arnage. There we go. Now we're catching back up, but no, that's your 3rd place prototype. Remember, they had that issue earlier on in the final chicane, Randy, where they went over, and you mentioned before, the floor pan of the car would get damaged if they went over those sausage curves incorrectly here, and Movano really hasn't been able to do anything. They're not too far back from Core Sim Racing, though. Core Sim Racing heading through the final S's. Oh, and we have a little bit of an issue at the first chicane. Oh, smoking Torque Freak Racing, David Barraclough, number 61. He's gone very wrong right there. He's in the dirt. He's going through the gravel right now onto the access road to try and sort it out. But Torque Freak Racing, their day just goes from bad to worse.
You're right. I think, well, we just had 2 different incidents happen, I think, at the first chicane. Mark Schneidel, Acme Racing in the 19, he had a spun up at the first chicane. And then according to you, he had Acme Torque Freak have an incident as well. So did we just have 2 separate incidents at like the same part of the racetrack?
I think so, yeah.
Actually, where did Barraclough lose it? Oh no, he lost it at the 4th chicane. Okay, so yeah. I actually think these happened basically at the same point, completely unrelated incidents. One in Aston Martin, I think he just probably clipped it. Actually, no, Barraclough. This is the Aston Martin spin that Cisco was actually talking about. Alvin, that incident right there, he didn't lose it on the curves. He lost it before he ever got to the corner.
Yeah, it does seem like he kind of missed a little bit of his braking point. And Randy, as you and I know, if you miss the braking point going into that 4th chicane, since you have to change direction so quickly, definitely you will not have a good time going through there.
Definitely is the case, as it seems like pit stops likely cycling through relatively shortly. Martin Kroenke, well, he just pit on lap number 151 by the looks of things. Actually, no, I take that back, lap 150. So likely not a pit stop anytime soon for him, about 6 or so laps away. Of course, Sim Racing and Thomas Lorenz, when did he last come down pit road? Seems to me they've got a couple more laps. Actually, talking about that Core Sim Racing car, Cisco, they have had a really slow lap of it mixed in here. 3 minutes 54.69 mixed in this stint. Definitely not what they want to see. That's roughly the amount of time you would run on an in lap, and they ran it just based on a mistake that they had out there on track at some point.
Yeah, and shame for that incident to, just make a bad day even worse for that team. I mean, they've just not had a good day. They've been through several incidents. They had that incident with Kevin Siggy earlier on, and you still see evidence of that damage. The right rear is still bent on that car, the spoiler, and then that spin, and it's just not a good day for those guys. But back to this developing kind of slow-moving battle here of Jose Maria Lopez slowly closing in on Core Sim Racing's prototype. That'll be for 2nd overall. And there's no bones about it. They are catching.
They definitely are. The thing that certainly helps, though, is the fact that Core Sim Racing still owes him a pit stop. So right now, if you're Jose Maria Lopez, the greatest thing in the world, Alvin, for you is the fact that you're catching the car in front of you for position in class. You've pit already, and they haven't. The fact that you can be so close to the back of them before they've made their pit stop, that's got to be a huge confidence booster if you're for that entire Thrustmaster Movano Racing team.
And it absolutely is. And one thing that perhaps we have thrown to the wayside, because it really haven't been a non-point to this race so far, is the championship standings, because as it stands right now, the championship leaders are running in a comfortable position enough that they can clinch the championship as they are running right now. Of course, VRS Coandas and the number 1 HPD Pure Racing Team in the number 71 GTS car, they are not putting anything to chance. They are leading their classes.
Yeah, absolutely right. Alvin or Jose had a very tight moment there with the Coanda Corvette exiting Porsche curves, and well, managed to just stay relatively safe. But still, if you're David Williams, Cisco, last thing you want to see a lot of times, a Movano car getting really, really close to you, driven by Jose Maria Lopez.
You're referencing something here, and I'm just gonna reply.
Oh, there's
no
many
comment
things.
to that.
There's many things. There's many an incident that.
I'm just not
going
gonna go there because I don't want to stir up trouble. What I will say is Thrustmaster Movano continuing to try and close that gap, and it seems like Core Sim Racing, every time they try and get an open piece of track, nice juke there. They almost got into the rear end of the 91 of the backmarker racing of Nicholas Ajim. So that was Urgelm rather. And that was almost trouble, able to hold on to it. Movano was closing. They lost a bit of time now.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that's the last thing that you really want to see happen. But then again, like I said, the car is out in front of you, owe you a pit stop still, so it doesn't really matter. Jose Maria Lopez now putting a Mercedes a lap down on the brakes into the first chicane. That's Nicholas Helm in the backmarker racing team car, and checking in with our GT1 lead fight. Well, pretty much gotten himself sorted out. Mortis Lorner currently on the brakes for the left-hander before the run to Tetra Rouge. SimRC.de Iris, well, they're getting ready to break into Tetris Rouge right now. And Alvin, Leonardo Corti, I honestly think this has been one of the most impressive stints of the race across all the classes thus far. He's closed the gap on Hinesville Core Motorsports, got to them, fought with them, and won.
Yeah, it is, and you gotta, you have to say hats off right now to SimRC.de Iris and Leonardo Corti and that number 34. They brought in the fight today. They decided, even though we may not be able to win the championship because the pace that RaceSpot Core Motorsports have been shown today is absolutely fantastic. They pretty much have this in the bag. They just need to make sure that they can finish this race and they have the championship. But number 34 says, we may not win the championship, but we may win the biggest race of them all.
Pit stop cycling through for your GTS cars. Pure Racing Team have already come down pit road once, I do believe. Yes, I am correct. Team DFTBA currently on pit road. Team RSO on the run towards the pit lane now. And actually, they're going to go another lap. I take that back. Schallenberg, this is actually his first hot lap. His out lap was last time around. So pit stop cycling through for all your GTS leaders. MSP Phoenix Racing number 85. Driver swap with them. They pit a few laps ago. Redo Hartman has gotten the wheel behind that number 85 Audi. Looking through, RDK Endurance, Martin Vinther has pit as well, as has, I believe, Yuri Pakinen in the Core Sim Racing GTS car. Actually, a very quick outlet for Yuri Pakinen. Most of the outlaps we're seeing, Cisco, somewhere in the realm of about 5 minutes. Yuri put down a 4:58, so outlap pace, very, very good.
Yeah, very good pace there from Yuri in that car. So the outlap's good. They just have to make sure they're going to hold on to some speed there for the rest of the race. But Yuri doing a great job behind the wheel of that car. And Randy, we're still keeping an eye on that prototype battle here, and we're looking to see if we're gonna. Oh yeah, Core Sim Racing actually hitting the pit road. So there's that pit stop they owed us. And yep, sure enough, they're on pit road, and that's gonna hand second place in the field. Overall is going to go to Movano. So Maria Lopez, probably the easiest pass he's going to have all day.
Certainly going to be one of the easiest passes he's had all day as he begins his run now towards the quick left, quick right, and then getting ready to come back onto the Mulsanne straightaway. But still, Alvin, that's a 2-minute 48-second gap he has to try to reel in over Martin Cronke. To give you an idea of what the gap is physically, Jose Maria Lopez just exited Tetra Rouge. Martin Cronke is crossing the start-finish line now. Gap is basically a lap.
Yeah, it is pretty much a lap, and when you consider that these prototypes, the lap is somewhere around the average of 3 minutes 30 seconds. you know, the pace that VRS Honda Sensor have been putting in today has been nothing short of fantastic. And, you know, is there anything that can be done to stop Honda Sensor? Because sometimes, you know, you have to give it to the other teams. They may seem to be faster than VRS Honda Sensor, and we have seen this time after time after time. But what VRS Honda Sensor has over many of the teams here is that sometimes when they are not the fastest, they can be the smartest, because when they are not the fastest, they will beat you in strategy. So whatever you do, VRS Honda Sensor will always find a way to beat you, no question about it.
Yeah, pretty much is kind of the quandary you have with the likes of Martin Kroenke and VRS Honda Sensor. A lot of great minds there in terms of being able to run these long races out, make the correct decisions to get themselves to the end. That's a team. They won their Blanc Pond GT championship on strategy calls, and well, Paul, I think, just summed it up best in our chat. It's all gone boring now, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's for sure. And I think I told you guys, I just realized I've been up for a very long time now, and I can feel the sleep hitting me as well. So Paul, I don't know, I can't understand how Paul is still awake and he hasn't passed out yet. But everything pretty spread out here at Le Mans, and we're kind of getting into that point now where the drivers who are in the cars here are probably going to be in the cars for a little bit, and it's kind of getting into that twilight hour. I mean, Europe's already night, so any American drivers who are out in the field, they're going to be starting to get the twilight, and as day turns into night here across the earth, everyone's starting to get a little bit tired, and these guys are going to be up for a very, very long time.
I will say I am still awake and I am still here.
I don't know how.
And to give you some context, I woke up this morning, yesterday morning in my time now, at 7 a.m. and it's now 1:45 to 1 o'clock in the morning, so I've been up for a while.
18
yeah, I'm glad you did maths then, because right now at this moment in time I can't do maths. But you know what? This is a stage of the race where RaceSpot commentators we earn our keep, and we earn our job is to keep everyone entertained. Now, earlier on in the YouTube chat, there were some very interesting tales being told by a certain Mr. Alvin Nieves, who is here in the commentary box with this. And before Cisco has to go, because of course Cisco, you're having to leave us soon, I've just got to ask Alvin one little thing here, and that is shopping trolleys. What's your history with them?
Well, you know, to those that were teenagers in the late 90s, early 2000, early 21st centuries, there was this show called Jackass, if I do remember correctly. And here's the thing.
Don't worry.
Yeah. So there was one of the first episodes that they did. It involved shopping carts, and it was pretty much somebody was riding a shopping cart and somebody else was pushing it, and they were throwing each other around many places, concrete curbs, parking lots, you know, the whole lot. So unfortunately, one of the things that it says at the beginning is, warning, the stunts that are about to be here is done by professionals, don't try this at home. Well, I could say that I was trying to learn how to speak English, and because my main language is Spanish, not English, so I had a little bit trouble understanding it, and I was just a visual guy, not really a reading guy, so my apologies to that. And as a result, one day in high school, we spotted a shopping cart that was right around high school. So I just decided to do one of the stunts in that TV show, and let's say that somebody decided to go to the top of the front yard, which the top of the front yard just happened to have around 7 or 8 steps just right in front of them. And well, let's just say that somebody pushed me right around those stairs, and I rolled and rolled and rolled and rolled. Fortunately, no broken bones, but hey, there's a silver lining. As I fell down, there was this guy that just approached me and say, "Hey dude, are you okay?" I'm like, "Yes, I am okay." That person right now is my father-in-law. Thank you.
Wait, what?
What an
Wait,
introduction to your father-in-law.
Wait.
There's so much context we're missing.
So your father-in-law's first impression of you was after getting pushed down a flight of stairs in a golf cart
in a shopping cart.
Yeah, pretty much.
So has he disowned his daughter yet? Because I probably would have.
No, he is as crazy as me, so yeah.
Oh, so he's probably the one who hooked you guys up. Great. 10 out of 10 family values.
Hashtag Forza Alvin.
I could just
Hashtag Forza Alvin. Get it trending.
I could just imagine it now. You know, your now father-in-law got home that day and was like, "Oh, you wouldn't believe this guy. He was crazy. It was maniac. Getting pushed downstairs and everything. You should marry
I brought him
him
with me. He's single." Yeah, honey. There was this weird Spanish kid. He got pushed down a flight of stairs in a shopping cart. He's pretty hot. Oh man.
He's durable. He can survive a fall.
It's a good thing you made that R very audible, Paul.
Guys, I found a battle.
Oh, we're gonna battle.
If we want to get away from Alvin being pushed down flights of stairs, actually the 91 is going to go side by side with the 79. That's Backmarker Racing, and that wasn't Hellenic Racing. That was Probatum Racing. So Tiago Campos is just got passed by Yelm in the 91. So that's pass for position in your GTS field.
Definitely a good move there by Nicholas Helm. And looking at the lap times, Nicholas Helm has been about 2 seconds per lap quicker than Tiago Campos every single time around the racetrack. And pretty much supporting that theory, Alvin, well, Helm just basically darts away from the 79 pretty much instantly. We had a fight, and it's gone.
Yeah, it is. And you know something, Randy, something that perhaps we haven't talked about. Not only all the regulars that we've had here on the Neo and the Neo Endurance Series coming into this race today, but we also have some teams that, as a result of that great finish that they had in the championship standings in the Gathering of Tweakers Endurance Series, they got the opportunity to race in this series. One of them being Probatum Racing, and this is definitely a great chance that they get to race in perhaps one of the big races in what is this Neo and Gathering of Tweakers, this partnership that they both had. Even though Gathering of Tweakers may be the support series, that doesn't mean that those races are short on action. And I'm sure that Paul can also kind of agree with me. That series was also fantastic throughout this season as well.
Yeah, I mean, we covered that series, both myself and you, Alvin, throughout the Gathering Tweakers series and season, and absolutely fantastic racing. The one that always comes to mind of last season was the battle for the lead right to the very end at Twin Ring Motegi. It was the first time they'd run an event, run the race there in the Gathering Tweakers, I do believe. And yeah, it was absolutely brilliant racing, and it's great to see teams like that, like Probatum. Also seen racing for Holland, of course, who are driving in the Corvette. They're racing today as well. They did well in the Gathering of Tweakers series. They were invited into this race, because let's not forget that those teams could affect the championship standings in the Neo Endurance series, because of course this is the season finale of the Neo Endurance series. So having those teams come in, the teams from Neo, they must be thinking, well, hang on a second, we've got to make sure we beat those teams to be able to ensure we get good points in the championship.
Yeah, it is, but something that was discussed and perhaps during this conversation of the Gathering of Tweakers teams coming in and doing a one-off race and all that, and some teams say, hey, wait a second, they're coming in, they're doing a one-off race, and that would affect my championship. So at the end of the day, the Neo administration decided, you know what, some teams are right, so we are gonna do this the way that is done in real life with the World Endurance Championship. Even though the teams that are invited here are racing, that doesn't mean that they are racing for points. So only the teams that are the regulars on the Neo Endurance Series are the ones that are going to score points. So whatever happens with the finishing positions on the of the invited teams, then those teams what pretty much that finish behind will be promoted to the positions that the invited teams are occupying at the end of this race.
Well, a lot of good insight there from Alvin, from someone who's part of the administrative side of the Neo Endurance Championship. But while this is happening, we're going to talk with one of your other drivers out here on the racetrack, and this is one of the drivers of the number 2 machine, Paul Ilbrink. Paul, thanks for joining us out here today. You guys in your Radical Steel Series car, it's been a relatively quiet run. You're running strong, 5th place out there on the racetrack right now, 2 laps off the race lead. How's your race gone for the most part?
It's not been completely uneventful. We had some issues with the curbs in the final chicane at the beginning of the race, which in the first time it only cost us 6 seconds of repair, and the second time it cost us a minute, so that was a shame. But yeah, since then we've been doing our best to try and catch up again, and so far we seem to be closing in on friction a bit, so that should become interesting soon.
And now Radical is one of those teams that's pretty much this past year gone through a bit of a restructuring phase. Obviously losing Jeremy Bootsaloop as well as Mac Backham, 2 of the team's kind of premier endurance drivers, both of which hopped over to Coanda. I know that I believe Jeremy's been helping on this end as well. What's it like, and what's it been like on the Radical side of things, trying to rebuild that team to a certain extent for these sorts of events?
Yeah, it's a shame to lose good drivers like Jeremy and Mac, but yeah. If you do well, you, not like being one of the super high-end top teams, you have the risk to losing them to teams like Coanda, etc. So that happens. But yeah, we've been getting some new guys on as well, and I think just for Neo we're a bit too thin spread in all our entries. So that's one of the reasons that we didn't really achieve what we hoped for at the beginning of the season, but last race at Spa was good, and I hope we can finish the season on a high here in Le Mans.
And what's your outlook looking for the next 14 hours of racing? We're just about approaching 10 hours of racing done, 14 hours to go. How do you think this team's going to combat fatigue to the second stretch of the race?
It will be tough. We're only with 4 drivers today, so yeah, the most important thing is to stay awake and to stay sharp and not make fatigue-induced mistakes. But other than that, I think we can bounce back, and you never know what's going to happen at the front with the top 3. Something might happen there. Like I think something happened with Core a couple a stint ago or something, when they were just driving in front of us. They had an issue, so who knows what happens, and maybe we can get to the podium with some luck, but we'll have to see.
All right, well, thank you for joining us, Paul. It's good to see that you guys are having at least a decently strong run out there, getting a solid top 5, and pretty much just staying clean. Haven't really been part of any big dramas for the past several hours for sure. Before we let you go, any shout-outs? Anyone you'd like to thank tonight?
All my teammates who are doing this race with me, and the other teammates that are supporting us, our sponsor Steel Series, Esther Sim Race, and of course Joel Real Timing, which is really helpful here in events like this.
Thanks for joining us, Paul, and good luck to you guys in the 2 machine for the next 14 hours.
Yeah, good luck with the broadcast.
So, some interesting insight from Mr. Ilbrink there, especially talking about the Radicals team and what they've had to gone through the past year or so in terms of restructure. And, well, 2 minutes from the top of the hour, and Cisco, you're leaving us.
Yeah, I'm heading back to the world of NASCAR because I have to get behind the cameras here and do a little production work. So you can catch that on iRacingLive. But, yep, going to be stepping away here, and you guys will as well in a little bit here. But that's then, this is now, and it's been an absolutely fantastic race. We've seen some great battling throughout all 3 classes, and it's really cool to see that, to have just these competitive battles, as it looks like Coanda actually just hit pit road here, so they're in their stall at the moment. Piatella is going to be behind the wheel of that car now, but just as they're getting ready to head off pit road, I'm getting ready to leave you guys. It's been a lot of fun, and I can't wait to see how this turns out at the end.
certainly has, and as we go to the top of the hour, that means we're going to have to go to fan immersion mode here in a couple minutes. We haven't decided yet. Alvin, what do you think we should go on board with for fan immersion? You see any good fights out there? Alvin?
It doesn't seem like there's any good fights in here, but let's pick somebody. Let's see what we haven't done in here today. I think we have done a Corvette, an Aston, Audi. We
done a
the
prototype.
Mercedes. So how about we go on board the Radicals number 2 HPD?
All right, we'll do that at the start of the lap, as is tradition. Miguel Martin currently behind the wheel of that. Or actually, you know what? Director's going to overrule me. We're going to go on for a battle lap on board with Miguel Martin in the number 2 Radicals Online machine. Enjoy. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive as we start to reach the tail end of part number 2 of your Neo Endurance 24 Hours of Le Mans. Cisco Scaramouza has left us to go do some NASCAR-related stuff. It's now just Paul Smith, me, Randy Chinnett, Alvin Nieves, and I think Cameron Walsh may join us at some point. Just rode on board for a lap in on some change with the Radicals Online prototype. Number 2 machine, driven by Miguel Martin. For those of you that were curious, we were looking back for a good chunk of that lap past the rear spoiler of that red and white number 2 car. The car we were looking at was Frederick Evers in the Friction Motorsports machine. That was actually a fight for position of the Radicals car, now fighting traffic through the Porsche curves. If we can go to this right now, actually take that back. Evers gets held up in traffic too, so potentially exciting moment, gets a little bit delayed, but let's go down top of the hour run of your top 5 in class. We're still watching this fight. Let's keep on it all the way through this. Prototype field pretty much remains unchanged. VRS Coanda Sinsport leading the way by about 2 minutes over Thrustmaster Movano. Marty Piatella now behind the wheel of the number 1 machine with Jose Maria Lopez in the 3 still. Core Sim Racing in the 2nd spot with Radicals and Friction. That's the fight for 4th and 5th. Heinz-4 Core Motorsports continuing to lead the way here in your GT1 division. In the 2nd spot, SimRC Iris. 3rd, SimRC Crimson, who's currently on the pit road. VRS Coanda Sinsport in the 4th spot with Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT in 5th. However, Coanda still owes us a pit stop. Anders Dahl currently on his outlap in the Thrustmaster Movano GT1 car. Moving back down to GTS, Pure Racing Team is in the top spot with Team DFTBA in 2nd. They're still somewhat in a fight with Philip Schallenberg and Team RSO, although that gap is spread out to about 10 seconds, so probably that fight pretty much done and over with. MSP Phoenix in the 4th spot with Core Sim Racing GTS rounding out your top 5 in that field. So, Alvin, everything looked like it was getting to pretty much almost boring mode phase of the race, and then Friction and Radicals decide to duke it out. Those are 2 teams that have fought a lot in the endurance racing format for a very long time. Bit of rivalry, you could probably say, and they fought in some other realms as well. Single-seaters, cars like in series like the World Championship Grand Prix Series, open wheelers as well, possibly even the Skip Barber. A lot of competitive drivers on those teams across very many competitive realms of motorsport here on the iRacing service.
Yeah, it is, and these are 2 teams, like you just mentioned, they are really no strangers to each other. They have been battling throughout many championships here, not only here in the Neo Endurance Series, but also iRacing World Championship Series, and many other series that we have broadcasted here so far. So these 2 definitely not strangers to being around each other, but just because they're not strangers doesn't mean they are they don't really race hard against each other. When they see each other, I'm pretty sure, Randy, that they really want to go and see and show who is the best.
I think you're right. Miguel Martin, though, doing a good job of proving that he is the best, that he's stretching the gap over Frederick Evers in that 5th spot. So Miguel Martin, I think, has himself a good, comfortable grasp on that 4th spot as they make the run down towards Indianapolis. And actually something interesting to think about, the 3rd place car in class, Maxime Pauly. All 3 cars are all basically going to be on the same stretch of racetrack. Radicals and Friction going into Indianapolis now. Maxime Pauly on the brakes and through Mulsanne. So right now, if you're Radicals, Alvin, you got a lot of work to do to catch that number 22 machine to have any hope for a podium.
Yes, it is, and well, this this part of the race, we are pretty much we have just less than 14 hours to go into this race, and this part of the race being almost done with this 2nd quarter and going into the 3rd quarter in just 2 hours time. They're pretty much very similar in a way that you may not be really racing whoever is around you, but you may be racing somebody that is 1, maybe 2 minutes just ahead of you. So this is just a matter of keeping the pace that you have, keeping the strategy that you have, and making sure that everything, every instruction, every mark, every number that you have been instructed to do, you do it as told.
Absolutely right. Miguel Martin navigating some traffic, maybe not quite optimally, very close moment with a Mercedes That's Marco Derricks in the Gathering of Tweakers number 99 machine. Also had a close moment with ex-teammate Vincenzo Amico of Shinya Machimi Sim Racing. We talk about, Alvin, big talking point of that Radicals online team, and the big talking point of the past year is the fact that so many drivers have left that organization. You had Jeremy Bootsloop and Mac Backham hop over to Coanda last year, and then Friction, big cut of the first chicane. That's going to cost him even more time. I think Frederick Evers just flat out missed his braking marker there, so he gets back going, no damage, but he's going to have a slowdown. We're getting that on replay. Overall, not that exciting, but still interesting nonetheless. Actually, he didn't lose that much time either. But Alvin, that Steel Series team, that Radical Steel Series team, they've lost so many of the successful pieces that made that team tick. Really, I think this next year or so has to be a rebuilding effort.
Well, here's the thing with how teams started in iRacing and where we are standing right now. You know that when we started all this Pro Series stuff, there was pretty much only two big series. We got NASCAR and we got the Grand Prix series. So, you know, those were the two big series that we had. And as a result, we had some drivers that were not really into doing open wheel, the Grand Prix series, because, you know, driving the Grand Prix cars and back in the day we had the Williams, it was a different beast to drive compared to a GT car. And as a result, some people say, you know what, I'm not really into open wheelers, I prefer GT cars. So some people, just because they were not in the Pro Series, they decided to just do the GT, and as a result may have not been regarded as the best drivers in the world. Now, last year, we got the Blancpain GT Series, and Randy, that absolutely changed the whole atmosphere of team racing here in iRacing, as now you have drivers that really are into GT racing. And what is the greatest example of all? Core Motorsports, a team that perhaps not known for their open wheel but for their fantastic GT driving. And as the Blancpain GT Series came in, so came Core Motorsports. Now, as a result of that, many changes all over iRacing. You mentioned Radicals, but also Coanda went through some changes. We had Andre Borcher leaving and joining Core Motorsports. We've also seen many moves in Core Sim Racing, for example, NX Racing. So it's not only Radicals that have had some changes that they had to contend with. It's pretty much many of the teams that, if they want to be competitive, they gotta do changes if they want to be on the top.
Yeah, absolutely right. And one of those teams that's had some changes over the past year is actually Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT, and we're going to actually get a quick interview with one of their drivers. This is Simone Maria Marcano. We're now joined by Simone. And Simone, can I just say that was a fantastic stint you had a few hours ago. You managed to pick yourself up an early spot, get yourself into that third spot past Dustin Hickman of the SimRC Crimson car. And first thing I actually want to ask, that fight you had with Dustin, you actually had a pretty tough fight with Dustin yesterday in the Friday Primetime Proto GT race, and that ended somewhat in tears for Dustin. Is there a little bit of a rivalry between you two carrying over into this one and continuing to duke it out?
Yeah, hello. No, I think that is a good, fair competition, but I don't think that with a single contact there can do bad things between us. By the way, I think we do always good fighting because we are almost similar, like race pace, and that's it.
Well, talking about the pace of this race, you guys currently run in that third spot. You're a lap behind the likes of SimRC, who's second in class. However, next car you have to reel in is actually VRS 26. Actually, I believe David may have just done a pit stop. He might owe us a pit stop, but currently Coanda is in the third spot. You guys currently about the stretch of the Porsche curves behind, and as I say that, David Williams hits the pit lane, so that's going to be an easy spot for you guys. How easy is it for that Movano team coming into an endurance race like this, especially with so many relatively new members? Really the notable one from my experience, Anders Dahl, for a long time, one of the IRDK drivers. He shifted over to Movano, I think, earlier this year, a little bit deep into the year last year. What's it like adding so many new parts to that team of Thrustmaster?
Yeah, this is a fantastic experience because I am new in the field of the endurance, and especially a long endurance like this, 24 hours, something of unbelievable. And I think me and my teammate feel quite good between us, because it's also the first endurance together, and we didn't knew one by one each other, and except Jorge Montañez, that I did Petit Le Mans in 2016, but it was something of all new. But I think I am feeling very, very good with, especially with Anders, that I reputate a very good strategy man.
Now, one other question about that Thrustmaster Movano team. This is something that, at least within my team, something of a big talking point. How is Jorge's new microwave doing?
What? I don't understand. Sorry, can you repeat, please?
There was a bit of a funny moment actually a while back before one of the Neo races where in his forum post, Jorge was talking about the preparation for the race. I think it may have been the Nürburgring. I'm not 100% sure on that though. But he was talking about the preparation for the race or how the race was going. And at the end of the post, he randomly put at the end, also I have a new microwave. So I always ask when I talk to a Movano driver how Jorge's new microwave is doing.
Sorry, you speak so fast. I understand nothing. Sorry, really sorry.
It's okay, Simone. Don't worry about it. I don't think you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, I don't think you're in on the joke. But regardless, Simone, fantastic run you're having tonight. Good run you had last night and Friday prime time. You guys are definitely looking strong. Any shout outs? Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I want to say really thank you to my teammates, my team that support me, Thrustmaster Movano, Thrustmaster itself that give me fantastic steering wheels and pedals, also other sponsors like Cube Controls and Dem Simulator, and all people that believe in me, my family, my friends, and that's it. I want to thanks thanks to all these people.
Well, thanks for joining us tonight, Simon. You guys continue to have your good, strong run down to hopefully picking up some other spots. Already in the podium. Hopefully you can reel in simrc.de Iris, make that an entertaining fight.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the fighting and will enjoy the next 14 hours of the race.
We definitely will. Thank you, Simone.
Thank.
And I definitely moved him in a somewhat untimely fashion there. Simone, if
Well
you're in
done,
the chat,
Rambo.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm just an idiot. Is basically how it goes. I see Jorge in the chat, and Jorge basically says Forza microwave, so that's definitely good to see that his microwave is doing strong, isn't it, Alvin?
Yeah, it is. Definitely, you know, every time we have these races, it's always good to see the great interaction that we have with the viewers here in the chat. You know, it's always good to see that they can be always entertained by what we do, and also, you know, that we can also provide some good fun interaction with them. But as I mentioned, that I've got some really bad news that I have to say, and it involves the number 55. They just crashed coming out of the Porsche curves.
Yeah, this was Martin Vinther in the IRDK Endurance number 95. This, I think, actually happened last time around the racetrack, or maybe 2 laps ago. A lot of damage on the front end of that car, Alvin, and that's borderline terminal damage. I don't see a hood or anything on that car, and they're still out there running current top speed about 165 miles an hour. Reference that to Patrick Pichler in the Audi behind. He's doing 173, and he's about a quarter mile behind out there on the circuit.
Yeah, it is, but you know, there's always a silver lining. I'm pretty sure that V8 Mercedes is getting plenty of cooling, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, definitely right, but still, it's going to be the damage, I think, that's going to be the main focus. They shouldn't have any issues overheating, but they're going to be really slow down these straights for a while. It's a pretty substantial pace difference right now. About 10 miles an hour is the disadvantage to that Mercedes compared to Patrick Pichler, who's cycling right now just behind. Going to try to get a replay of that incident, but as Paul Smith just said, wish him luck. So everyone, cross your fingers for Paul Smith.
Well,
Hopefully we can get a good replay of that incident. Do you have it?
Well, Randy, I'm having a look, and it's an undamaged car at the moment, so I've definitely not missed the incident. So let's have a look. Oh, yeah, it was on the exit of Porsche Curbs. Lowe's just got a wiggle on there on the exit of Porsche Curbs, and then front end straight into the tyre wall on the exit there. A lot of damage done to the front of the car, and they pretty much, I believe, they brought it straight onto pit road to get something done to it. Yeah, they did. They brought it onto pit road straight away. So it was a good decision by them just to get onto pit road straight away, try and get some repairs done to it. But as we were mentioning, looking at the car, it's still got no bonnet to it, no hood. So definitely, as Alvin mentioned, good cooling for the engine, but not the best aerodynamics on that car now.
No, and actually, as I go to think, didn't that IRDK car spin just like that at that same section of the racetrack earlier on in the race? Or there was another, which Mercedes was it that spun there about 3 hours ago?
We had another car spin there. It wasn't that car, so, but do you know what? Right now, my brain isn't working, so I don't know.
Oh, well, that's honestly not much different from.
I think it was. That's not normal.
That was actually, I know which car it was. That was the GOT number 99. That was part of that 3-car scrap.
Yes, it was. Yes, good thinking, Batman.
Thank you. As I just get my utility belt out to continue on the show, and let's actually keep tabs with this friction and potentially radicals fight. Staying relatively close thus far, Alvin. Frederick Evers on the exit of Tetra Rouge right now, going to quickly put Sim RC in his rear view mirror, and well, the next car in line he sees is Miguel Martin in that radicals online the prototype as well. Problem is, Jose Maria Lopez out in front, getting it and giving Miguel Martin a draft. That's going to make it difficult for Evers to try to pick up spots.
Yeah, and it is. And now here's the interesting thing. After Radicals Online, we got Corsim Racing, so they are pretty much very far ahead. So then, second place right now running Trustmaster Movano. So perhaps this is Radicals Online. Miguel Marti may use this to their advantage and try to go into the fuel saving strategy that we have been seeing so far. It looks like Coanda have been playing that game, and they have been doing it fantastically so far. So as it stands right now, perhaps just stay behind, save a little bit of fuel. There's a lot of racing to go. We're not even halfway through the race, so just run a little strategy, and perhaps see if by strategy you can gain that 4th place. 3rd place, it's still 3 minutes ahead, so you can still do some things here and there that perhaps towards the end of the race you may be battling for that last step on the podium.
Absolutely right. For those who want to know what we're talking about in terms of the Forza microwave, I've linked a picture of it in the chat. It's actually a pretty fancy livery. You can thank one Mr. Jamie Wilson for that. But as this fight continues on, Frederick Evers on the run down into Indianapolis, still setting his sights on that red and white car of Miguel Martin. Jose Maria Lopez, though, setting his sights 2.5 minutes up the road to VRS Kona Simsport number 1 and Marti Piatella. So, relatively quiet phase of the race it becomes again. Really, Alvin, we came on about 4 hours ago. It's sort of, this is the way that these sort of endurance races go. They kind of ebb and flow back and forth in the sense that they'll get kind of quiet for a couple hours, and then a lot of the strategies will start to overlap, and there'll be a lot of battles on the racetrack. We've sort of gone through that phase, that about 2.5 hour stretch where a lot of people came together out there on the racetrack. Now everyone's pretty much gotten themselves spread out again.
Yeah, it is, and you know, we're also through this phase of the race that, as it goes along, you also perhaps may start seeing some new names that may come in here to kind of work what is essentially for some of the drivers the graveyard shift. Not every driver is in the optimal time zone. You, Randy, you and me, for us this is pretty much easy right now, as the number 2 and number 15 come into the pits right now, so I will cut that now because we got more important things to attend to.
Yeah, number 2 and the number 15 come down onto the pit lane together, and that is really, really interesting right there. Going to make this fight very, very close. Now we have not only a fight in terms of pace here, Alvin, but in terms of strategy. Do you maybe short fill? Do you maybe skip tires to try to get yourself a bit of track position? Maybe make your opponents behind push really, really hard?
Well, you can short fill a little bit and make sure that you can have the fuel to run exactly 13 laps. It may be a risk if you go through that strategy, but one that you can make for sure is the skip tires. That is something that we have seen here, that we have seen teams double, triple stinting, some teams even quadruple stinting. I haven't seen a quadruple stint in the prototype so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if as the race goes on and we see close battles like this one, I will not be surprised if we see one team trying to do a quadruple stint towards the end of the race to gain the ultimate advantage over the opposing team.
I think you're absolutely right, and check it out. Friction Motorsports, they came in second, Alvin. They come away with the spot. Radicals Online and Miguel Martin still sitting in the lane. They either have a better, actually no, they took tires, so I think this tire strategy coming in. Radicals on new rubber. Friction Motorsports out there on an older set.
Yeah, and this is pretty much what we're talking about strategy. Right now, it may not seem like much, but just think about it. Just think about this. Friction Simsport right now are not taking tires, so they're thinking about double or triple stinting tires. Radicals Online, on the other hand, they change tires. Now, the interesting thing is how these cars are set up. Perhaps the Friction Simsport is set up to take better care of the tires compared to the Radicals Online, but it also depends on who's driving it. Some drivers are more gentle on the tires than the others. Perhaps Miguel Martin just being a little bit more demanding on the tires, and as a result, he may be a little bit faster, but once he comes into the pits, he also needs a new set of tires.
Keeping tabs on some of your classes in terms of pit stops, we just had the second place car of SimRC iRacing, your GT division. They did a pit stop relatively recently. Evan Merrill is now the driver behind the wheel of that car. Yeah, 8 laps ago is actually when that was. I think we missed it. I know we missed the driver swap. I think it happened during our transfer period, and then we didn't really get to it during the phase. Heinfeld Core Motorsports pretty much pit within the same window. No driver swap for them.
To be fair, we were busy talking to Simon.
Yeah, but it's new information for us.
Like that. So it's keeping everyone up to date with what's going on. We may be a little bit dozy in the commentary booth here, but to be honest,
I'm fine.
Well, you might be fine. I'm not. But what's really going well so far? We've not really had too many. I'm going to give it the commentator's curse right now. We've not had too many sort of like dozy incidents, where drivers who are tired, who've been driving for quite a while now, just having one of those dozy moments in the race there, and everything's been pretty much. Oh, as I say that, there's actually Racing Lions had a little mishap down at Mulsanne Corner. I'll get a replay up on the screen just to have a look. I think it may have been just on the run here. I'll have a look here as they're heading down towards Mulsanne Corner. Turning right, you're going to be braking whilst turning as well, running it a little bit wide, back end kicks around, and they managed to keep it off the track, out the way of everybody coming through. So nicely done there. Not what Frank van Brandvik would be wanting to see right there.
Can I just say, Paul, that was very well timed on the commentator's curse.
Yeah, it was. That was magnificent.
That was. Yeah, you said, and before I give it the commentator's curse, oh, hey, look, someone spun. Isn't that almost like I planned it that way? Ha 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 ha.
No, that was just genuine.
I know. I'm aware.
I don't think I'm that powerful.
Are you implying that you even are powerful?
No, I have no power whatsoever. I have no say in this broadcast.
You're just here so Hugo can go drink.
I'm here so that Will can actually get some sleep as well.
That too. Plus, he's got a chicken to cook or eat.
Well, he had his chicken, and he enjoyed it. Will he make another one for tomorrow? That's going to be interesting because he's got the last part of the race to do.
We're talking about food again.
Yeah, I know we're talking about food again. I don't care. I like food. I like it a lot. As we've got a SimRC.de Emerald car coming in. That's the prototype from 9th place. Lucas Dalter coming onto pit road to make a pit stop. There you go. I'm bringing it back onto top.
Well,
Indeed, well done.
Well, here's something. I'm sorry, but we gotta keep talking about food because when we were talking about what we were gonna eat before the broadcast started, when was the last time that you heard somebody naming a roasted chicken, putting a name to it?
Well, I don't talk to as many mentally ill people as I normally do, but I will say that there's a big spike in the number of mentally ill people I talk to on RaceSpot broadcasts, and Will's usually the proponent there, so it's not really a surprise when Will's like, oh yeah, I named the chicken I'm cooking, I'm going to talk about it on air.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, you just have to look at our history of talking about food in these endurance events. And Will brought it up in the Sebring 12 Hours about how he'd had a chicken as well. And do you know what? You know, as the leading,
and also he had the skin.
Leading GTS car is on pit road, by the way. Pure Racing Team Jonas Vollmeyer at the wheel there, having a pit stop as well. Yeah, he had the skin as well. So, and to be fair, it could be so much more. It could be so much worse. I mean, I've had a pizza this evening, so that's not exactly the healthiest option there. So roast chicken, it's not too bad. It's not like it's deep fried or anything like that.
This is true, as Jonas Vollmeyer currently on pit road, and Alvin, actually something interesting to talk about with you. Jonas Vollmeyer and Pure Racing Team in this Audi, last time out, at least for them, for an endurance race, they did not really have all that great of an outing at the VLN race. They basically got taken out from the lead.
Yeah, and you know, this is something that we have seen with Pure Racing Team, not only here, but we've also seen it throughout VLN and other series, that they come in, they seem like the dominating team, you know, and they just go, and then all of a sudden, boom, something happens to them. Sometimes it's not something that they were looking for, but it could also be as well that something's a little bit of impatience that happens, and well, you know, it's something that we have seen with PRT consistently, that sometimes the patience is not on their side, and sometimes they are involved in silly incidents. But so far, as it stands right now today, the number 71, as it has been through pretty much the whole season here on the Neo Endurance Series, dominating so far.
Yeah, definitely. That big incident we saw from the VLN season opener 100% actually wasn't their fault. At least, I mean, the incident that put them out of the race was another silly one that was debatable, but the one that put them in the wall certainly was not. And as per Jorge in chat, no, believe me, we aren't psychotic enough to imply that one should try microwaving chicken. We're not quite that, let's say, Bachelor Frogish in life just yet. But Jonas Vollmeyer, get himself back out there on the racetrack. Into the first chicane he goes. Let's see what kind of gap he has. Second place in class, actually on the same stretch of road. And really, Alvin, this fight for the lead, and even in the first, actually no, I take that back. DFTBA owes us a pit stop. I'm just stupid.
Yeah, it is, and you know, this is pretty much what happens in this whole thing with the pit stop cycles and anything. Now, I noticed something interesting. In the FTBA right now, they are running only 45 seconds ahead of Pure Racing Team. The last time if I do remember correctly, I think the advantage before that was almost 55 seconds. So there is a possibility that if the FTBA comes into the pits, do their service, and do not take tires, the gap is gonna be significantly diminished compared to Pure Racing Team. And
did Pure take tires?
Yes, they did. The pit stop was 1:09 seconds.
Yeah, so they did.
Yeah, so, and then here's something interesting. Team RSO, the other team that was running close to the number 71, last time they came into the pits with at the same lap that Pure Racing Team also came in, but they didn't take tires, and as a result, the advantage is it's only 34 seconds, when before that it was almost 1 minute. So things are really starting to get really interesting in this battle for the GTS lead.
You're definitely right. I will say there's one problem, Alvin, if you're a Team TBA, is that if you're Michael Storm, you're currently working lap number 55, and you got into the car on lap number 101. So that's been a 54-lap stint for Michael. And when you're talking about 40 laps, 4 minutes around the racetrack, well, 50 laps plus 4 minutes, you're talking nearly you're pushing a 3-hour stint.
Yes, it is, absolutely. And, you know, we're talking here now that people doing triple, maybe quadruple stints in here, and you know, a circuit like Le Mans, it's not really as demanding in compared to, let's say, the Nordschleife, which you're always turning. Up in here, you got so many straightaways that you can relax a bit, take a sip of coffee. If you're really tired, like Paul is, for example, you can kind of relax just a little bit, but still, the demand that it puts on you to keep the car on track, to hit those braking points exactly at the same spot that you are doing every single time, after 4 hours. It does take a lot, I have to say.
Paul is posing an interesting question. What happened to the 12? Well, the 12 is 6 laps down, and they've been down lap for a while, Paul, so they've had problems all day. I'm not sure what their most recent issue is. Well, the last lap I have shown was lap 168.
They're not showing us doing any moving at all, in fact, at the moment, so it doesn't look like they're even on track or in the pits. So
Lennart had a tech issue.
Possibly had a technical issue, yeah.
Well, no, definitely.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It was Lennart Rart who was in the car and received throughput fell to unacceptable levels. So
yeah, it is. I was able to follow them, and all of a sudden, coming into Indianapolis, poof, they disappeared.
Technical problems then for Pure Racing Team LMP. Block not been the best of days for them, really, when you consider things, how they've been going today in this race.
Yeah, really, the best Pure car has been that GT3 Audi all night. Really not been a great run for Pure at all.
Well, I mean, they started in 5th place on the grid, did Pure Racing Team, so down, 5 positions there. Bit of a nightmare, really, if you're honest here.
Yeah, it's definitely not good on their part, as we're grasping at straws to find interesting things to talk about right now, aren't we, Paul?
Well, I'll tell you what is interesting.
You know it's bad when it's like, oh no, what happened to the car that's 6 laps down before they had their incident?
I'll tell you what is interesting, and that is 5th place, Radicals Online. They're slowly gaining on Friction Motorsports for 4th position in your prototypes. So only 2.7 seconds between them at the moment as they're heading down the Mulsanne straight now after going through Tête Rouge. So definitely could have a little bit of a battle going on here because they both pitted on the same lap as well.
Yeah, that's definitely a fight that's happening. As the awkward silence is just, man.
I tell you what,
that silence was that was emptier than the hole in my soul. I tell you.
I tell you what, and it's the fact that it took me that long to then actually unmute my microphone to then go, oh yeah, I better talk here. By the time I did that, you came back on the microphone. But yeah, that's all sort of there. Yeah, as I was saying, Radicals Online, and now just under 2.5 seconds. They've gained 0.2 of a second on this lap. So they're really been gaining here, Alvin. And well, you know, Radicals Online just slowly gaining on that car in front, and they did take tyres, whereas Friction, they didn't take tyres on that last pit stop.
Yeah, and you know, and this is the fascinating thing about the strategies that everybody is really involved here, as the number 12 is getting back on the track right now. But yeah, you know, number 2 did take tires and the 15 didn't, and as a result, we were wondering if the 15 was set up to perhaps take better care of the tires. But the answer is, even with that, the number 2 is definitely much faster than the number 15. And Paul, I wouldn't be surprised if even with this call, not only they overtake him, but they open a good enough gap that even if Friction Simsport decides to not take tires again, Radicals Online will be in front of them after the next cycle of pit stops.
Well, this is it. They're on lap 3, possibly. Is it lap 3 or lap 4 of their stint at the moment, both Friction and Radicals? So
they are in lap 4 right now, and they
right
should
now,
be starting lap 5 in a minute's time.
Yeah, so they're pretty early on in their stint right now, and those fresh tyres. I mean, Radicals now within a second of that car in front of Friction Simsport. 24 hours du Mans to give it its full official title. they are gaining on them, and I think those fresh tyres are showing the difference there, Randy.
Yeah, they definitely are. I know what also hasn't helped is Friction has not had the greatest of luck in terms of the traffic is actually on this lap. They caught a bunch of it, but regardless, Miguel Martin, look at the way he aggressively and confidently hops those curbs there, Paul and Alvin. I wouldn't be quite so brave going over the curbs like that in the prototype, knowing that you can easily damage that under tray and, well, basically lose 2, 3, 4 miles an hour basically in the blink of an eye.
It's risky, I have to say, especially like you just mentioned, man. These prototype cars, you really want to avoid hitting those high curbs because these cars being so aero sensitive, the slightest damage, yeah, you can damage the splitter or the rear diffuser, you're fine. But the underbody, if you damage it, good luck.
But out they come onto Tetra Rouge now and past the tall trees on the left-hand side. Miguel Martin getting that number 2 machine up to speed. And, well, Alvin, looking at the top end, that Radicals car has a few mile-an-hour advantage on the Friction Motorsports machine driven by Frederick Evers. So I think right now if you're Friction, your issue is really compounded. You're not quick in terms of lap time. You're not quick through the corners. And they're just flat out better than you on the straightaways.
Yeah, well, you know, and it also helps that being just right behind the Friction Simsport, it's definitely, that tow is definitely helping the Radicals online right now. Now, the question is, they are in lap 5 of their stint, both of them. And we have seen that these prototypes can go around 13 laps. I'm really interested to see if they stay just behind them as he's tried to get a run here going into the Michelin chicane, but I'm pretty sure that he will stay here. What I was thinking is if the number 2 was gonna stay behind them, but Randy, I got a feeling that going into Mulsanne, he's going for the overtake.
I think you're right as you see Friction Racing move over to the left-hand side, and here comes Miguel Martin putting the car on driver's right, and look at the overlap he has in terms of speed. Friction even lifts out of it to make it pretty easy. So Frederick Evers there, Alvin, he knows discretion's the better part of value, knows that's a fight he's not going to win. Move Miguel Martin and Radicals online up into that 4th spot.
Yeah, it is, and it's a definitely fantastic move here by Miguel Martin, and great call here by the Radicals online. Yes, we were questioning if by taking tires they were at a disadvantage, but as it shows right now, Miguel Martin and the number 2 Radicals online definitely with the upper hand in this battle.
Into Indianapolis goes Miguel Martin, and, well, that's pretty much, I think, going to be fight over here for the top 5 in your prototype division as we're quickly approaching the end of this hour. Only 20 minutes left in this shift of it, and Frederick Evers, well, going through Indianapolis, things didn't go quite the way he would like. Pushed a little wide on exit, and you see him kicking some dust off and also not quite getting to the apex at Arnage. And look at the way that Radical Simsport machine able to just leap and gallop away from Frederick Evers. So that is indeed fight over. Let's see if we can find some other close bits out there on the racetrack. I was 95 and the 93 are close. Another one is the 88 and the 85. But I'll go to the one that my director talked to me. We talked to Shinya Mishimi earlier, and now his team's involved in a fight. Vincenzo Amico fighting with Martin Vinther in the IRDK Endurance car. Alvin, this is the IRDK Endurance car you saw have that big incident about 20 minutes ago. They continue to fall back. I'm surprised they haven't brought that car down on the pit road.
Yeah, it is, and you know, they have spent some time in the pits trying to repair that damage. Of course, they haven't repaired that damage fully, and you know, it's really a shame because this was one of the, you know, we have been talking about the Mercedes teams not being able to run in front of us. Shinya Mishimi goes right to the left here into the second chicane. Let's see if, yep, pretty easy overtake, pretty much of what was being expected. The Mercedes not having the advantage here, but something that we have been talking, the Mercedes were not having a good season so far here in the Neo Endurance Series, and here in this race, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, them and the number 97 Team RSO, perhaps the 2 best Mercedes teams that have been going into this race, and what happened to the number 95, really unfortunate.
Definitely, there's another close fight between the 85 and the 88. This is MSP Phoenix Racing number 85, driven by Redo Hartman. Course Sim Racing GTS in the 88, driven by Jere Pakkanen as they go through the Porsche curves. There's also a Bushfink Corvette lurking behind that's going to go to put these guys another lap down. This is for in class, I believe, the fight for 4th and 5th. So Redo Hartman at the tail end of your Porsche curves, and on the gas they go, and on the run down into the Ford chicane, and Redo Hartman working his best as we're actually joined by one of the admins, one and only Edgel Sandfeld. Edgel, how's it going?
Hey guys, yeah, overall from the race perspective it's really going well. I think a lot of people are really into the groove and to the strategies, just working them out, so that's nice. With my own team, not so much the case, but we are trying to diminish the damage done, damage controlling.
Now, talking about you, there was at one point you were involved in a couple fun scraps. How are those from your perspective? We actually spent a pretty good chunk of time talking about you out there on the racetrack.
Hey, that's cool. Yeah, it was kind of different than what I expected. It was actually a lot of fuel saving, just to have some sort of edge over the MSP Audi. But we thank them a lot for getting all that draft for us. But yeah, it was about managing the car, bringing it home safe, because there's still 13 hours to go, so we're not going to push until the very end anyway.
And then certainly from an administrative standpoint, I mean, it's a 24-hour race, and I know firsthand this is one of the most difficult types of races to try to orchestrate, make work, get marshals for, and figure out all the logistics of. How much relief is it that for the most part everyone's playing nice out there? I don't think we've had a protest in several hours now.
Yeah, it's remarkable, but on the other hand, I'm not that surprised because the Le Mans track is a lot of straights, so it's actually quite hard for anyone to like crash into each other. We have what is it? At least 250 meters between each car on average, so there's naturally a lot less interactions between the cars here, and that just shows that you actually have time to really get down into your strategy and just play that out.
Well, thanks for joining us, Edgel, and we'll let you get back to your administrative duties here in just a moment. Before you go, any shout-outs anyone you'd like to thank?
To my team, for sure, we've been preparing a lot for this race, and it's been going really well. And even though we face some issues here with some damage, we're not just giving up. We are trying to work it out and see how we can like really control the damage done. And I think no matter where we end tomorrow, I think we can be quite satisfied by that. So definitely. Shout out to my teammates.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, Edgel. Good luck to you for the rest of the run, both for your team and from an administrative standpoint. I know you guys have your hands full.
Cheers, mate. Have fun.
All right, and now keeping up with what's what out there on the racetrack, Jiri Pakkanen and Court Sim Racing GTS managed to get by the MSP Phoenix car of Redo Hartman just a few moments ago, so moved them up into the 4th spot on the racetrack. And same thing, another thing that happened as well that's of interest, Marty Piatella, number 1 VRS Coin Simsport prototype, Alvin, they came down on the pit road for their scheduled stop.
Yeah, it is, and it kind of seems like this move from the Court Sim Racing GTS over the MSP Phoenix Racing, it was more about the Redo Hartman running a little bit wide, going coming out of third route, and as a result, he got a slowdown penalty. So he didn't make any fight about it. Let Court Sim Racing go by and keep this battle going. As for the pit stop for the number one VRS Honda Simsport, nothing out of the ordinary. Coming to the pits, fuel, and no tires.
Yeah, and really, if you're Coanda, no real point in doing anything out of the ordinary. You're working with like a 2.5 minute advantage. Just keep up the same old consistent you've been showing all race long. So with that fight that we just lost in the prototype division, everything's pretty much gotten itself relatively strung out here on the racetrack. Remember that we were tuning in for a while for that fight amongst your GT1 leaders between Huntsville Core Motorsports and SimRC Iris. That fight, well, is separated for the moment. Granted, Evan Merrill just gave us came down pit road. Heinfeld Core Motorsports, they still owe us one. So Heinfeld again here, Alvin, going a couple laps longer, which, like you said earlier, has sort of been the consistent thing.
Yes, it is, and since pretty much right through the second quarter of this race. Hoising Belcourt Motorsports, MRC.de, Iris, they have been pretty much battling throughout this race, throughout pretty much through the drop of the green flag. But the fact that Hoisting Belcourt Motorsports was able to go 2 laps further at some point during this race is definitely showing that they do have the advantage when it comes to pit strategy over SimRC.de Iris. Now, question is, with drivers changing, because Evan Merrill is now in the number 34, how can he catch up to the number 55 throughout his stint? That is the question that needs to be answered with the number 34.
Yeah, it's definitely a good question, though, but I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the strategy. Martis Lohner, as we're talking about the strategy, actually comes down onto pit road, and actually, Alvin, look at the gap that they have. Even though they're hitting the pit lane, Martis Lohner, he's in the pit lane entrance. Evan Merrill is only on the run down towards Indianapolis. He is a lot further back than they normally are.
Yeah, and, well, you know, this is something interesting when it comes to strategy, because now the question is, Court Motorsports are in. We know that they're gonna take fuel because, well, yeah, that's why you have to come into the pits, because we don't have gigantic tanks of fuel. Now, will they take tires? That is the question that, depending on whether they take tires or not, we may see a fight that's a lot closer than what it is right now.
I'm going to go ahead and wager that given this gap, I think SimRC Iris likely did take tires here, because, I mean, they're not even on the run down into Porsche curves. Paul?
I can tell you, Randy, that SimRC.de Iris pit stop was a 34.6.
Okay, so then they didn't take tires.
No.
So basically, Heinfeld Coors had just galloped away as they're already leaving their box.
And they went ahead and they didn't take any tires as well.
So, good. Very good decision, I think, from Heinz-Feld Core Motorsports. Just maintain this gap and put all the pressure on the number 34 SimRC.de Iris car. And Paul actually brought up a good point just a little bit ago. And Alvin, we need to talk about the complete lack of attrition from this race. And I know a lot of people, when this feature for driver swaps came in, a lot of people were saying, oh, well, after a while, you're just going to be racing by yourself. Everyone is going to wreck. If I look down, I only see, let me do a count, 5 cars out of a 48-car grid not running.
Yeah, and you know, this is something that this is one of the many great things that we have here in the Neo Endurance Series, where we will see, for example, in the Roadwater Series, those are races that it's really for bragging rights. You know, there's no points on the line. It's just being out there, being in the top split, and seeing who is the fastest car there. Up here, though, different story. Just because you were involved in a crash doesn't mean your race is over. You still have some points to fight for. And something, Randy, that is always a talking point here in this series, it's something that we call the danger zone. That race to 8th place. Because what does that mean? Everybody that finishes in 8th place onwards gets an automatic invitation towards the next season, and then the rest of the field, or those that finish 9th or lower, they have to fight to get back into this again. And even though it's not as hard as a Pro Series qualifier, just the fact that you have to go through a process of pre-qualifying, seeing if you can be one of the best teams to actually get an invite into this series, can put some stress on some teams here.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a huge part of this race is, you know, like you said, that whole danger zone aspect of, I want to get myself into the top 8 for points. How am I going to do that? I know actually as one of the teammates, one of the members of Team Chimera, that's something that they're currently fighting with, I think, across both cars. Friction, or both the number 24 machine as well as the 54 in the GT1 field. I think both are really trying to get themselves into the top 8 in points, get that automatic invite in. The 24 machine currently running 6th in class. They're having a good run, 2 laps down, but for the most part, it's going to be difficult for them, I think, to move up the field, especially given some things that I know that are happening within the team that I won't talk about on air. But in the GT1 car, I know that they're very, very tight on that 8th place in terms of points, and I know that they would love to try to reel in the number 31 machine at Thrustmaster Movano Racing, but actually looking at the gap, Simon Trundle actually has been putting in some pretty quick lap times, and he is sort of slowly reeling in the 31 driven by Anders Dahl right now. Not quickly, and actually, as I say that, last time by about 0.6 of a second was the advantage for the 54.
Yeah, and pretty much, battles. And actually, as I look into it, it kind of looks like Chimera will have one more lap before they come into the pit. So Anders Dahl definitely has a good advantage here over number 54 Team Chimera for that P5. So as it stands right now, that number 31 Crossmaster Mevano GTs are comfortably running in that 5th place. Now, something interesting, and we haven't really talked about them really that much, because they, it's kind of interesting that we don't talk that much about VRS Coanda Senssport in the GT class, because what they have been doing in the prototype class, absolutely masterful performance, but in the GT class, they are running the Corvette, the number 48, and what they have been doing pretty much all season is just, they just get in, run their own race. They know that perhaps the Corvette is not the best car to run in here in the Neo Endurance Series in the GT class, but they just get in, they do what they have to do, and as you can see in the results, it shows, they haven't won a race, but they are consistently finishing in the top 5, except for the blown engine that they had at the Nürburgring. But apart from that, they have been showing good pace here in the Neo Endurance Series.
Actually, let's talk about that Neo Endurance, let's say the aspect of the GT1 BOP in this Neo Endurance Series, Alvin, because normally we see a lot of races with the GT3 cars, and we can really comment on the BOP. You have the Gathering of Tweakers, you have Neo, Blancpain, you have Pro Series, you have VLN. There are basically countless GT3 leagues out here on the iRacing.com service. Not a lot really using the GT1 cars, though, and what is it about the Corvette that makes it so weak? Is it just heavy? Is it just sluggish? Does it not have the downforce? Does it not have the top end? Is it just generally a pain in the butt to drive? What is it that's with that American muscle Corvette there that makes it so weak compared to the Aston Martin?
All of the above, Rodney, pretty much. But,
No, it's the worst in every possible way.
Yeah, so, but let's also remember that when the Corvette was brought into the iRacing service versus when the Aston Martin was brought into the iRacing service, it was pretty much a good 4 years in between both of them. So 4 years, maybe 5 years have gone by. iRacing has better technique to scan their cars, or perhaps to put some data in it that perhaps they didn't have when the Corvette was scanned all the way back. I think it was in 2010, if I do remember correctly. So there are differences, and when you try to balance those differences with two different methodologies of data acquisition for both cars, it's really hard, but I think iRacing has done a good job trying to balance things as it stands right now with the tire model, for example. They have done a great job, and then every single build that they go by, they look at the data and they try to balance it as much as they can, not only with weight but also with wing adjustments, perhaps torque adjustments, things like that. But it kind of seems like the Corvette is starting to show its age because of when it was brought into the iRacing service.
And well, let me just play a little game of Top Trumps here. It's been a while since I've played Top Trumps, but here we are then. So the Aston Martin DBR9 GT1, its weight 1,170 kilograms. Compare that to the Chevrolet Corvette C6R GT1, 1,100 kilograms, so 70 kilograms lighter as the Corvette. And the engines, well, the power in the Aston Martin is 600 brake horsepower compared to the 590 brake horsepower. So basically, does that 10 horsepower difference negate the fact that the Aston Martin is 70 kilograms heavier there?
Well, it's not just the weight. You also have to take into account how the weight's distributed, and really, it's just the general engineering of the car. I remember that Aston Martin GT1 was unveiled to the world, and when that thing came to Le Mans, that thing was kind of putting everything to shame for a while. The Corvettes were good, but there was a while where that Aston Martin just kind of dominated. That said, they ran out of fuel at Le Mans. I think their premier year and took themselves out of contention, but that Aston Martin was one of the most advanced racing cars that was ever built in the GT1 category ever.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. That said, GT1 then got too expensive, and then Corvette moved to GT2, and then GT1 is essentially RIP. Now GT3 is basically GT1. You could make the argument with the speeds that a lot of those cars do these days. That said, a couple interesting questions in the chat, and Alvin, you're one of the admins, so let's talk about it. One and only Steven Michaels, how can I potentially get involved with the Neo Endurance Series next season? Well, for me, it's relatively, we'll say it's relatively simple. Find yourself a team. Well, first of all, there'll likely be a post on the forums by Mr. Neil or Edgel. Of course, those who have already in the team, and especially, or those who have gotten themselves in the top 8, they will get somewhat advanced notice of when signups and whatnot are going to be happening. And then if you want to get in as a newcomer from this season going forward, basically get a team, respond to the post, go through the qualification process. If you're good enough to get in, and the qualification process is not easy, might I add, it's not a speed thing. It's sort of one of those things where you have to, if I remember right, it's the driver who has the fastest amount of clean laps, but not the fastest amount, but the quickest average of clean laps without incident is, I think, the way the qualifying works, right, Alvin? Across multiple drivers. Yes, it is,
and you know, unlike, let's say, the Pro Series, where pretty much whoever finishes first are the drivers that are invited into the WCS. Up in here, we not only look at who is the fastest, but also how can you keep who's the safest. How do you manage traffic? And that's something really important here, because we're talking multi-class racing. You're not racing on the same class. You also have to respect that drivers will also be sharing the track with you. They will have their own battles, and you also have to respect that fact as well. So, you know, looking at all that in the overall picture, when you combine all those fastest clean laps, consecutive, of course, by two or more drivers, how you manage traffic, how you keep the car on the track, the respect that you show on the track to other drivers.
Sorry, I'm cutting in. This is Lucas Dolster in the SimRC DE Emerald car. This is down to the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. He just looped that car around all by himself.
Yeah, so, well, you know, that's always this point of the race, you know, getting into that point that you might be getting a little bit tired, and perhaps you lose that bit of concentration and do a tail spin, but fortunately, no damage, and you can keep going.
Yes, definitely no damage. You keep yourselves going, and let's see, it's the top of the hour, and then Paul, what are we going to do? Do we want to do fan mission first, or the top of the hour rundown?
Well, what we can do is we can carry on just sort of like finishing off. I mean, you pretty much finish off that comment, Alvin, about that you were making before Randy went and interrupted you with that little self-spin there. And then we'll probably go with the rundown. You see, this normally I would be doing with my microphone muted, but you know, I'm letting the whole world know how we work here, or how I work here.
Well, let's
basically discussing sort of like what we're going to do for the top of the hour, and we'll basically just finish off a point there, and then run through your top 5s in each of the classes, and then do a bit of fan immersion after that. We'll be able to do that. And yes, yes, Randy, we will be using the music.
Yay!
Alvin, you were saying something before Randy, before SimRC the Emerald went and lost control of the car.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to finish the point of how to enter into this series, and you know, it's not about speed, but also speed, respect, and how you interact with everybody on the track. We look at all those things, and then we decide who are the teams that are going to be invited into the next season.
Well, and with that, actually, before we get to that, we talked about the Aston Martin, a little bit of a tidbit from Jamie Wilson, who drives the Aston Martin. Aston is so advanced compared to the Corvette, they didn't even give the Aston adjustable anti-roll bars. 10 out of 10. So, with that, it's the top of the hour, and we're going to go into your top of the hour. Wait. I'm confused. Are we doing it now or in a minute and 10 seconds? Paul? Oh, it's in a minute, so I got another minute of time that I can fill while we talk about balance and performance. But yeah, the Aston Martin pretty much simply put, better car to drive, a lot more fun to drive. And this is going to cause a stir on the chat, Alvin. I think it sounds better.
Aston or Corvette?
The Aston sounds better.
I have to agree with you. Even though you have that grunt of the V8 on the Corvette, you cannot deny the V12 Symphony that the Aston Martin produces.
Definitely the case there, as I think we are close enough to the top of the hour.
Can I just have my opinion? And I know I'm going to be very
Sure.
biased about this, but being the patriotic British person that I am, I would say the Aston Martin sounds a lot better.
There you go. That Paul Smith said it so. The music cues up. I'm not allowed to give a counterpoint here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive, as it is time for our top of the hour update amongst your top 5. Let's actually start from the bottom and go up here. Pure Racing Team GTS currently leads the way in your GTS division with Team RSO in the 2nd spot. Team DFTBA in 3rd, Core in 4th, and MSP Phoenix Racing rounding out your top 5 in your GT1 field. Heinzfeld Core Motorsports has a commanding lead over SimRC Iris. Heinzfeld currently on the brakes going into Arnage. Iris just started the run down to Indianapolis. Coanda currently in the pit lane. They were scored 3rd, but they'll fall back to the 5th spot, which is where they've been cycling all race long. Thrustmaster Movano is in 3rd, I think technically, with Sim RC Crimson in 4th. Like I said, Coanda in 5th. And moving up to the prototype division, VRS Coanda Sinsport, Marty Piatella behind the wheel of that car currently. Minute 37 second advantage as it currently sits right now from P1 to P2. Core Sim Racing currently in the 3rd spot, 3 minutes back from VRS Coanda Sinsport. And just for reference, lap times in the prototype cars, about 3.5 minutes. Core Sim Racing 3 minutes 10 seconds back. So 3rd place car in class about to go 1 lap down. Radicals Online, Miguel Martin currently sits in the 4th spot, and Friction Racing, Frederick Evers sits in the 5th spot in that field. So let's go to our top of the hour break for the commentators. We have to do a bit of fan immersion, and let's do it with a prototype. We haven't done it with one in quite a while, and you know what? I'm going to show some bias. Let's go on board with the number 24 car. That's my teammate Ben Tusting, and he goes under the Dunlop Bridge. Enjoy. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive as we begin the final hour of the first half of the race here, 11 hours down. Currently about 12 hours, 50 some odd minutes to go. That means we're quickly approaching the end of part number 2 of your coverage here. Randy Chineth, Alvin Nieves, and Paul Smith currently here joining you. Hugo Luis here, but he's getting set up. He's bringing you coverage of the next stretch of our broadcasting. I believe that's going to be part number 3, which is another 6 hours swing. In our little break, Alvin, we watched Ben Tusting run around, and phenomenally, we put the camera on a Chimera car and it didn't crash.
Well, you know, Randy, that is actually a good thing that we have gotten into a good stretch that we don't put a camera on anybody and they're not involved in a really big race-ending incident. So as it stands right now, we only have 1 hour to go into this second quarter of this race before we go over into the third quarter. And for the third quarter, we pretty much is gonna be Randy and I to begin with, and of course we're gonna be joined by another friend from us, Jake Blackhall.
Yeah, Jake Blackhall from Australia, who traditionally in our Raven Graph Need Speed Contender Series races tends to knock Australia off the planet, as we actually have a couple fights out there on the racetrack. Those who want to hear Corvette power, well, VRS Twin Sport is involved in a bit of a fight. It's not quite close just yet, but the 48 and the 33, that's MRC.DE Crimson, very close out there on the racetrack, and both have already done the pit stops they owe us. Gap out on the racetrack about 3 seconds. Another fight that's ticking up between the 97 and the 82. This is going to be down in your GTS field. This is Team DFCBA and Team RSO. This, I think, is a more important fight, Alvin. Very close scrap in your GTS field for second.
Yeah, and you know, this is a battle that we have been talking about, especially on the GTS class. These battles that have been happening from second place all the way down to perhaps fourth place. Right now, Force Racing GTS may be a little bit out, but this battle, P2, P3, they have been battling pretty much now for almost 6 hours. And even though they are battling, they have closed that gap to the number 71 just by 10-15 seconds from the last time that we got them. Team DFTBA just got that pass going on the number 82, so I'm pretty sure that this battle is not over. They will keep battling, and perhaps I wouldn't be surprised if at one point they decide, you know what, let's not battle, let's work together and see if we can catch the number 71 and make this a 3-car battle.
Well, as Dennis Garrison gets the job done on Team RSO, Philip Schallenberg behind the wheel of the RSO car. Philip Schallenberg actually trying to fight back with the draft, but I think that Dennis Garrison has a bit of an advantage in terms of the pace. Wouldn't be surprised to see him start stretching the gap here. Bit of discussion in the chat right now talking about the lineage of how these cars actually cycled through, and let's kind of, Alvin, I know you and I are very experienced, let's do a bit of a rundown. Basically the years that the cars that are currently being used in this race, Prototype, the Aston Martin, the Corvette, those 3 cars pretty much all fall into a timeline of about 2009, 2010, specifically the American Le Mans Series. Corvette and the Aston at the time were basically the only 2 relevant GT1 cars pretty much in the world. There were a couple others that did sprint racing, but as far as endurance racing was confirmed, that was pretty much it. The Prototype, well, the HPD ARX we have was basically the dominant prototype for its sort of generation.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of the good things that we have here in iRacing that perhaps we don't see in real life, that we get to enjoy those cars that are not used to be raced anymore, but we can just go in and experience what it used to be back in the day, you know. And we have the Honda HPD, for example, we got the Aston Martin, we got the Corvette, and the other cars from this era that is not being raced here anymore, but also that played a, well, I wouldn't say it played a huge role in this era in the GT2, because I think I only saw it once during this era, and it was the 4GT. But you know, the fact that we can experience those cars as they were all the way back in at 2009, 10, and 2011, it is great, you know. But don't worry, I'm pretty sure that soon there's another car coming in, and Randy, I'm pretty sure that this is a car that we have been waiting for it for a long time now.
I'll agree. We've been waiting for the Dirt Late model for a long time, Alvin.
Well, yeah, there's that, but There's also a red car, if I do remember correctly.
Oh yeah, Casey Kane. He drives a red sport car. No, of course. I mean, everyone's looking forward to that Ferrari 488 GTE. And actually, we're watching another fight in your GTS field. MSP Phoenix and Gathering Tweakers GTS 99. Marco Derricks getting the move done around the outside right now down the first stretch of your Mulsanne straightaway. Jan-Erik Hoffart, I think, is going to be forced to cycle in behind, and Team Chimera just trotting through on the right-hand side. That's Ben Tusting there. And actually, the Gathering a Tweaker's car. I think Ben kind of scared Marco Derricks there just a little bit. Marco missing his braking point. Went way deep into the chicane. That might give Jan-Erik a bit of an advantage on this first stretch of the straightaway.
Yeah, and I also definitely have to say great heads-up driving there by the number 9. I'm pretty sure he's going. I don't know if he's blocking or reacting. I don't know exactly what the number 99 is doing there, but kind of aggressive. He really doesn't want to give that position to the number 83, and with Jan-Erik Hoffart going into the Michelin chicane. So I think the number 83 may get a little bit ticked off and may try to go for an overtake here going into Mulsanne.
Yeah, he might be a little bit annoyed as they work the run down out of the second chicane. Another GT1 car getting ready to cycle through. That's actually Vendeball, Matty Kasoja, and you see him go from driver's left back over to driver's right. Jan-Erik is now kind of pinched himself in. He can't really make a move with the Vendeball car there, and actually I think he almost misses his braking point there as he rips a cone that was sitting in the middle of the floor. And actually, for those who are kind of wondering, just to keep the generational discussion going, other prototypes that would fit with the HPD that we have would be the I think it was that Porsche RS2 Spider, and actually there's an Acura prototype as well that was very quick as well. Other GT1 cars, there's a couple older Ford GT1s that did some of FIA GT1 Sprint Endurance Racing, as well as that Maserati MC12 would be a fantastic addition. Talking about the GT3 cars, these are modern day race cars. This Mercedes we have was basically, both it and the Audi we have were unveiled and brought onto the iRacing service within the same year. We have a couple others on the service that aren't quite as up to date. The BMW is now one cycle out of date, as the BMW, I think it's an M6 now, races in the GT3. Another car that we have is the McLaren MP412C GT3. That's also now 2 cycles out of date, as we have the original version of the car, and they originally updated it about 2 or 3 years ago, and then now they are moved on to the 650S GT3. That said, we're going to stand by for a very quick interview with Zach Thomas. And we're now joined by Zach Thomas. Zach, we're quickly reaching the halfway point. How's your race going?
It's going good now, but at the start it wasn't very good. Sean got taken out by an HPD early.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
Sean got taken out by HPD early on in the race.
So what's it been like for you guys fighting back after that early incident? I mean, getting hit by an HPD, I know is really, really easy, or I mean, it becomes possibly impossible if that's not contradictory. To really fight back on a track like this, just because you need all the top end, and a lot of that damage can be difficult to actually repair. How has it been trying to fight back for you guys in that Radicals Online Pro-Am car?
It's been a lot easier doing it this way than having to fight back through traffic, because we don't have to worry about crashing into other people or us crashing people. So we can pretty much just run our own race and hot lap this way and hope other people crash out later in the race when they get tired.
And now we're quickly approaching the midway point. What's the driver lineup looking like? Right now you have Yori Wotok, who's in the car in that 84 machine. But as I see people who have logged into the server, it's yourself, Yori, Manuel, Sean, and Rob Cuss have all joined the server under that car at some point. What's the driver lineup look like going to the end from here?
It looks like I'll do 2 stints from here. Then Yuri, then Manuel, and then Rob or Hugo till the end. Hugo or Barbosa.
All right, well, thanks for joining us, Zach. Definitely unfortunate to see you guys get taken out early, but always good to see people try to press on and try to maintain the spirit of Le Mans here at Circuit de les Arts. Before we let you go, anyone you'd like to thank?
I would like to thank the Iron Fist for keeping me from raging when HPDs dive bomb me in bad corners to dive in.
All right, well, thank you for that, Zach, and also, as always, shout-outs to the Iron Fist.
All Alright, see you.
Have a good one, Zach. As Joey Wardog currently works himself into the Porsche curves on their, let's say, their attempt to drive back up the field, Alvin.
Yeah, well, race strategy, that's the only thing I can think about it. Or sometimes, you're trying to mind your own business, you got your own race, and, well, things happen.
So keeping tabs on the battles that are happening out there on the racetrack. The fight between DFTBA and RSO has gotten themselves pretty much separated. Thrustmaster Movano is in a fight. Said the 95 and the 70 also. 85 and the 70 also in a scrap as well. This is down in your GT division. Close fight down here. MSP Phoenix involved in this one, as well as Fabrice Cornelis in the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS. That's the Movano car I was looking for. This is the one thing, Paul, I know you've done a lot of work with the Movano cars. If you could step in for a moment. This is the one thing I really hate Movano. They tend to put cars in every class, and my director says in my air, Movano's in a good fight. And I have to figure out which Movano car he's talking about.
To be honest, that's partly my bad as well. I didn't say the car number as well in your ear, so yeah. But we're still seeing a good battle here. There's half a second between them at the moment, and these two, Gregory Tanz and Fabrice Cornelis, two of the top GT drivers in these cars right now. And I mean, when you look at it, Gregory Tanton, he's a pro driver, so he is like up there with the absolute best. And Fabrice Cornelis, well, it'd be rude to say that he's not up there with them as well, because he competes in so many of these different types of events, different types of championships as well for Thrustmaster Movano. Currently just dropped back a little bit, 0.8 of a second now as they go across the line between them, but they have got Core Sim Racing as well catch up behind, 1.5 seconds behind these two. So that could be a 3-car battle very shortly.
Yeah, I'd almost argue it's already become a 3-car battle. Mike Pouch, he's not very close. He's not close enough to anywhere nearly to make a move, or that will be on the back end of one of those cars anytime soon, but he's close enough that he's going to be in the back of the mind, both the Fabrice Cornelis as well as Gregory Tanson. And actually, Alvin, I'm going to come to you for this one. I think after this race, if they're able to maintain this, Thrustmaster Movano might be just the team of Neo Endurance, just as a whole, because you look at the top, you just look down all the fields. Prototype, they run second. GT1, they run third. And right now, they're fighting for the top 5, top 4 in your GTS class.
Was that to me? That's Alvin.
Did I thought I said Alvin, didn't I?
Oh, right.
No, you said back to you. So, but yeah, Randy, you are absolutely right. I think Thrustmaster Movano, when it comes to overall multi-class racing, it is definitely one of the best teams that we have out there. And also, you also have to throw into the mix teams like Pure Racing Team, of course, when they are having a good day, because when they have a bad day, they definitely have a bad day. Not that Thrustmaster Movano has not had their fair share of bad days, because they also been, they've also known to be involved in their own incidents as well. But as time goes by, Thrustmaster Movano has been one of those teams here in multi-class racing and team racing that has definitely matured, and they have shown that they are starting to learn from their mistakes as races go along. Yes, they still have some steps to take in to to be mentioned, like they are at the level of, say, Coanda Sanford, and Coanda is one of those that no matter where you go, that they're gonna be at the absolute best. They know where to put the car. They know when to push. They know when to hold back. They pretty much are really careful. Their main purpose is to finish the race, and I think Thrustmaster Movano is getting to that point as well.
I think you're definitely right. It's a team that does have a bit of let's say not the greatest history to a lot of people out there on the service, but they have sort of gotten better and better about that, and they're a lot more consistent, a lot better in traffic than they used to be. That said, this to what was a 2-car scrap has now turned into a 3-car scrap, and well, you have 3 of the 4 rings. It'd be nice to get a 4th one out there, because then that would just be funny. 3 Audi R8s, all racing 4 position out here on the racetrack. 4th, 5th, and 6th in your GTS field. In order, Gregory Tanson, the MSP Racing 85, Fabrice Cornelis in the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS, and Mike Paulch in the Core Sim Racing GTS machine, Alvin, as they make the run down onto the Porsche bridge and towards the Porsche curves.
Yeah, it is always great to see great to see some fantastic battles here, especially at these points of the race where sometimes things can get a little bit boring, as they are entering right now the Porsche curves with the MSP Phoenix Racing right in front, Trustmaster Movano running second in that battle, and right behind them Corsim Racing GTS, which I think they have had a good race, considering that they have been trying to, you know, keep a low profile, minding their own business, and it's trying to show right now that that so far Corsim Racing, things are starting to go their way in this race.
Yeah, absolutely right, as Mike Polchi actually falls off the back of the Thrustmaster car, and actually here comes some pit stop strategy right now as Gregory Tansen hits the pit lane, and gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, that is actually a little bit early. Gregory Tansen just got in that car. He's only run about 4 laps. Alvin, maybe you can explain this to me. He only ran 4 laps. He seemed to be under relatively good power and good pace. Why would you bring him in so soon?
I really have no idea. I don't see that there has been any incidents here, as the 88 just went past the number 72 Thrustmaster Movano going into Dunlop, but you know, it could be that perhaps something hardware related or personal matters just kicked in, and you know, sometimes those things happens, and well, it's better just to come into the pits, get the driver swap done, and let your teammates finish the race.
Possibly, but that's definitely a little early, and it's going to put them on the back foot. That said, fantastic maneuver by Mike Polch going up into the Dunlop chicane. Hopefully we can get a replay of that pass, because that was a fantastic pass for position that Corsim Racing GTS car able to pull off. Just slid up the left-hand side. Good, pretty much, I mean, textbook late braking there, move there, Alvin.
Yeah, an absolute fantastic overtake there by the number 88 over that 72. Now going into the first chicane here down the Mulsanne straight, the number 88 have a decent lead there over the number 72, just less than half a second. I don't think the number 72 has just enough power to try to overtake them down this middle part of the Mulsanne straight. I think they're gonna stay behind, but just a little pick there, but I think they're gonna stay right behind them, perhaps a move going down to the breaking point of Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly right. This is Reese Cornelis now getting back onto the throttle. We'll be thinking to see if he's just kind of content and sticking behind. Matty Kasoja seems to be just finding ways onto the screen here. This is the second time coming out of the second chicane he's gotten in the middle of a GT3 fight that we're following, and on the run down to Mulsanne, well, Mike Polch is going to move to the right-hand side, work the draft of that Aston Martin, and Fabrice actually lifts well out of the throttle. So this is a battle that's going to be, they're going to be very close on the racetrack for a while, but chances are pretty much going to be a real kind of a snooze fest. Fabrice looks like he's just interested in saving gas. Interested in terms of strategy here, Alvin, but in terms of really the fight itself and the spirit of it and trying to watch cars just duke it out to the end, well, kind of boring.
Yeah, well, and you know, we also have to consider that teams also have their own strategy, and they gotta make sure that they run their optimal strategy to make sure that they can get the best finishing position out there. And as we talk about that, there's some pit stops going in your top 3 in the GTS class. Pure Racing Team GTS already just out of the pits. It looks like only fuel, and Team RSO also into the pits, fuel and tires.
Tobias Cerny is actually the driver getting behind the wheel of that RSO car, and Alvin, you and I, we do that VLN Endurance Championship. Tobias is one of the dominant drivers in that championship, not normally in the GT3 division. Normally we see him in the MX-5s in that Mazda, always a part of the fantastic scraps down the Dr. Garhone straightaway in those little 4-banger Mazdas. But here, Tobias, he's a very accomplished GT driver as well, and RSO is on a bit of an up-and-up year. I think Tobias is going to have a pretty big stint here.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that from this team, you know, Tobias Cerny, definitely one of the best drivers up in that team, along with his brother Alex Cerny. Those two fantastic drivers. You know, we have seen them battling through VLN and the MX-5s, and those two, we have Randy, we have to say they never disappoint when they get behind the wheel.
Pretty much absolutely right there. That said, I'm going to actually start talking a little bit about our GT1 leader here, Alvin. We've not seen a pit stop, well, I'll say a driver swap in a while from Mortiz Lohner currently working lap number 178. Last time he came down pit road, his in lap was 167. His first lap around the racetrack, lap number 168. So he's about 10 laps or so into this stint, quickly approaching his pit stop here in the next 3 to 4 laps. Been in the car for a while. He got in the car on lap 42, so been in for about 36 laps. That pushing about a triple stint. You think he's going to stay in for 4, or do you think we might see a driver swap? Interesting that Angelo Mickle and Alexander Voss, both are connected to the server.
Well, I think we have been seeing triple stints pretty common here when it comes to the GT1 and the GTS, and even in the prototype class as well. Doing a quadruple stint, well, it could be a matter of perhaps trying to get some rest to the other teammates, but as it stands right now, I think once he comes back around to do his pit stop, I think a triple stint should be more than enough. So next pit stop, we should be seeing a driver swap here.
Yeah, I think you're right. It definitely kind of be the expected thing to see, I think, in terms of when that actually going to happen. Interesting note is that I think Coanda... Actually, no, Coanda still has the 4th spot. So Coanda's found a way around SimRC Crimson, and that's fantastic, as Renz Broekman currently behind the wheel of that car. They're out of cycle a little bit from the SimRC Crimson car, but not by enough for it to matter here, Alvin. Only a couple of laps, and that pretty much means that we have a Corvette in amongst our top 4.
Yeah, it is. They are only 2 laps, I'll say 2 laps ahead when it comes to pit strategy, as speaking about the GT class, the 3rd place Thrustmaster Movano GT into the pits.
Oh, here comes Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT, and they're going to be a driver swap. 24 laps. He's going to do at least 1 more stint, if not 2. Anders, a very accomplished driver here on the iRacing service. Very, very accomplished across multiple championships. ELMS at one point, well as the Targa Endurance Series in that race that Jacob Desmarius used to put on. Anders was one of the best, and well, there goes that Thrustmaster GT1 car now. And well, we're going to start talking a little bit, Alvin, about this racetrack. We heard from Simon Trendell earlier on, who messaged me, gave me a little bit of an insight too. Never mind, the 47 of SRN Motorsports has gone around. This happened up at the Dunlop chicane, and, well, pretty much a relatively standard Le Mans incident here, Alvin. Basically went way too deep on the brakes going into the Dunlop chicane, went to turn the car in regardless, and basically the back end said, no, that's not how you drive this corner, and it put him off into the runoff area.
Yeah, it is, and about the topic that we are gonna talk about after I talk about this incident, so it kind of goes tight into this. As you go into that breaking point, going into Dunlop, and Randy, I'm pretty sure you are pretty aware of this.
I spun to the right hand side.
Just right before you start turning in, there's a bump there, and especially with these cars that don't have ABS. If you are still way too deep into your braking zone, you will lock up your tires and you get into panic mode, and well, these things could happen as well.
As I am kind of cheating a little bit, getting a little bit of inside information, so we're going to hold on this topic until Jamie Wilson replies to me on TeamSpeak. So Jamie, if you're listening to the broadcast, reply to the BM, gosh darn it. But yeah, I mean, pretty much just your standard little spin there from the 47 car. Lucky for him, no damage, didn't hit anything, didn't clip a curb funny, and he's just kind of out and away. But the topic we're going to talk about is actually the way this racetrack actually evolves over the course of this run. And we heard from Simon. Jamie hasn't responded yet, but we'll see if he does. Simon Trendell messaged us earlier and said that basically about every hour, the track temperature was dropping by about 0.5 degree centigrade, and that's several degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, and that doesn't seem like a lot, but when you have these cars finally set up, when you have your tire pressures pretty much to within a point of, within 0.5 PSI of exactly what you need of maybe just a couple KPAs for those on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, a couple degrees, maybe a couple degrees Fahrenheit per hour is actually a potentially really big change. It can affect how the tires not only feel, it can affect the pressures you need to adjust and put the tires to. It can even affect your ability to go multiple stints without changing them.
Yes, it is, and that is something that teams are always have to be aware of. What is the track temperature, and we always talk about what is the ideal track temperature, what do we like, what what we don't like. Oh, the track is too hot. The car is undrivable because of that. Well, I got bad news for you guys. The track is hot for everybody else, so you just have to deal with it. Now, with that said, as the track evolves, you also have to change with the track as well. If the track gets cooler, then you also have to know what to do with the tires, because we were mentioning not so long ago that as the track cools down, yes, you have more grip, so that means you can also get earlier on the throttle, but that also means as a result you start spending more fuel because you're using more throttle. So it's really a balance game that you have to think about what you do here and there, and as the track evolves you also have to change your strategy perhaps.
Getting the weather currently up right now, and actually let's take a look at what we're seeing. Current weather out there is mostly cloudy, 70 degrees ambient Fahrenheit. Track temperature 85 degrees out here right now. Winds are southerly at approximately 10 miles an hour with a relative humidity of 27%. So Alvin, weather for me, if I'm one of these guys, is actually what I would call optimal. Most people tend to prefer the cooler weather, gives you a little bit more grip, tends to be a little bit easier on the tires. When it gets hot, and especially when there's no clouds in the sky, racetrack, that can get very, very slippery very quick. And that can often be the difference between going a double stint relatively consistently. So I'd wager if you just took the clouds away in this server, you'd probably be swapping tires at the end of every run.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that if it was all sunny, all clear, perhaps not changing tires every single stint, but perhaps teams could do a double stint and pretty much that's it. But one thing I do have to say is that I've been to races where the temperature drops dramatically way too low. I do remember I went to the, I think it was to the 2014 Rolex 24 at Daytona, where the temperature dropped all the way down to 35 degrees Fahrenheit. So for those that don't know, that's pretty much 3 degrees Fahrenheit over freezing point. So if you want to talk about cold, well, that is really cold.
Prototype leader in the pit said, here comes Paul.
Yeah.
He's just going to barge in.
Well, talking about weather conditions, let's not forget last year in the World Endurance Championship, one of the practice sessions at Silverstone, they actually had snow falling on the track.
I'll one-up you there. You had ice form on the Nürburgring midway through the VLN race to the point where half the cars got stuck about a third of the way around the racetrack because they couldn't get up the hill.
It was the actual 24 hours, not the VLN race, yeah.
So, I mean, you want to talk about some dramatic weather swings. And the thing is, for those of you who aren't aware, just YouTube this right now, just 2016 Nürburgring 24 weather. You will find a video that was up near a relatively famous part of the racetrack that I can't remember the name of now because the bloody track's all in German. But basically, you had about half the grid that was about midway around the track. Started raining and it quickly froze on the racing surface. Very steep uphill section. The cars had to slow down with racing slicks. Alvin, racing slicks don't go up icy hills very well, especially if you don't have momentum helping you.
Well, if it's raining and slick tires don't really work that well, you put an icy surface and we're talking about, it's not even hydroplaning. What would you call it?
I mean, it's just it's hydroplaning if you're floating or if you're skimming across the top of water. If you're on ice, you're just skidding. You're just flat out. There's not enough grip on the surface of whatever you're trying to drive on. That there's not enough friction, not enough adhesion to the ice.
Okay, so let's just call it Disney on ice.
But we'll call it GT3 on ice.
Okay, cool.
As like I said, VRS Koena Synsport has since come down pit road and cycled back out. We can probably expect the other couple prototypes to respond relatively shortly. Still keeping an eye on Heinz-Core Motorsports. They have not yet made their scheduled pit stop. We're interested to see if Mortis Lohner gets out of the car there. It's 88 in the 72 still close out there on the racetrack. That's Fabrice Cornelis and the Thrustmaster Movano Racing GTS car, as well as Mike Palch in the Core Sim Racing GTS car. These guys have been excuse me, have been fighting for a while, but Fabrice, like we said earlier, Alvin, I think is just content where he is, saving the fuel.
Yeah, he is, and it could be this part of the strategy that it's just best to just sit behind the number 88, save a little bit of fuel. Perhaps Breeze may not be the faster driver of the number 72, and he's just trying to see what Mike Pollution, that Core Sim Racing GTS, is able to do. Save a little bit of fuel, stay behind them, then later put a faster driver, and then you can really put the pressure on them.
We've been keeping an eye on this, and I was about to say it, 55 car down onto pit lane. That's Mortius Lohner, and let's see what happens. Who's currently connected to the server on that car? Angelo Mickel and Alexander Voss both standing by. I think given the fact that Voss drove before Lohner, I think Mickel will likely be the one getting in, but let's see. There is indeed a driver swap happening, and the driver getting into the car is indeed Angelo Mickel. So GT1 leader come in, driver swap. SimRC.de Iris. Currently Evan Merrill behind the wheel of that car. I think right now, Paul, I'm going to just go to you for this one. Due to the lack of pace that Evan has shown, do you limit him to a double, or do you just stick to your guns and do a triple to even quad with him?
I think you still got to use him, and you think you want to get the seat time out of the way for him. But at the end of the day, you've got to give the other drivers a bit of a rest as well. And, well, he's currently stuck behind a bit of traffic, behind a bit of GTS traffic as well. So it's not working out for Evan. He's heading out, he's exited the Porsche curves, heading down towards the Ford chicane. And while we're saying all this, Angelo Mickel has now actually pulled out of his pit stall, goes over the white line at the end of the pit lane, gets onto the gas, and he's going to be...
And still has the lead.
Yeah, and he's going to be a comfortable lead. We'll just wait for the timing screen just to catch up with it there, and we're going to be at around 12, 13 seconds. No, actually, no, about 10 seconds gap now.
Yeah, for those who kind of want more of a physical reference right now, Angelo Mickel going into the quick left to right before the run to Tetra Rouge. Evan Merrill just went under the Dunlop Bridge, so that's an idea of what the gap on the racetrack actually is. And keep in mind, that's with SimRC still needing to log another pit stop, so the gap's going to be much, much larger than that. Alvin, how did our close fight? I mean, this was a fight we watched for about 2 hours. That was we watched them for a long time fight it out, and SimRC has basically lost half a lap somehow.
Well, it's just how the racing goes in here, and I just noticed that as SimRC.de Iris and Hoisenberg Core Motorsports finished their pit stops, Hoisenberg Core Motorsports pit stop was just about 50 seconds, where the SimRC.de Iris was only 36.2 seconds. So the gap right now, it's only about 8.6 seconds. SimRC.de Iris may have a chance here to close the gap, but Randy, we're talking about Angelo Mickel, and he's not a slow driver here. We know he is here. He's gonna put in the pressure. He's gonna put some blistering fast laps.
Angelo is definitely one of the better drivers on the sim. A lot of people, it's kind of rough because for a lot of other teams, Angelo Mickel would be your premier driver if you were to put him on your squad. But at Heinz-World Core Motorsports, names like Alexander Voss, Kei Kashibe somewhat outdo him to a certain extent, but Angelo, very, very competitive in his own right. Winner of this past year at the Sim Racing Expo at the Nürburgring, so very, very quick driver. And of course, I mean, he's probably going to be going out there, and I think SimRC Iris is going to lose even more time on this run, especially with Evan Merrill if he stays in for a triple stint. But yeah, Heinz-World Core Motorsport, a lot of talent on that field, or in that team, I should say. They field a lot of drivers. I think that team probably has, about a dozen or so guys, I think, Alvin, between regulars and some other guys that turn up every now and then. Moritz Lohner is one of those examples of a guy that you don't see a lot, but is still very, very quick.
Yeah, it is, and for this season, Core Motorsports, yeah, we saw them make their premiere in what is the big spotlight in the Blancpain GT Series, and we saw how fast they could be. They came really close to claiming that championship in the Blancpain GT Series, and it was pretty much down to it. If I do remember correctly, it came down to a tie all the way down to who finished in third place versus who didn't. And Core Motorsports definitely for this season, for the Blancpain GT Series, they also brought in some reinforcements and in a second car, and with Andre Borcher and Kei Kashubi also coming in, I am pretty sure that for next season, Coanda is not going to have it that easy. Not that Coanda haven't done their own moves, because we've also talked about Jeremy Butteloop and Mac Backham joining Coanda Sensport, but if I do remember correctly, they're going to have a 3-car assault going into that championship as well.
Yeah, they're going to have 3 cars, I'm pretty sure, running in that. Another driver that's actually joined that GT fight, Alvin. I know you weren't part of the qualifying effort, but Mitchell de Jong, one of their WC GPS drivers, Red Bull Rallycross driver, he has also gotten involved in that effort, and that's almost like, how do you beat a team that has like a Renz Broekman, Marcus Linderman, Klaus Kivakos, Jorn Jens, Mac Backham, Jeremy Butteloop, Mitchell de Jong? How do you beat a team that has that sort of talent pool? And that's only probably about half the drivers that are really running.
Yeah, well, you have to consider that a team like Coanda Sensport, like I said, when it's not the best of their days in terms of how fast they can be in terms of pace, they rely on great strategy to also beat you. So not only you have to be faster than them, but you also have to be smarter. And so far, I haven't seen a team yet that has been able to switch to any of those 2 modes on the fly, other than Coanda Sensport.
Absolutely right. 19 minutes approximately is what we have left in this second stretch of our broadcasting coverage. Once we get to the end of this hour, we will go to part 3. Well, someone will link it, I think, in the chat. That'll take you from hours 12 to hours 18, so through the 3rd quarter of your motor race. Just a short little update. We'll go down leaders of each field. Nothing's really changed. Coanda leads the way, then Heinz Core Motorsports, then Pure Racing Team GTS. So, fights out there on the racetrack. Everything has pretty much gotten itself stretched out here. Team RSO, as well as Mike Polch, has pretty much stretched out a gap, not too close there. Thrustmaster Movano has also lost the back end of Mike Polch in that course sim racing machine. So, Alvin, might be a boring third of an hour here for us to close this one out.
Yeah, well, it could be. It's just a matter of seeing what the strategies of the teams are, and perhaps once we see the strategies of who's going for double, triple stints and who's not, who's going for driver swaps and all that, that's when we start really the interesting strategies coming into play as well.
Do you have a bit of a fight possibly forming up here? Shinya Machimi of Shinya Machimi Sim Racing is only about 2 or so seconds off the back end of Gregory Tansen and MSP Phoenix Racing 85 cars. So whatever troubles they had, they came down onto pit lane, got it fixed. But still, they're on the back foot from where they were, Alvin. And honestly, I think if you're those guys, probably sort of kicking yourself over maybe doing that early stop. Unless they have some grandmaster plan, maybe you have to do a short fill at some point during the race, and they decided to get theirs done now as opposed to doing it at the end.
Well, you know, trying to do short fills at this point on the race, it's really something not advisable, because if you think about it, you really want to go all the way to the end of the stint whenever you can. You know, you go, you do your 14 laps in the case of the GTS, and you do it over and over and over, and only worry about the short fill once you get close into the race, because many things can happen in terms of time, traffic, and all that may affect that short fill. So doing a short fill in the middle of the race really not advisable. So really interesting what strategy that number 85 is running.
Yeah, see, I definitely agree with you, because I know a lot of these teams at this level, Alvin, they can take a very scientific approach to the race. And I can actually say for certainty, especially if you go to the higher tier teams, a team like Coanda, team like Heinz Core Motorsports, likely the Movano guys, any of these competitive rosters, and a lot of the teams that may not seem quite as competitive, you go down to their kind of efforts. If you were to ask them a question, hey, how much fuel are you going to need for the race? They could probably tell you within about 3 to 4 gallons. The thing I don't like is that you have that 3 to 4 gallon potential air, let's say, what's the word I'm looking for? Variance, where you might use 3 to 4 gallons more over the course of the race due to draft. I dislike, I agree with you. I dislike taking your short stop now, because you're basically having to run that car within a limit to all the way to the end, whereas you could otherwise just basically drive the car however you want and then take as much fuel as you need on a short final stop.
Yeah, it is, and this is something that we see through these type of endurance races, especially races that are as long as these. Perhaps in a 6-hour race, you can do a strategy call and perhaps do a short fill in the middle of the race, because 6-hour race, it's a lot more shorter than a 24-hour race, of course. But in a 24-hour race, it's really not advisable. However, Randy, something that we don't get in here in an endurance race. As a race is about to start, we don't get that dreaded question: how much fuel to finish the race?
Exactly, as Shinny Mashimi still trying to reel in Gregory Tansen last time around. It was a full 1.2 seconds that the 93 was able to take out of the 85, and I have to say, it's come down even more as they work themselves through the Porsche curves. That yellow and white number 93 looks a lot more hooked up through the windy bits of the racetrack now as they go for the run down towards the Ford chicane, going by the Ferris wheel on the left-hand side. Pit entrance will be on driver's right in just a moment's time. Hard on the brakes, and actually, no, it's not. I take that back. Shinny Mashimi goes to driver's right. Alvin comes down onto pit lane. Full service, possibly. We'll see whether or not he takes tires.
Yeah, it looks like pretty much he's run. Yeah, he just came in 13 laps. I've seen some GTS cars coming in 14 laps after this stint, so really interesting that perhaps Shinya Mishimi running a little bit. He's a little bit more heavier on the throttle than perhaps his teammates or the other drivers in the GTS class. But nevertheless, Shinya Mishimi Sim Racing into the pits. It kind of looks like it's gonna be as it stands right now. I don't see that they're gonna be changing any drivers. So now the question is if they're gonna also change tires.
Be interesting to see. No driver swap would imply to me that you likely won't exchange the tires out. Shinny Mashimi Sim Racing is another one of those teams that's very successful on the GT3 realm side of things. A lot of drivers, several of which came from the Radicals team, so a lot of experienced guys. I think that likely Shinya will be doing a fuel-only stop here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. And actually, Alvin, I want to talk about this with you, because that Audi, we know that with the way that Audi's engineered that car, even within the sim, you can run that car on A-wing pretty easily at most racetracks. Like even, the quicker guys, they'll even run A-wing at tracks like the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife. Here at Le Mans, you can, if you can run the car totally trimmed out at the Nürburgring, you can run the car totally trimmed out here. Compared to that to Mercedes, where when we talked to a couple of the Mercedes drivers over the course of this 6-hour coverage with the interviews, said they didn't really trim the car out fully. And I'm relatively experienced in the Merc. Minimum wing is -4. I'm going to reckon that most teams here are likely running a 0 to potentially 2, just for the safety net with it being a 2-hour race. How big of an advantage is that for the Audis if they can run the car fully trimmed out, if the Mercedes have to run essentially about 6 clicks up?
Well, let's put it this way, Randy. There is a reason the prototypes and the GTs have a Le Mans package. You want the least amount of drag possible, especially at this track. So the fact that the Mercedes teams have to run just a little bit of wing to make sure that the car is stable during a 24-hour race, that is more than enough to give a great advantage to the Audi team. So yeah, it really does make a difference. Just 1 or 2 degrees, it's all it takes to perhaps give you all the drag that may held you, especially during a 24-hour race like this one.
Yeah, and it is one of those issues, especially with a 24-hour long event, Alvin. It's not just the speed it can potentially cost you, because it's sort of a bit of a we'll say it's a ratio in the sense that if you take it too far down, yeah, you're going to be a rocket ship down the straights. But one, the car is going to be very difficult to control through the Porsche curves, and two, especially in that Mercedes does not like its rear tires, and especially when you take the rear wing way down, you're likely going to have a lot of difficulty double stinting those tires, likely going to be basically holding on for dear life as opposed to being able to push the car. Versus that the other way, you bring the rear wing angle up a little bit, you might slow yourself down by somewhere in the realm of about a second per lap around a track like Le Mans. However, going through the Porsche curves, you're going to feel a lot more steady, a lot more stable, but your fuel consumption will go up, and it's going to be more difficult for you to pass people.
Absolutely, and that is the same issue that the Corvette teams also face, because the Corvette, being one of those cars, it's a fantastic car. But one thing that the Corvette does that I really don't like about it, it can go through rear tires like he's having breakfast. And you can just try to crank up the rear wing as much as you can, but you also have to be really careful with the throttle. Why? That engine has a really low torque, and I think that's something that the Mercedes also has. It has good low-end torque, and I think when you're coming out of the turns, it does work to your advantage. But for an endurance race like this, you gotta have the discipline to get on the throttle as gently as possible to save those rear tires.
Another thing, especially talking about these GT3 cars, Alvin, especially the difference between the Merc and the Audi, and if you bring in the other cars, the cars like the Ford, the cars like the BMW and the McLaren, I think one place that Mercedes really struggles is just the flat-out size of the car. A lot of people talk about how heavy that Mercedes is, and while that's true, the Audi isn't very much lighter. It's only about 100 pound or so difference, which is considerable, but it's not like the difference between, say, the Audi and the BMW, whereas the BMW is the lightest by about 600 or so pounds. I honestly think one of the biggest issues when you're driving that Mercedes is actually just the size of the car. That car it's about as wide as, say, the Audi, but it's about 3 to 4 feet longer or so. At least it feels like it. It's a lot more difficult to get a big car like that rotating than it is, say, a relatively small car like an Audi, especially if that car like an Audi has the weight a lot more centralized with the engine in the middle.
You're absolutely true, right there, Randy. And for those that have had the opportunity to watch these cars in person, what Randy is mentioning about the Mercedes being a gigantic car in comparison to these cars, it is absolutely true. The wheelbase of that Mercedes AMG is absolutely huge. Not as big as the new BMW M6 though, but with the 4 cars that we have right now in here, the BMW C4, the McLaren MP412C, Audi R8, Mercedes AMG, and also the Ford GT3 for those that still the fantasy car. It really does make a difference, you know. And when you have a car with a long wheelbase, yes, it's a lot more stable. You know, we have to give that to them, but it's more stable. But it's really big, and you know, trying to rotate that car with that huge mass and also being front engine, the weight distribution in a way it's really affected. But you know, that's something that the Mercedes teams by now they're pretty much used to, and they just, I guess, they found ways to work around those issues.
Definitely right there. Not to mention, I mean, Mercedes in the real world, that car unveiled, Alvin, and that car was an absolute rocket ship. That was to the point that in last year's total 24 hours of Spa, those Mercedes were so fast, they penalized them, what, I think it was a 2-lap hold at the start of the race?
Well, I would say that the issue was not that the cars were too fast. It's just that perhaps there was some tampering with some ECU electronic systems that they did during qualifying. And well, you know, when you have a category like GT3 that is so competitive that the cars are pretty much so evenly matched, any advantage that those GT3 teams can find to get in and get the edge over the team, they will just go for it. And you know, it's cheating if you get caught. If you don't get caught, then oh well, keep going.
Alvin, are you implying that a sporting team would try to gain an unfair competitive advantage? I've never heard such a thing.
Well, you know, there's also teams that bribe other team mechanics to get their playbooks and all that. So yeah, maybe.
Oh, this is all new news to me. This is opening up a whole world to me. Is this? A world of sabotage and espionage and other words ending in age.
Like Arnage?
Yes.
Oh man.
I'm ready for
you
bed.
cracked me up.
I'll be honest with you, I'm ready for bed now.
Well, it's coming soon, Paul. Only about 6 more minutes is what you have to wait. I've been in those shoes before. I know what those 6 minutes feel like. That is a long 6 minutes, let me tell you. As Cam says, hey, in the chat as he's getting ready to join us, I think in our second stretch of coverage here in about 10 minutes time.
Let's just remember what happened when we had the 24 hours in Nürburgring. And what happened there. That was an interesting commentary session for us on that one.
Yeah. Yes, it was. That was a long... If you guys want to see what it's like to watch two people get slowly driven into madness during a commentary event, just watch about an 11-hour stretch of the VLN race, the 24-hour race, the Nürburgring from last year. So, quickly approaching down, counting down. We're now inside of 5 minutes. But regardless, should we do the top of the hour rundown, because we'll do that and then do an onboard, and that should take us to the end. All right, so because we're going to be carrying over, we're going to go down your top of the hour rundown of your 3 classes here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. Epic music comes up for the last time for this 6-hour stretch, and VRS Coanda SimSport, as they approach the halfway point, currently lead the way. Thrustmaster Movano Racing HPD in the 2nd spot, with Course Sim Racing Prototype in 3rd, Radicals Online 4th, and Friction SimSport in 5th. GT1 field has been all about Heinzville Core Motorsport the last 4 or so hours. SimRC Iris was putting on a valiant effort, but driver swap came in that did not favor them. Going into the 3rd spot, we have Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT Machine. Renz Brokeman, though, the Coanda Corvette, working as hard as he can to try to push that car up the field, fighting BOP concerns here, and still trying to do all their best, do the best they can to get themselves onto the podium. Sim RC Crimson in the 5th spot. That's Tim Birdie behind the wheel of that machine right now. And moving to your GTS division, Jonas Wollmeyer and the the Pure Racing Team GTS team currently leads the way from Team DFT, BA, and Team RSO 2nd and 3rd. 4th spot Core Sim Racing with Thrustmaster Movano. They lost the spot to Core about an hour and a half ago. BOP concerns in the GT1 field, not quite as it existed in the GT3 field. 5 cars in the top 5. 3 of them are Audis, 2 of them are Mercedes. About as easy as it gets. So as the clock starts to tick down, Paul, are we going to do some fan immersion to the end? Paul says nah, so we're just going to talk for the next 3 minutes over the course of this event. Coverage will continue on another stream, like we said. It'll be on another link. We will post that shortly in the chat when it goes live. Ryan Kish says in the chat, 5 cars in the top 5. Math checks out. Thrustmaster Movano Racing Prototype currently getting ready to put their GT3 brethren a lap down, and Jose Maria Lopez cycles through on the right-hand side with Fabrice Cornelis following through. Fabrice actually pushes wide through Tetra Rouge. He might be careful, might have tagged himself a slowdown. Nope. I think that Audi R8 might just be okay. Fights up and down the field have been relatively quiet through this stretch of the race. We saw a couple 3-way scraps about an hour ago, and well, through the entire middle of this stretch of the coverage. Fantastic fights up and down the field. Alvin, I'm going to you. 6 hours is what you and I have been on for, and I think one of us, if not both of us, are going to carry on a little bit into the next stretch to at least get these guys up to speed. What's been your thought of the past 6 hours?
Well, you know, it's pretty much the 6 hours that I was expecting for them to be. Not much action in terms of what we've seen on the track. Yes, we saw some fantastic battles, especially that battle between the SimRC.de and Core Motorsports. But pretty much was what I was expecting. 6 hours of strategy, and the next 6 hours shouldn't be any different. Should be 6 hours of more strategy, teams trying to outsmart each other, getting ready, putting their cars in position for the last 6 hours, and then go for that final push.
A lot of questions remain to be answered here over the course of this one. The past 12 hours, they've answered some question, but asked so many others. I think right now for me, in the final stretch of this motor race in the final half, these are the questions I think need to be answered. Thrustmaster Movano and Core Sim Racing, multiple minutes off the back half off of VRS Coanda SimSport through the first half of this motor race. What kind of strategy can they work out to try to reel in that 2-minute gap? I don't think they're going to be able to do it on speed alone. Going to have to be pace. Sim RC and Heinzville Core Motorsports, they were putting on a valiant fight through a stretch of this run here. Sim RC, though, Evan Merrill gets in the car, and not to be rude, but he doesn't quite have the pace of the of the Heinfeld Core Motorsports car drivers of Martis Lohner and Angelo Mickel, and that gap has simply grown. What can they do to try to reel in, or will it be Thrustmaster Movano Racing GT who finds a way to challenge Heinfeld Core Motorsports? And in your GTS field, pure racing team, it's basically been them since about the drop of the green flag. Who is going to find a way to catch them? Will it be DFTBA or RSO? This has been Paul Smith, Randy Chineth, Alvin Nieves, as well as Cisco Scaramuza through the 6-hour stretch. Here to take you to the midway point, and the next round of coverage will be starting shortly. Cam Walsh, Ryan Kish, Hugo Louis, me, maybe even Alvin for a little bit, Jake Blackall. Paul's definitely going to go to bed at his first opportunity. Join us there in just a few minutes' time as coverage continues of your Neo Endurance 24 Hours of Le Mans. See you then.